Ohayo gozaimasu! Hey now, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Sunday or Monday if you're in Japan.
I was wondering about that.
I know. And today I'm joined by a very special guest, the
Hmm.
man who is brought together Japan and America on the internet, Adam Friended. I don't know
What's
if you
up,
know this.
everybody?
Adam has brought, I don't know if you've been seeing this on X, okay? Japan and America has become best friends. Have you seen this?
I have not really. That
Oh, you
happened,
okay? Maybe it
and I'm
wasn't you. I thought it
responsible
was
for it.
you.
It was
It was you.
accidental. I,
Maybe
I
it was.
was totally.
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Obviously, I go to Japan. Suddenly, Japan becomes best friends with America. Obviously, it was me, not you.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we should say Sitch is in Japan right now, so his mic is a little bit different, and he's forced to be on Wi-Fi. So if there's any cutting out, we're gonna blame Japan, and I think
Yes.
we should nuke them if this gets too bad. So I'm coming out hard against their
Oh my
internet.
God. He's going full Hiroshima again. I can't believe
Yes,
it.
exactly. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. How about Tokyo?
Well, I will say, when I was in the California hotel and I did the internet test, it was like 10 times slower than this internet. So
Really?
Japan is winning
Wow.
so far.
Your mic sounded a little better there, but I don't know why that is because you're
It's just positional, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
okay.
So who knows?
Anyway, so first things first, people want an update on how your vacation is going.
Japan is fantastic. We've been, this is probably more walking than I've ever done in my entire life, including
Hmm.
any sort of Boy Scout hikes or anything. We basically, I don't know. I should have like one of those like step counters because we curious how many miles a day we walk. We just walk, 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 walk everywhere. The public transportation is crowded, but like so clean, so safe. It's so amazing to be able to go into like these giant stations. The train stations, the large train stations in Tokyo are like insane. They're mini cities. You could spend an entire day going to gift shops, restaurants, and bakeries in the Tokyo station and just never leave, and you'll never be bored. It's the
In a
most like
train
absurd thing I've ever heard.
station?
In a train station, yes.
There's
The
like a
train station,
restaurant in the train station. This is where
they're
people get pushed onto the tracks, and you're telling me there's a restaurant in there now?
first of all, they don't get pushed on the tracks. They willingly jump onto the tracks, Adam. Okay.
Oh, here they do. Oh yeah, if
Yes,
they got
yes,
a B minus on their exam, they're like, it's
exactly.
over.
It's
I'm
actually
jumping
like
in.
in some of the train stations, they have these giant like plastic
Don't
glass
commit
things
suicide. No
that
way.
make it very difficult to jump in front of the train tracks. Yes. No, no, there's not, Adam, you don't understand. There's not one restaurant. There's like 40 restaurants. You don't
Hmm.
understand how big this train station is. It's like a mile of train station underground. It's fucking crazy.
Right. So
It's
have
so
you eaten the
amazing.
street sushi yet?
I
Is
have
that
not eaten street sushi. No, no.
okay? Good.
No,
I hear that's dangerous.
we did have street taco. What's the octopus thing called, Sam? Takoyaki. Though they kind of fucked up. It was undercooked. But the food, though, very delicious, very tasty, and way healthier than anything you could probably ever eat in America, which is nice.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of your omega threes, right? Your
There's a
fatty
lot of that.
fish.
Well, it's just, I don't know, it's just nice to go into a place and it's like everything is not covered in grease or fried, and you can just get meat and greens in like a
Hmm.
nice little set dish for you. And also the best part, everything is way cheaper because the yen is so down compared to the dollar that you feel like a king. It is funny.
Wow,
We
really?
actually we went into a McDonald's just because I was curious. Like you have to taste the McDonald's in
Hmm.
Japan, right? To see if it's different. So let me give you the grading. First of all, presentation, much better. Everyone there, much nicer, much cleaner. It still looks like an old McDonald's with the bright colors. They didn't do when they changed everything to be like shitty office. That hasn't happened yet. Price wise, it was crazy. I got a meal and Sam got a meal, and it came out to $10 between the two of us.
Insane.
So this is apparently people are like, where did the old fast food prices go in Japan? They or in America. And they all went to Japan. That's obviously where they went. But the quality of the food, is almost exactly the same as America. So I don't know
Oh,
if I would
wow.
recommend. It's
Okay.
like I did get I got a Mc not a McChicken. I got the fried shrimp burger,
Hmm.
and it
A
literally
fried shrimp burger?
they have a fried shrimp burger.
That they don't have that in America.
No, no, no. But it they use the same batter as the McChicken, so it literally just tastes like a McChicken, eating a McChicken sandwich. It seems like a waste
the
if it's
the
shrimp.
meat is indistinguishable.
Yeah, the meat tastes very like it's just like okay. And then Sam got like a burger that had uh like soy sauce or teriyaki sauce and an egg on it. And the sauce was good. And it looked better, like the presentation, that the burgers actually look like the picture because in Japan they have this weird law where like if you have
Oh,
a picture of
wow.
food, yeah, like if you have a picture of food
Wow.
in Japan, it has to look like the picture, including the
Wow.
size, which is interesting. Like if you yeah, if they show like the ingredients and it, like so if you get a bag of chips and it shows a potato chip, it has to be the size of the actual potato chip. You can't have that not actual size bullshit that you have in America.
Hmm.
And
That
then
sounds great.
but the egg on the burger that they put, because you know Japan they like to put eggs on everything, it literally is just the same egg that you would get like an egg McMuffin. Like it looks different, but it tastes exactly like just the egg McMuffin egg.
It's in that little shape, that little tin can shape.
It looks no, it looks nicer. It's like a white circle with a little yellow dot instead. We also we went to this. It's really funny. We went like 2 hours outside of Tokyo on the train, and it is amazing. Like the public transportation is amazing. You can just take the train and the subway like anywhere. Like it might take a while, but
Nice.
it just goes literally anywhere. Um, but we took a train like 2 hours outside of Tokyo to go to this like random woman's house that she was doing cooking classes, and we
You
were
you
learning
took
how
a
to.
cooking class.
We did. Well, Sam really wanted to learn how to make amu rice, which is like this special way that the Japanese make omelets. Then we learned hamburger steak. And afterwards it was really nice. She dropped us off at this like it was like a river that like cuts through her neighborhood. And it was
The old
oh my
lady dropped you off?
yeah, because we had extra it was supposed to be for like 2 hours and we finished a little early and she's like, oh, I can take you to the shrine or I could take you somewhere if you want. And Sam
She's
really
like,
wanted to
"You
see
guys are
the cherry
tourists. I'll
blossoms.
take you on a tour."
Yeah, exactly. And so we're like, oh, there are cherry blossoms around here. And she's like, oh yeah, there's like a river that like cuts through the neighborhood, and there's all these cherry blossoms along the river. So she takes us there, and holy sh! It was like crazy. It was like a mile long walk. This is like it cuts through this neighborhood, mile long walk along the river, and it's just like fucking cherry blossom trees on either side of the river, just as far as the eye could see. And it's like every Japanese person is out there just like taking pictures and enjoying it. So we're just like walking along, seeing the beautiful sakura trees and the petals falling down, as the wind goes.
The
And Sam's like, "Oh my
wow.
God, it's so beautiful. I want to." She's already telling me she's like, Sitch, we have to move here. We have to buy a house that's like a summer home that like overlooks this little river, so I could sit on the balcony and watch the sakura petals fall. It's so funny.
So, what is the probability of you doing that?
I would say like 50%. Actually,
Oh my
it's a pretty
God.
high. It's a pretty high chance
Oh,
of
that's
that
great.
happening. Yes.
That's
So
great. Wow, she's already got you. Look at
she ha
that.
well, yes, she has. It's interesting in that like I think Tokyo is one of the most population dense places on the planet, but it's so weird. It doesn't feel like it. Like there's like a lot, like you'll go to places and there'll be like a shit ton of people. But if like when you're in New York or LA or something, I feel like there's like this kind of chaotic energy that's always like present. And here,
Yeah,
even
I
though there's a
always
lot of
feel like I'm
people,
gonna get mugged.
exactly. But
That's the way I
here,
always feel.
it's so weird. It just everything feels like chill as fuck. Like even like the only time it doesn't is like when you're going through like the crazy crowded train station. But like when you're like out on the top, on the surface walking around, it feels super chill as fuck. When we're in this like neighborhood, which I guess is like a suburb in Tokyo, and it's like the most fucking serene fucking thing you've ever. You're just like walking down these little neighborhoods. It's super serene, super chill, super safe. Great
That's
place.
great. I'm
So
envious.
yes, still highly recommend Japan. Great vacation so far.
Sweet.
Even though I have blisters on my feet from walking so much.
Well, good. You'll get your exercise.
That's true.
That's always good.
And thank you so much, Aussie, for the 20 Aussie bucks. So the only good thing about living in Australia is that you can very quickly visit Japan compared to America.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
says
I've
my
been to Hawaii
portfolio.
a few times, and Hawaii,
Uh,
obviously, there's a lot of Japanese people there because it's a hop, skip,
yes,
and a jump from Japan.
yes, exactly. Aussie says my portfolio is only down 5.5%. This dip isn't dippy enough for me. What's the US market like, and is it time to buy in?
Well, I don't, I'm not sure it's time to buy in just yet. I would be sitting on your hands for now. I think this week is going to, last week. The thing is, I'm thinking, I said something to you, Sitch. I said, we're one tweet away from a rally. And you were like, oh, that can't happen. But it did happen. But I don't know that it can happen again because I think like the Trump's powers to kind of inspire the market, let's put it. I
Mhm.
maybe fake out the market, maybe lie to the market. I don't know. I don't know where you want to, how far you want to go with this. But I
Mhm.
think his powers are diminishing. I am curious if this week. So last week, right before you last week he had the we're going to bomb your power plants, right? That's where it stood with Iran.
Mhm.
He
Mhm.
gave him the deadline, and the deadline was like Monday, and the markets were not taking this well at all. The markets were cratering on Monday. And Trump put out a tweet saying, "Oh, we've been having great negotiations and he's going to postpone the deadline for 10 days, right?"
Mhm.
As soon as that tweet hit, the market was up like skyrocket. Boom. Major rally, right?
Mhm.
But the rally didn't have legs. It kind of wore off. And this week we lost a lot of ground on the stock market, on the price of oil. So I'm wondering if Trump is going to do the same thing. Now, last week on the show, I had postulated Trump said this deadline, so he has to do something. Otherwise, he's going to look like a schmuck on the deadline. I turned out to be incorrect in that assumption because really all Trump had to do was say, "Oh, I'm having a good time with the Iranians. I'm going to give them another 10 days." Right? That's all it took. He didn't
I mean,
really
that's
have to
kind of
do
what he
anything.
said, isn't it?
Yeah, but he didn't do anything. I was saying, look,
Oh, oh,
he's drawn a red line, and
yes.
he in substitution of bombing the power plants, he has to do something big, right?
Right.
Yeah. So he didn't really do anything big. He's talking. A lot of people are assuming that he's stalling because he's waiting for ground troops to get in the area. I think most likely the ground troops are going to take one of these islands or maybe a few of these islands even so that they can start running convoys through the Straits of Hormuz. I think I think the Europeans might actually reluctantly join in this convoy thing because they're the ones that are getting the most hurt by these oil restrictions and the market's going crazy. The oil market's going crazy. So I don't.
Hmm.
How much have you been following on? I mean, you're looking at the tree petals, right? You're you're looking at the tree blossoms. So you're not really following the insanity in the world here.
Yeah.
Although,
It
look,
it
Sitch
was funny
elected to go
though.
through TSA at the most unopportune time
Oh, I'm
in
glad
the fucking world.
it was so crazy because we I like got to the airport. I pushed to get us tickets to the airport super early because I was like, oh my God, there's all these like problems with TSA. I saw all these like videos of lines in like Texas and
Mm-hmm.
like Georgia and
Yeah, no.
Atlanta. And I was like, oh my God, we're gonna miss our flight. It's gonna be so crazy. So both in Florida and in California, we get to the airport like fucking hours in advance. And in Florida, we get through like normal time. Like it only takes us like 20, 30 minutes to get through. And in California, in LA, of all places, in an international flight, mind you, we got through TSA faster than I've ever got through TSA in my entire fucking life.
Yeah,
There was
that's
literally no line. Like we had to stand in line for 30 minutes to check our fucking bag at the little airport kiosk thing. But then when we went to TSA, there's no line. We just walked right fucking in. I was like, what the hell's happening?
well. I have a theory. I thought about that after you talked about it. I have a theory on that. Now, you know, California, we have a lot of illegal immigrants here, right? And they all have jobs
Yeah.
because
They're all getting
Newsom has given
deported.
them
Like,
all jobs. They all
yeah.
work at the airport. They all work
Okay.
at the shopping mall, right?
Right.
Now, if you remember, ICE was going to be showing up at the TSA to help out because
Right.
of the
Right.
TSA
Mm,
shortage, or actually they're
right.
not getting paid, right? So
Right.
they're not showing up to work. So yeah, so maybe because Donald Trump called in ICE to help out the TSA, you got through because everyone was like, "No, we're not going anywhere. We're staying home today."
Maybe.
So the airports were
Maybe.
empty. They were like,
Yeah.
"Airport, that's the most dangerous place to be."
I don't know. It was so crazy. So I was just like, okay, I'm whatever. I'm glad that it was super easy. Barely an inconvenience to get through the TSA. I mean,
Yeah.
getting through now in Japan, like we stood in the customs line probably for like 40 minutes, but
Oh, the custom lines are the worst.
yes, but at least
Customs.
we got in. So,
Ugh. Uh, anyway, so so what?
oh,
So
but yeah, because I remember on Sunday we had talked about, and you had said that, yeah, is this a diversion, right? Is the Trump 48 hours thing a diversion? And so I guess it was
mhm.
not a diversion. Trump is just stupid.
He's just flying by the seat of his pants. I said the word that I would use to
Yeah,
describe Trump. Trump is flailing.
flail. Yes.
Yeah,
Which
it's
it's weird because people keep bringing up, they keep saying it's not fair to attack Trump because even though there's all these economic problems, obviously militarily we've like destroyed Iran's army, and a lot of their military capabilities immensely, which is true. And so why do people keep like arguing that we're doing bad or that Trump is failing or all these other things? And I think so much of it is just his messaging is so weird and bad about the situation. Like if there's more just like you know, we're gonna make sure that Iran can't do what it's, can't militarily attack back. We're gonna make sure they can't build nukes. We're gonna destroy them. Like I think if you just kept like on pace with just like this one singular message, even if it might be bad politically, because people be like, oh, ground troops, ground invasion, I don't want to be involved in war, blah, 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 blah. Like, even though people freak out there, it still, I think, would project more confidence and strength as opposed to him kind of trying to appeal to both the like, doesn't want to get more involved in the war aspect of the right, and then also try to appear like we're not going to give up. And I don't think those work together.
isn't there an argument to be made though that he's focused more on the negotiations with the Iranians and a lot of these things that he's throwing out, while they may be bad politically, they to some degree effective with the kind of negotiations that are going on behind the scenes. So he really doesn't, he's not focused on the political
Um,
fallout or communicating the message to the American people. He's really focused on the results of the conflict. I mean, that's an argument to
like
be
what?
made. I know it's,
Right, right. I don't. Yeah, but I'm like, what is an example of something
is
he
it
said?
true? Could that be happening?
I don't think that's happening. Especially because like there's that whole problem where so Trump puts out the red line, and then he walks back from the red lines. He's like, "Oh, we're not going to blow up their infrastructure because we're making headway with negotiations."
I
And then
think this is
Iran comes out, and then they say we're not negotiating at all with Trump, which
yeah,
then
but
makes Trump look bad. And then you
there's
have
the
that. Okay, go
who
ahead.
though. I mean, he could be negotiating with someone and the people, but he's not negotiating with the people who are coming out and saying we're not having negotiations. Right? There
Well,
could
that
be
could be
negotiations going on with
that
different people.
could be
There's
right.
probably a
An
power
even bigger
struggle
problem.
going on in Iran. So there's
Right, right.
different factions who are they're basically, there could be 5 factions that are vying for power in Iran, and 4 of them might step up and say, we're not negotiating with him. Fuck that guy, right? But some faction might be.
Yeah, but see, but that's important because, like, okay, if you're negotiating with a faction that's
Appreciate
not going to end up, if you're negotiating with the people that aren't going to end up in power, then you're just wasting your time. So who's he negotiating with?
Well, this is the thing, though. This is part of the American negotiation, right? Because we're looking for one of those players to back.
Right.
So they may end up in power.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So,
And even is it a good idea to broadcast it, or is it better? I don't know. Maybe it's better not to, in order for their own base of power in Iran.
well, there's two things that I think there are. There are really three players here, but there's two players that are top of the list for Trump. There's the markets, which he is
I
definitely.
agree, is number one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's the various Iranian factions, right?
Hmm.
And then there's the American electorate, which are a distant third because Donald Trump is not running for office again. I mean, he'd like to do something in the midterms, but I brought up, I don't know if you watch this, Michael Smirkanish, I think is his name.
Yeah, Smerconish.
Yeah.
Used to be
He
on
had
MSNBC. Yeah.
Halprin on, Mark
Hmm.
Halprin, I think it is. And I didn't find his article that he wrote, but he wrote an article in the voice of Donald Trump and basically walked through Donald Trump's logic with Iran. And they
Mm-hmm.
got a Donald Trump impersonator to read part of it. And it's the most striking thing about it is, okay, this is way smarter than Donald Trump. But I could imagine Donald Trump thinking this. Like, I think he kind of gets Donald Trump's thinking correct, but
Mm.
just the wording that Donald Trump does it's like 10 times funnier. Donald Trump is funny, but he's not this funny. This is like hilarious levels of funny. So
Okay, here, is he gonna play
I
it
think
here?
I got it close to the link here.
This
Okay.
reading by President Trump of Mark Halpern's Wide World of News.
I mean, look at them. Look at them, these geniuses, the traders with their little ergonomic chairs and their Bloomberg terminals glowing like tanning beds. The private equity smarty pants with their models, their projections, their downside scenarios. The media with their cheap moral authority purchased wholesale from a clearance rack. People are so dumb, historically dumb, evolutionarily disappointing. They can't see what I'm doing. They just follow the bouncing ball of what I say in public every day. I can manipulate them more easily than a grandfather manipulates a little bitty toddler. And I respect grandparents, tremendous people, but they've got tricks, candy, nostalgia, emotional leverage. I've got all three, plus I have nuclear submarines too.
Mark, those are all the words.
What'd you
I, I
think of
will
that?
s- I will say evolutionarily disappointing, I think is a top tier insult. I have to start using that one. That's pretty good. You're
But look, do you
evolutionarily
think Trump?
disappointing.
Do you think Trump would ever say that though?
No, of course not.
It's
It's
way
like,
too. It's
yeah,
way too smart for Trump.
way too
But
smart. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Trump is dumb, but I don't. I think Trump would think, oh, people are not going to understand that. I need to simplify it more.
No, he talks on
So
like a fifth grade level, I assume
right.
intentionally. But
But I like the idea that Trump is just completely manipulating the media and manipulating the markets, and the whole crux of the article is trying to get through Donald Trump's thinking to actually engage in this, right? Because this is
Mhm.
really high risk behavior that he's engaged in right now, which could end up in all the stuff I'm listening to is this could pay off massively or it could end in catastrophe. And I was telling you before the show, I'm listening to Fox News and I'm listening to CNN, and on Fox News, they're 100% sure this is the best thing ever to happen to America and that we should have done it 50 years ago. And like a thousand, a thousand flowers will bloom and this is another democracy in the Middle East, right? It sounds exactly like Iraq. They're just cheer, cheer, cheer. And you listen to
Mhm.
CNN, and CNN is like, this is the worst catastrophe ever to befall our nation. So they're playing out both of those possibilities in real time here. But I really
Mhm.
I think it's too early to tell. I think the next 2 weeks are going to be crucial. If they start running convoys through the Straits of Hormuz, oh my God, it's going to be a completely different ball game.
Mhm. Well, I mean, both these narratives I think are wrong and kind of stupid because
Hmm.
it's like the best case scenario, like this could end up being good for Iran, like in some future, it could end up being good for America, by having a more stable Iran or having a destabilized Iran, which hurts China. Like, there's definitely a potential where this can be good for us. But regardless of that, it's not going to help Trump at all politically. Like, even in the best case scenario, this all working out, it's like, voters don't give a fuck. So it's not going to help Trump in any sort of short term. Maybe, years and years and years and years from now, if it really works out well, it'll be good for Trump's legacy. But it's not going to help him whatsoever in any sort of short term capacity. It's not going to help the Republicans in
His
any
poll
short-term
numbers are
capacity.
down. They're lower than
Yeah,
they ever have been. Yeah.
right. But
And
like even
also
if
they're looking at House seats now that were safe that seem like they might be competitive.
right, but like even if tomorrow we wake up and it's like Iran is completely surrendered, total American victory, like that's not going to affect people's votes, like in the election, the midterm. Like people just they're not going to. That's why, and I said this in the beginning. I said this is such a risky maneuver because it's either going to be neutral or negative for Trump. It's hard to, like from a midterm perspective. It's really hard to imagine this being positive for Trump. And then in
Yeah,
terms,
I mean he can say flawless victory and all that, but if we're looking at $4 to $6 gasoline, that's going to be a hard sell, right?
oh, of course, that's going to be
Yeah.
terrible for him. Yes,
And he's going to
um,
look completely delusional. He's going to look
right.
unmoored from reality.
Which
Everyone's going to
was
be like, "What are you fucking talking about?"
which was Biden's big problem. One of Biden's big problems
Huge,
was
yeah. Well,
they
the
kept
other he
saying,
was dead, but
well, yes, but they
that
kept
was the
saying,
big
oh,
problem.
the economy is doing well, the economy is doing well, the economy is doing well, and then people didn't feel it and perceive,
Yeah.
like the average person didn't perceive it. So if you had this, you could have the same problem with Trump. And then, um, yeah, but then and then the other side of the narrative, which is really stupid, is all these people that are going on and on and on. I mean, I hear this from Kyle Kalinske and all these other people. This is going to be the end of the American empire. Like it's going to be total ruin. Like all this shit is retarded. Okay, it's all retarded. This is not like yeah, it's to make the economy go down like a little bit, but this is not going to make this isn't going to bring about the Great Depression. All these fucking retards saying this don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Oil could hit $200 a barrel though, which is going to be, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, uh,
What is it at now?
China's not near as dependent on oil as well. First of all, I guess we are somewhat dependent because while we are a net producer, we're not a net producer of the type of oil that we actually refine here.
Yeah.
So we have to build refineries to be able to be completely self-sufficient, which you can't build a refinery overnight.
I mean, if it gets
So-
first of all, if it gets $200 a barrel, it'd be interesting because first of all, that'd be fantastic for American oil companies. It'd be kind of crazy if it got that high.
Mhm.
And that would hurt the economy. It's not going to be like the end of the economy. Like, all these people will keep saying like, oh, this is the end of the unipolar, dominant American empire nonsense. But if it did get to like some crazy high, like 200, that could end up being good in the long run, or even the mid run, just because it would force Europe and it would force Middle Eastern countries to say, okay,
Build
we can't
nuclear
just
plants.
well, yeah, it would say that, but they would say we can't. It basically forced the world to destroy Iran or the IRGC
Yes, yeah.
because they say we will not let these fucking retards hold the entire world's energy sector hostage.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So is there anything else on Iran? I guess this is kind of like on Iran, this Coleman Hughes versus Glenn Greenwald. The thing about this debate, I wish I wish internet debates could be like this. It's stunning comparing this to like a Destiny debate or a Hassan debate or just any of these debates where the ultimate goal is to dunk on your adversary, to attack them personally, to make them look stupid. Basically, all the debates on whatever podcast, all the Andrew Wilson debates, all the debates. Well, I guess, yeah, no, Piers Morgan is pretty much in this scene too, right? This debate is great because I don't feel like Coleman Hughes is attacking Glenn Greenwald or trying to destroy his credibility. I feel the same about Glenn Greenwald and Coleman Hughes. He's not actively trying to destroy his credibility or his ability to earn a living or any of that kind of stuff. But they're both making super compelling arguments back and forth. So it really is a format where they're trying to put the best arguments forward and let the audience decide and not manipulate the audience through some sort of underhanded tactics.
Interesting. I haven't seen this. I'm kind of surprised because I do think Glenn Greenwald is pretty dishonest most of the time. So it's kind of interesting hearing you say this.
Look, I can't stand Glenn Greenwald, but I thought he did exceptional in this debate, which that was it was unique. I was like, whoa, okay. Mm-hmm. Maybe a lot of that has to do with the fact that Coleman Hughes is just such a trustworthy interlocutor. Maybe it really is kind of disarming. Look, most of these internet debates, they devolve into blood sports because okay, people are going to be attacking me. You completely switch gears. You're debating on style over substance, right?
Right.
It's just about who can get the jabs in. The memorable viral jabs is what people are really competing on.
Yeah, I've seen a few. I've seen some Glenn Greenwald debates, but it's mostly like when I see him do his own stuff by himself on his channels where he's like being hyper dishonest. So it could also just be that sometimes when people are like, they know they're in a debate where they're going to be fact checked or someone's going to push back. They're like, they have to tamp it down a little bit. They have to be a little bit more cautious.
So I don't know our time schedule. This is a 2-hour debate. I don't know if we can get all the way through it. If it's interesting enough, maybe we'll try to touch base on it next week.
I mean, I got time. It's not like,
Okay. Well, look, it's 8. I think it's 8 a.m. over there.
It is, yes. It is 8:48 right now.
We're coming up on 5 p.m. here, so we're completely.
So it's gonna be up the. You're gonna fall asleep
opposite ends of the spectrum. I mean, I usually stay up a lot later when we stream on Sunday. So
right.
All right, let's go. What do you think?
Hit it up.
And I'm hoping it's more of a conversation than a debate. And my approach in the past to podcasts where I expect to have a lot of disagreements with a guest is to give my guests a lot of rope and let them speak and try not to interrupt very much. And I think I have a record of doing that. So kind of half playing moderator, question asker, and half playing giving my opinions. So first of all, I want to thank you for coming on the show. And I guess the way I kind of want to structure this is to talk about.
Mine's like way out of sync, so I'm going to try refreshing the window here. Just to see if that fixes it for us.
What I view as a narrative that's gotten very far out of hand and away from reality about the power of the Israel lobby with respect to a couple topics. Maybe we can start before we get to Iran and wars. We can start with the topic of free speech, because this is something where I think you and I share a common philosophy, which is that we are both basically free speech absolutists. I think you identify with that label. I pretty much do. Mm-hmm. And you've put your.
I mean, Glenn is not a free speech absolutist. He's a free toe-licking absolutist, obviously. Maybe that's why he was very nice. The Coleman Hughes. He kept envisioning sucking like, Coleman Hughes' toes.
I was thinking that too. I was like, well, he does like young black guys. So
exactly.
There is that going.
He's distracted. He's like, oh, maybe I can hook up with this guy afterwards. He's trying to feel Coleman Hughes out. He's like, are you down? Are you down?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Money and in a lot of ways, your life, where your mouth is on that topic. You've been an ardent defender of free speech, a very unpopular free speech, whether it's Edward Snowden or countless other examples. And I commend you for that. And it's an issue that's important to me too. However, in preparation for this podcast, I've been watching your podcast with Tucker Carlson recently, and the overall impression given by those podcasts is that we have actually lost free speech with respect to criticism of Israel. And so that's a narrative that I think is totally blown out of proportion. And so I guess I want to start there. First, talk about maybe why you care about free speech and why you think it's under threat on the topic of anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel.
So just quickly, I just want to observe that I think to state that we have completely lost free speech when it comes to Israel is much too far as an overstatement, much too binary. Typically, the way free speech erosions work is they tend to be progressive and gradual and incremental. And for reasons I'll explain in a minute, I think there's absolutely very valid concern in that regard in the United States when it comes to the ability to criticize Israel. In general, I think, people have kind of disputed and debated about my political ideology and leanings since I began writing about politics 20 plus years ago. And I've always kind of avoided every label except for civil libertarian. And along that, I think accompanying that is free speech absolutist, which I do embrace as you correctly surmised. And the reason is that I think what that strain has in common is just a general distrust of what human beings individually or as a governing faction will do if they have too much power, if there aren't sufficient constraints on their power. And I just don't trust human beings to declare truth and falsity in some absolute sense that entitles them to prohibit certain views from being expressed on the grounds that they're false or that the ideas are dangerous, because our intellectual history as human beings is the gospel of one generation becomes the discredited truth of the next in pretty much every field. And the potential for abuse, if you give people the right to regulate speech or decide which ideas can and can't be expressed, is so high that whatever benefits that you can identify from providing that power in a particular case or at a particular moment, to me, is vastly outweighed by the dangers. As far as Israel is concerned, this is not a new development. It's not something that happened after October 7th. I can go back and show you so many examples of professors being fired or losing tenure, people in media being fired because of their criticism of Israel. In fact, I could make the case to you that has been the most common form of what then became known as cancel culture, where people have had their careers ruined, their reputations destroyed, job losses as a result of criticizing Israel. There have been all kinds of campus controversies around banning pro-Palestinian groups for a long time that I think is at odds with our conception of free speech. And I did find a lot of common cause with conservatives or people with whom I don't necessarily have ideological agreement, because I thought there was a lot of censorship, including by the government, against right-wing speech, against people that dissented on COVID and Ukraine and race issues. And I was vehemently opposed to that for a long time. After October 7th, my concern really became the attacks on free speech with regard to Israel. And I'll just give you, for me, one of the most disturbing examples, which is that, for as long as I can remember, the American right in this country was opposed to hate speech codes, both in general and especially on college campuses. The idea that you can't express certain views, you'll be punished for certain views if those views are deemed sufficiently hateful or bigoted, obviously suppress debate in all sorts of ways. And one of the very first things the Trump administration did upon getting into office in the second term, supported by and funded by a lot of very, very pro-Israel billionaires, was start bullying college campuses, some of our leading universities, to adopt a wildly expanded conception of hate speech codes, where faculty members could be fired or students could be expelled or otherwise disciplined for expressing a very wide range of views with respect to Israel or particular Jewish individuals. And just to give you an example, under this expanded definition that was created by Israel, adopted into the criminal law of the EU, called the IHRA, definition of anti-Semitism, the International Holocaust Remembrance Act definition, you're not allowed to say that Israel is a racist endeavor as its founding or as a country or as an idea, but you're allowed to say that about the United States. You're allowed to say it about any other country on the planet, just not about Israel. You're not allowed to compare the Israeli government's actions to the actions of the Nazis, even though you can do that about American wars or Russian wars or any other country on earth. And I can go down the list, all of these special speech codes that were created specifically to constrain one's ability to criticize Israel. It wasn't about the protest. It doesn't govern conduct. It's not only about guest students. It's about all students on American campus. And there are a lot of different erosions like that on this issue that I could similarly describe for you.
Yeah, so let's talk about the IHRA definition, because this is an area where
So, okay, on the whole like free speech part of the conversation. It's interesting because I was kind of like, I was curious, like looking through Glenn's timeline, when he talks about free speech.
You're already trying to get him on
Well,
the cancel culture.
Well, because like I know that I have throughout the years seen him talk about free speech and censorship, which he has, and he had, but here's my problem with the way that he talks about this. He almost exclusively, when he talks about free speech or censorship, he only talks about it coming really, not only, but like primarily coming from the government. He was sort of, but he wasn't really that vocal about pushing back on the left during like the hyper woke years, like coming out and being like whenever he was asked about it, he'd be like, "Oh, I'm in favor of free speech." Like he kind of talked about it, but it's not something that like animated him. He would come out and be like, "Oh, all these fucking woke leftists coming out here and making it so you can't talk about anything because you get labeled as racist or you'll get labeled as a transphobe." Like it was never an issue that really animated him. What animated him was any sort of government involvement. As soon as the government was involved, he'd be hyper animated, but he does not seem to be animated by like just the people, the mob of the people canceling canceling people and infringing on free speech, especially free speech from a left-wing perspective. And now, like, whenever he talks about free speech, 95% of it's going to be, oh my God, the biggest threat to free speech is Israel, which, like, yeah, there are some restraints on free speech that I don't like, and we've talked about, because either the government or some sort of pro-Israel lobby is trying to make it so that you can't really criticize Israel. And I agree with all that. But there are a lot of, like, this, say that that's the the idea that that's the primary free speech issue in this country right now is criticizing Israel. When you look on social media, when you look on YouTube, and you have Tucker Carlson, who's like such a Candace Owens, you have two of like the largest podcasters around, and all like 90% of their fucking show, well, I guess Candace is Charlie Kirk, but like so much of their show is just dedicated to Israel bad, and like I'm supposed to believe that this is some sort of grave free speech threat right now in the country, is that you're not allowed to criticize Israel. Seems kind of absurd.
I think the thing that really gets under people on the left's skin is when they're called anti-Semites. Well, I guess not everyone on the left. I see this in Cenk and Anna, because they, obviously they don't like, they were anti-racist, right? They don't like to think of themselves as racist, but
right.
Anti-Semitism is a form of racism. So it really chaps them that they are criticizing Israel, and that's being turned into a racist charge, which is, I mean, that's what the left has been doing with conservatives constantly.
That's
you
the
want to have
irony,
a conversation.
right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You want to have a conversation about immigration, and what are they going to do? They're going to say, well, you're a racist. The only reason you want to talk about assimilation is because you hate black people. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there is that irony there, but I just, nobody should be doing this. Like people should be able to criticize Israel without
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a lot of it, unfortunately, it's like, I don't know, maybe 50% of it is anti-Semitism. But yeah, not all of it, obviously.
Probably easily though.
Right.
There's a lot of anti-Semitism, and definitely the anti-Semites are like all over this. They're like, holy shit.
They're cheering. But see, like on X, this is a post from 2016. Okay. So, 2016, we got like woke shit going everywhere. And Glenn Greenwald
that was the year that the turn happened, really.
Yes.
The wokeness really started picking up.
And Glenn Greenwald is saying, one of the greatest free speech threats is the most ignored one, outlawing criticism and activism towards Israel. So even in 2016.
What?
But it's it's Israel. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So
he's been banging this drum for a long time.
Yes. Well, this is, the thing that colors Glenn Greenwald's perspective is, his husband, when he was alive, he was like a socialist in the Brazilian government or something. Glenn Greenwald is a far left socialist type person. and he is an America bad leftist. That's why I thought it was so funny and so weird because he was very like pushing like the deep state stuff, and because he was very anti the Trump Russia investigation, like a lot of people on the right started to adopt him, I guess, because he was saying things that they liked, and he was also like very critical of like a lot of the COVID lockdown stuff. And so I kept telling people, I'm like, okay, you guys understand, like Glenn Greenwald is a leftist, he's a socialist. You're just aligning on these issues because he hates America and he hates the government.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Friend
you and
for
I have
now, though.
some overlap and some agreement. So to start with where I agree, everything you said about the generic defense of free speech, I agreed with every word, and it was stated beautifully. When it comes to the IHRA definition, people can look this up. The definition itself is fine, but the examples it gives, many of the examples are like, maybe a third of the examples are just critiques of Israel, right? They're not, oh, I hate you because you're a Jew, right? That would be bigotry towards Jews. It's, I think Israel is racist. If you say that, you should totally be allowed to say that. Like that I completely agree that should not be included in any campus speech definition of anti-Semitism, and it's a shame that these administrations kowtowed to the Trump administration on that score. But the reality is, just because this policy exists on paper doesn't mean it's actually enforced on campuses, right? Like when Columbia and Harvard adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, the Columbia Spectator and the Harvard Crimson, they immediately publish articles essentially saying exactly the phrases that are proscribed in the definition to make the point that, A, they should be able to say it, which they're right about. And secondly, to emphasize the point that, like, obviously they knew they were not going to be disciplined. They weren't disciplined. It's very easy to, like, if you were to survey the campus newspapers of all of these campuses, there's last I checked, there were like 30 that have nominally adopted the IHRA definition. It would be 10 to 1 or 100 to 1 the articles published in the campus newspapers that are critical of Israel, calling the war a genocide or an apartheid state, as opposed to articles defending it, right? So, you add to that the fact that the pro-Israel students on these campuses are, they're outnumbered 5 to 1, 10 to 1. There are all sorts of examples from an organization like FIRE, where, recently Columbia University law students, their Student Supporting Israel Club wasn't recognized on campus. I think it was either because of a Facebook post or it's because they adopted the IHRA definition as a club. Obviously, a club can have whatever definition it wants of anything, right? Like I can start the Black Students Club and be like, I think racism is when you tap your feet 3 times and turn around. I'll get rubber stamped and approved. But the pro-Israel students face a student body that sometimes has power over them through student senates and has the power to basically discriminate against them as a club. It happened to SSI at Duke University as well recently. They didn't get officially recognized because of a Facebook post that was pro-Israel. There was a case recently, the Davidson College administration accused the pro-Israel students of harassment, the pro-Israel club of harassment for handing out flyers. There was another case recently, like just a couple days ago, where the Catholic, I think it was at the Catholic University of America, where the pro-Israel club wanted to invite speakers for an event, and the university required them to invite a speaker on the other side of the issue, which is a requirement not leveled at any other kind of club. So my question for you is absolutely there are many cases of pro-Palestinian voices, their speech being chilled, and you could talk about with Professor Steve Salaita. You bring up these examples pretty often. When I see an organization like FIRE, which is the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, when I go to their website, I can guarantee that they're going to have they're going to make complaints about people's free speech being violated in a way that is neutral to the issue. They're going to have all the examples of pro-Palestinian voices that have been chilled, and they're going to have all the examples of pro-Israel students, pro-Israel clubs whose events have been shut down, who and so forth. And I'm not quite sure about that when it comes to you. Do you see yourself as neutrally advocating for free speech, the violations of free speech as on both sides of this issue, or consistently taking the one side?
Well, I mean, as you mentioned at the start, I have often, at the risk or damage to my own career or standing with allies and defended free speech of the views that I find most repugnant, including when I was a lawyer before I even became a journalist, when I was defending white nationalists or neo-Nazis and the attempt to ward off attempts to curb their speech, knowing that it would then be incursions into other types of speech. I was one of the earliest people objecting to the first kinds of big tech censorship of people like Milo Yiannopoulos and Alex Jones, knowing that it would then lead to others. I've defended people on the right with whom I have very little in common politically for a long time. And on this issue, if you show me an example of, and I'll take your word, I'm not as familiar with these cases, and I'll explain to you why, I would obviously vehemently condemn if any kind of club or group at a college university is being discriminated against because of their pro-Israel views. I mean, and I don't think anyone who has ever listened to me even minimally doubts that. But if you say to me, have you focused more on the suppression of pro-Palestinian speech? I would say absolutely yes. And I'll give you the reason why. These examples that you just cited are individual examples at colleges. And I'll just assume that, you presented every incident fully accurately, that there's no other mitigating factors. And these are individual examples of suppression of free speech on the part of people who support Israel. But what I'm talking about is something on a completely different scale. I'm talking about the federal government forcing our leading universities to adopt codes that enable faculty members to be fired and students to be expelled for expressing what you yourself have acknowledged is a very common range of views about Israel that ought to be permitted. This isn't just one individual dispute at Davidson College. This is the United States government run by a president who was funded in large part by billionaires who are highly supportive of Israel, who did so in order to have a pro-Israel agenda, imposing speech codes on American colleges, our leading colleges and universities. And you can say, oh, some people still get away with saying the things that are on the prohibited list. And I have no doubt that they're not enforcing it 100%. It's a very new development. The Trump administration has only been in power a year. You're talking about newly enacted speech codes over the last year or so. It'd be like saying, oh, I can point to some people in 2020 and 2021 expressing dissent about Tony Fauci's views of COVID or the World Health Organization. Therefore, look, it's not really a big deal that there was.
It's always about the extent of the problem. It's never about, it's always both sides are violating the principle, but one is doing it way worse.
Yeah, but this is why it's hard. It's so annoying in this conversation, because you always say oh, well, these people are kind of very one-sided in their position, or they're dishonest in how they're kind of talking about something. And then the Glenn Greenwald stands will come and say, no, Sitch, you're wrong. Look, he's saying censorship is bad for all sides. And you're like, okay, yeah, if you ask him about it, he'll say it's bad, but then he'll spend 95% of the time talking about one thing, right?
Because of the extent of it. You got to look at the extent of it.
But even, and this is always the framing, this is such a red flag too, is that whenever you talk to someone, usually on the left, about censorship, they only talk about government censorship. They will never, just completely don't want to talk about cancel culture mobs or social pressure or media pressure or any of this stuff, because they know it makes them look bad. They just can say, well, look at the Trump administration. Look what the Trump administration did. Look what the Trump administration did.
Yeah.
It's okay. I would be more inclined to believe that you were coming from a principled position if you actually were 50-50 on the whole thing. If you actually were because there's a lot of people that the FIRE organization, they are completely in favor of free speech. It doesn't matter if it's coming from the government, it doesn't matter if it's coming from social media, it doesn't matter if it's coming from just cancel culture mobs. You look at them, you're okay, these people are sincere.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, they're going under a different method. Most people are just using this as an argument to target their political adversaries. So that's why they're highly focused on their political adversaries. And obviously, since it's their political adversaries, they believe the extent of the problem is much worse with them than it is with their allies.
Right.
Censorship because some people got away with saying it and weren't actually punished. I think obviously when the US government and our major administrations at universities conspire or collaborate to impose speech codes, the danger is that it can be enforced. And the mere fact that it exists is a serious chilling effect. If you're a professor and you know your job is at risk, you can be fired even if you have tenure for expressing those views. Of course, that's going to make you think twice. In fact, there's a Jewish professor of genocide studies at Columbia who every year includes in her curriculum books by the world-renowned 20th century philosopher Hannah Arendt, who was very anti-Zionist and says a lot of the things that the IHRA definition now precludes. And she basically said, I'm either going to have to change my curriculum or leave Columbia, because that is something that you're going to take into account. As far as FIRE is concerned, I love FIRE. To me, they're what the ACLU used to be. I've said that 1,000 times. I'm highly supportive of FIRE for exactly the reason that you just said. At the same time, if you go and look at FIRE, and this is well before October 7th, even though they were created in defense of the ability of conservative students to speak without being censored, because there was so much censorship of conservative students on college campuses, they were at least equally active in the defense of pro-Palestinian speech from being censored, even though their executive director and several other founders and key donors are Jewish, are Zionists. They have a very free speech, a principled view of free speech. I think the time that I saw FIRE the most rhetorically aggressive, and again, this goes to what I'm trying to say, is that I'm talking about something on a completely different scale, was when Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who actually went to Israel to sign legislation affecting the free speech rights of people in Florida. When it came to Israel, he actually went to Israel to sign a bill governing the rights of Floridians. In 2024, he ordered that all campus groups of Palestine for Justice be closed at every state university. And the reason he did that, he said, was because he believed they were providing material support to terrorist groups. He didn't mean they were furnishing money to them or providing arms to them. He meant that the effect of their speech, saying we should stop the war in Gaza, that the Israel are the aggressors, that this advances the interest of Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups. And of course, you can't have free speech be the primary or let alone sole basis for accusing people of material support for terrorism. And FIRE said that this was one of the most aggressive, full frontal assaults on free speech by the government in years. And they urged college administrators to reject and refuse to adhere to Governor DeSantis's claims. And just one last thing, Coleman, and again, I can point to so many examples, like Norman Finkelstein, was approved by the tenure committee at DePaul, but because Alan Dershowitz was on a jihad against him for being supposedly too anti-Israel, he pressured, using his public platform and a lot of very high-funded groups, DePaul University to withdraw the offer of tenure. As you mentioned, Steve Salacia, same thing at the University of Illinois, who actually sued the University of Illinois from it. You're talking about government pressure. There's not a very well-organized pro-Palestinian lobby in the United States. There's a very well-organized and well-funded pro-Israel lobby in the United States. That's why both parties have been so steadfastly pro-Israel. And so I think we're talking about a very different...
That's probably the only good thing Dershowitz has ever done, huh? Blocked old Finkelstein from being a college professor.
Finkelstein is just like a crazy person. So
I know,
he shouldn't
totally.
get tenure. Yeah, regardless of his position in Israel, he shouldn't get tenure for anything.
Scale. And I would also say the argument that you began kind of making, which is like, pro-Israel students on college campuses are outnumbered. They're kind of in a weaker position and they therefore need some protection. I know you're not endorsing these speech codes, but it really does, it is redolent of the left-wing argument about Black people or trans people or gay people or Muslims on college campuses who are these oppressed,
I wasn't saying they
marginalized
should have
groups
speech codes
outnumber.
as a result.
I know you're not. I'm just saying that depiction. You're very clear that you're not in favor of these speech codes. I don't want to suggest otherwise. I'm just saying that was like a depiction that was a little bit redolent of that to me. So it could be that pro-Israel groups or students are being in individual cases suppressed, but the scale of the suppression and the censorship. And I'll just add one more quick example. just to really underscore what I'm talking about in terms of where the power centers lie, in 32, 34 states, might be 36 states, mostly red states, but not only, and I know you heard me talk about there's a Tucker, there's a law in place that says if you want to have a contract with the state government, you have to certify that you do not support or participate in the government boycott of Israel. You can.
Didn't you do a video on this, Sitch?
Yes.
I thought you did.
About,
It's one of your most
about
popular videos.
How ridiculous it was that, Texas, they're trying to say that if a company was boycotting Israel, then the government wouldn't, have any contracts with them or something. And then I think it was even more extensive where if a company had contracted any part of their production chain or any part of their work at any point to some other company that was involved with BDS, then the government wouldn't work with them, which to me is completely psychotic. Like, that is a massive free speech infringement. A private company should be able to not work with another country for ideological reasons.
How was this policy developed? Did Israel have anything to do with it?
I mean, I'm sure the Israel lobby was happy about it, but it was primarily, it was in Texas. And Texas is primarily not because there's a bunch of Jews running around Texas, it's because a bunch of evangelical Christians are running around Texas.
Right. Interesting.
Boycott the United States and other states. You can boycott North Carolina. You can boycott Norway or Indonesia or Peru. You just can't boycott this one country, Israel. And I actually profiled a woman who had sterling job performances in Texas, where she was a speech pathologist in Austin School District, but she supported a boycott of Israel and she got fired. This is unbelievable that as citizens of the United States, if you want to contract with the state, you have to certify you don't participate in a boycott or support a boycott of a foreign country. There's no similar laws for Palestinians because the power center in our governments and in our financial private sector power centers are obviously far more pro-Israel than anything else.
Okay, so a few points to make in response.
It is very interesting to me. And like this, it needs to be studied. There is an IDS, okay? There is an Israel derangement syndrome. And it's so fascinating why, out of like all the topics in the entire world, like something about Israel, kind of on both sides, like the super pro side, but the super anti side, it just like completely rapes people's brains. And they cannot have a rational, coherent thought about anything related to Israel whatsoever. I mean, it was even Glenn Greenwald went on remember, I think it was like a couple years ago when the Osama bin Laden letter where he was explaining why he did 9/11 or why he supports attacking America, circulating on TikTok. And
yeah, I remember that.
A bunch of people, including Glenn Greenwald, lied about it. And they were like, oh, well, this is all because America supports Israel. And it's all because we have bases in the Middle East, right? And then they don't read, the other 60% of the letter that talks about how, well, also, you don't force everyone to do Islam. You allow gay people to be gay in America. You allow people to take loans on credit cards in America, which is very much against. You allow people to like smoke pot and gamble and do it. Like it was all like anti-freedom stuff. And they leave all that stuff out just because they have this like, it's so weird. It's like Dinkelberg with Timmy's dad from Fairly Odd Parents. It's just like they just like Israel just like enters their mind and they lose focus of everything. It's just so fascinating to me that out of all the things, even if you think like the worst case scenario, like, oh, Israel's like this horrible country and it's oppressing the Palestinian people and blah, blah, blah. Like there's so much oppression going on in the world right now. So much like horrible murder and genocide is going on every day somewhere in the world. That's interesting to me that for some reason this one country just completely destroys people's brains.
Yeah, obviously some people can get obsessed with it. This debate is interesting because I do think there is quite obviously a lot of political power in the Israel lobby that a lot of people on the other side of the spectrum just want to deny exists at all.
Yes.
So, I mean, obviously Coleman Hughes brings up the dentist lobby spending more money and getting better outcomes and things like this. That doesn't diminish the fact that they have power. Maybe they have less power than the dentist lobby. I don't know how
Right.
powerful the dentist lobby is, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're literally dictating public policy around dentistry, right? So to think that Israel isn't influencing politicians to adopt policies that are good for Israel, I don't think you can make that claim. And
No,
a lot
like
of people
obviously,
say, look, you can't make that claim unless you have some sort of ironclad super
right.
evidence, right? Which, I mean, the levels of evidence people are asking for sometimes seems ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, it is true that the Israel lobby has a lot of sway and power in America. It's undeniable.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
but I think people get like super sensitive sometimes, overly sensitive when it's talked about because a lot of the conversation then becomes, oh, well, the American government is just a puppet state for Israel. It has
No, look,
actually, Israel has,
that's the
I know, right?
ridiculous claim, but that's also the ridiculous straw man that people use whenever you admit that, like a lot of the pro-Israel people, as soon as you admit, well, the Israel lobby does have a lot of power, they're like, you think the Israel lobby controls the world, and I'm like, whoa, 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 nobody said that.
Well, no, but that's the problem. It's like you didn't say that, but a lot of people do say that. I mean,
I know
like
they
Jank and
do.
Anna say that every fucking day on their show.
The,
So it's
but the Israel lobby controls the world. Yeah, they do.
yeah, but
They
that
do
controls
kind of.
America anyway.
They do believe that, don't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And I think I'm trying to remember what it was, because people were. I think Coleman
But it's
brought
not
this up
just
in
the
his.
Israel lobby. They think corporations control America.
Well, there you go. It's like, what is it? Corporations? Is it Israel? Right? And I
Hmm.
think this came up in the Coleman Hughes conversation, but because there were some Middle Eastern countries, with David Smith. There's some Middle Eastern countries that they have way more lobbying dollars spent in America than Israel does,
Hmm.
and yet that never comes up in the conversation.
I don't think you
About
can do a dollar for dollar because obviously, if you're advocating for policies that a lot of the American electorate want, you really don't need to spend dollar for dollar, right? You
of
really have to
course,
pull the dollars out if you're trying to persuade people,
of course.
which that's not
So
really how lobbying works anyway.
according to OpenSecrets.org, they have a section that's about foreign lobbyists.
Hmm.
It says the total spending from 2016 to 2025 by lobbyists lobbying for a country. The top country with $500 million is China, actually. China has been lobbying the shit out of our government. Okay.
Right.
Number two,
Makes
wow, you're never
sense.
going to believe this. Okay.
Saudi
Number
Arabia.
two, Japan.
Oh, wow.
Look at this. Japan up there with $466 million. Number three is Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
Number
that's
four,
what I
now
said.
this is fascinating. I had no clue about this one, is Liberia.
Liberia. Wow.
Liberia. Now I'm curious. I didn't even think Liberia,
Liberia is
where are
the
they?
country that we created, right?
Yes, where's Liberia getting the money to lobby America in the
Hmm.
first place? Are they just are we like is this some sort of like money laundering scheme? We give Liberia a bunch of money and then they just give it back to our politicians through
It
lobbying?
probably is. They're probably
Okay,
lobbying us to continue to give them foreign aid.
right.
So a lot of
This
that money
actually,
is probably coming straight from the American taxpayer.
this merits some investigation because there's some interesting things. So after this is South Korea. After this
Hmm.
is the Marshall Islands. I don't know
Hmm.
anything about the Marshall Islands whatsoever.
South Korea is probably lobbying on tariffs.
Yes, that makes sense. Then the Bahamas.
Hmm.
Why is the Bahamas lobbying all this money
Probably
to
because the
America?
Bahamas is a massive tax shelter, so they're constantly trying to keep their tax shelter status.
Yeah, but they don't have to lobby us for that, right? They just
Well,
make their own.
if a lot of Americans are living in Bahamas for as like a tax as a
I
way to
guess.
avoid taxes, but maintaining
Interesting.
their American citizenship. I'm just
Right.
spitballing here. I'm not,
Yeah, yeah, no, sure, sure,
but I
sure.
do know a lot of Americans live in places like the Bahamas so that they can pay low taxes and keep an American passport.
Then number eight is Qatar. Number nine is the
Hmm.
United Arab Emirates, and then number 10 is Israel.
Oh wow!
That's
Well, they're
according
in
to
the
Open
top 10.
Secrets. They're in the
Don't you
top 10,
see?
yeah.
The Jews are running the world, Sitch, obviously.
Okay.
They
Yeah,
just
but
look, if you're running the world, do you want to make it obvious? Of course not. You're going to be lobbying through other nations.
there you go. Obviously, see, that's the real thing.
Yeah.
The Marshall Islands is
How
really
many
lobbying on
Jews
behalf
are in
of Israel.
Liberia right now? That's what we really need to know.
Right, exactly.
How many
Exactly.
Israelis are camped out in Liberia right now using Liberia as a puppet state?
Right.
Where's
I
Liberia
believe
on
it.
this Iranian war?
hmm
I bet they fully support it. Right now, you have a Liberian minesweepers in the Strait of Hormuz.
I think some of the important context when we talk about what's going on campuses is that, especially prior to October 7th, there was this massive double standard in how different groups were treated. And I think you and I may agree on this. So, for instance, when I was at Columbia, I graduated 2020, there was a case where this white kid named Julian came out and he basically said, hey, I like white people. Like, I love white civilization. I don't hate anyone else. I just love being white. So he literally didn't attack any other group. I think it was like a dumb expression of ethnic pride, but
They should make that guy class president.
he's totally allowed to say it. Instantly banned from Barnard's campus.
What?
Then
Justice
you have
for
Kalani
Julian.
James at Columbia a couple years later, where he makes a social media post saying, literally, if I fight a Zionist, I'm going to fight to kill. He gets pulled into a hearing because obviously you can't say that on a campus. You can't threaten to kill people. They give him many chances to walk it back, but he doubles and triples down. Yep. If I fight a Zionist, I'm going to fight to kill. Zionists should not be on campus. You know, violence and murder is quite often justified. Nothing happens to him until the story becomes public, and then he does get banned, right? But that hearing was live streamed within Columbia, and nothing was done about it because for a very long time, college campuses have had a bizarre double standard where the slightest speech that would be offensive to African Americans, Hispanics, LGBTQ, and so forth, or women, is treated as discipline worthy. But really, the groups that were not protected under those codes were basically whites, men, and Jews, and
Christians.
And so, from my point of view, I think you and I are more on the free speech absolutist end of this, meaning in my ideal world, you'd be able to say whatever you wanted on a campus, essentially up to barring incitements of violence. But if that's just not actually plausible, given how sensitive college campuses are and the culture are, then the second best alternative is to have some kind of speech code regime that actually treats every group the same, right? And so that didn't exist. And I think a lot of Jews and Zionists accurately detected that and reacted politically after October 7th. And that's what you're seeing. But that's like very necessary context to understand where these sorts of policies came from, even though I agree with you that they're overly broad. Now, secondly, on this point about the lobby.
Well, I mean, first of all, this is a great point. This is a great example. I'm really glad that Coleman brought it up. And it's, I mean, we all know this. We all sense this. This was it. The amount of sensitivity, of tiptoeing that people had to do on college campuses to not offend anyone who was not white was like, it was astronomical. You had to basically walk around in eggshells because you would get in trouble. That example we talked about, that guy literally got kicked out of campus for just saying he loves being white. Okay. Like, without even doing any research, you know that that's true. You just say that, you're like, okay, I know that's obviously true. I know that happened. And there's so many instances of things like kind of around that. And then that's why it was so crazy. It's so funny because I said this years ago. I don't remember what stream it was, but I said this years ago. I said Jews are like the landmine that the far left is going to trip over because Jews are Schrodinger's white people. They kind of are like sort of white, they're sort of not white. And it's like the mainstream will react to anti-Semitism a way that like as a bad thing, but like the woke left is totally fine with anti-Semitism because they hate Israel so much. And that's why after October 7th, you started to see all this weird shit. That's why we had this like insane, that totally batshit insane Senate hearing, or I don't know if it's the House or Senate, but the congressional hearing that we watched on stream, where they had the president of was it Harvard or Columbia or Stanford, who wouldn't even say whether is it against the policy of the college to tell Jews that they have to go home to Europe, to tell Jews that Israel should be destroyed,
They
Israel
laughed
shouldn't
about
exist. Right, and you had the president sit there with this smug, condescending face, saying like that she couldn't really give an answer about it, or we have to look at our policies or whatever. Where if that was applied to any sort of Black person or Latina or Latino
Mhm.
person or Latinx person or any other like minority group, they've been like, oh yes, of course, this is obviously a suspension worthy or expel worthy problem.
Yeah. The split is really white, non-white, but it's privileged, marginalized. Another good term is thinking doer versus vulnerable feeler. Like they really think of these people as they have no moral agency whatsoever. They're just a vulnerable feeler. They're the ones that we have to worry about. And there's the privileged people, right? Who are the thinking doers. They're the ones that can take action. So that is the real split. But white people are obviously in the privileged thinking doer category, never the marginalized, vulnerable feeler category.
Of course.
Yeah.
And also it's funny too, because when we watched the congressional
But-
hearing, what were you saying?
This is a split on Jewish people because Jewish people are both marginalized and privileged, right?
Yes.
They're vulnerable feelers because of the Holocaust, but they're also thinking doers because they're so powerful in business and
Right.
academia
And white.
Yeah. Well,
Or whitish.
yeah,
Right.
a lot of them, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was funny too, because going back to the congressional hearing that I looked up, it was the president of Harvard. Her name was Claudine Gay.
Yes.
I think she actually was gay, yeah. And she was Black and a woman. And it was kind of funny too, because you had all these Ivy League presidents and they're all women. So it's like very obvious, like there's like a DEI situation. Because there should be like a 50-50 split, shouldn't there be? Like if we're talking about perfectly proportional, there should be 50-50 men, women. But no, they're all women.
No,
Every president of an Ivy League school is a woman.
100, that's 100% diversity. All women.
Of course.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
That's full diversity achieved.
Exactly.
Full diversity just means no men, no straight white men.
No white men, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you could put a gay guy on there, but you're still risking it.
Mm.
So Coleman Hughes
I think
gets this round.
Yes.
That when we talk about the lobby, like the anti-BDS laws, these are stupid laws. I agree. Like, if you're contracting with the federal government, you shouldn't have to check a box saying you have any foreign policy position. It's stupid. But to me, the way that I've seen you and Tucker and others like Dave Smith I had on the podcast talk about the lobby as if it's this extremely powerful entity, when most of what I see the lobby has achieved demonstrates its pretty limited power and its limited efficacy. For instance, if you talk to any lobbyist, and I have talked to lobbyists, not on Israel issues, but on other issues, just like criminal justice lobbyists, they'll tell you way easier to get things passed at the state level. There's very few veto points. You've got to persuade a couple people. And if there aren't concentrated stakeholders on the other side of the issue, you can basically get it through. So if you look at where anti-BDS laws have been successful, it's only at the state level. They've tried, I'm sure they've lobbied Congress to pass an anti-BDS law at the federal level, but they failed. And what does that failure tell you empirically? Well, it tells you about the limits of the lobby's power. We're meant to believe that this lobby is so powerful that it's gotten us into, quote unquote, several wars, but it's not even powerful enough to pass a federal contracting law, right?
Are you
And there's
saying they
many
did
other
lobby the
examples I could
Congress
give.
for that? Because
I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, I don't think that's true for reasonable explaining. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's my assumption. It's my assumption, but maybe they haven't.
There's another thing too that's kind of interesting. I'm looking up like what like the polling for how Americans feel about Israel. And because you have the situation where it's like, okay, if the majority of Americans are pro-Israel, then it's very easy for politicians to be pro-Israel as well.
Yeah, and take the
It's not-
money.
Right. It's
And
not
they
really
don't
like
have to spend a lot of money, right?
yes, it's not really like a big lobbying thing. And I'm looking right now, there's a Gallup poll and it has American sympathies in the Middle East situation, Israel or Palestine, starting from 2001. And in 2001, 51% of Americans supported Israel, and only 16% of Americans supported Palestinians. And then,
All the college kids.
yes, and then it goes up even higher in 2003. I guess no, it gets higher later. 2003 it goes up to 58%. It looks like the highest support according to this was in 2018 and in 2018 and 2013, America's support of Israel was at 64%. And
Wow.
yeah, and the Palestinians, like, it's kind of interesting. For, I don't know, like 20 years almost, it's just 14%, 14%. The highest it gets is 2012, it gets up to 19%. It's just super, super fucking low. And it's really only in 2019 it starts to go up a little bit, or 2020, I should say, it goes up a little bit, gets up to 23%. And then it kind of shoots up and it actually switches after in 2024, 2025, after the war has been going on, then it actually flip-flops with 41% of Americans supporting Palestinians in 2026 and 36% supporting Israelis. So if you look at this polling, you're like, oh, why have these politicians been so pro-Israel? It's like, well, being pro-Israel was hyper popular until like the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's an easy win.
Mm-hmm.
Get some money from the lobby. Nobody
Yes.
complains.
Even among Democrats in the polling, in 2001, 51% of Democrats supported Israel, only 16% supported Palestinians. And then it only starts to, it's kind of interesting. You can see directly in the polling, once woke shit starts to happen, that's when it starts the downward shift of the Democrats being more pro-Palestinian. As soon as the woke stuff. And then obviously after, October 7th, it is kind of disturbing according to the polling. There's not even a bump up. You think there'd be a temporary bump up after October 7th for Israel, but no, unless it's just averaging out over the year, so it kind of gets lost. But
sad.
Republicans have been pro, and here's even crazier. Republicans have been pro-Israel consistently. Just it hasn't barely dipped whatsoever.
Because the evangelicals, obviously.
Yeah. So, but this is why it's kind of annoying.
Up to the evangelicals for 30 years.
Yeah, and that's why it's annoying to me when people point to this. They're like, well, why are all these politicians so pro-Israel? It's like, well, I mean, look, have you looked at the polling? Have you looked at the lobbying?
No, but I think anti-BDS laws actually, no, there have been bills before Congress. That's a fact, and they failed. That I know. Or they've died in committee and so on and so forth. So I don't know where those would come from if not from the lobby, but maybe you can clarify that later. Let me just finish this point though, which is I think, if you look at the actual scale of the Israel lobby, it's a relatively small lobby. Like, as I said to Dave Smith, the entire pro-Israel lobby, not just AIPAC, the entire pro-Israel lobby was outspent in terms of lobbying Congress during the Obama years by the dentistry lobby. And it's approximately, we're talking 1.5% of the dollars spent lobbying Congress as the lobbies we really think of as big, like big pharma, big oil, big tobacco. Relatively small. It can get things at the state level. It's not nearly powerful enough to get us involved in all these wars that people like to blame on it. And that's basically how I see the issue.
So let me just, in terms of that last point about AIPAC, I mean, I think if we are going to frame it as binaries, like either AIPAC is all powerful and omnipotent, and every single time they snap their fingers and want something, they instantly get all of it. Or the alternative is AIPAC is really kind of weak. And I think it's kind of a disservice to the discussion. I think the truth lies in the middle, but far, far closer to the end of the spectrum where they're extremely powerful. And I want to just note two things about this. One is, to just talk about AIPAC is to omit huge influences on our political system with people who are aligned not just with the agenda of AIPAC, but the agenda of the Israeli government, a foreign government. So I'll just, one obvious example is Miriam Adelson spent $100 million on Trump's re-election campaign in 2024. Throughout that whole campaign, Trump was appearing at events with Miriam Adelson, and he was saying things like, my presidency is going to be about making America great again and making Israel great again. He received massive amounts of money from the Adelsons in 2016 as well. And he himself said that by far the people who visited the White House more than anybody else, other than people who worked there, were the Adelsons. Sheldon Adelson was alive at the time. Miriam Adelson, who was an Israeli citizen who naturalized when she married him later in life, would accompany him. And Trump himself said they would come in, they would not ask for anything about Americans. They wouldn't ask for anything for the United States. They would only ask for things for Israel. And I gave them every single thing that they asked for, including things that he said, I even went further than they thought I could go. Like they raised with me the issue of the Golan Heights. I didn't know what that was. So I called in my advisor, David Friedman, a longtime extremist pro-Israel Zionist. He gave me a 5-minute tutorial on the Golan Heights. And afterwards I said, give the Golan Heights to Israel. And then we did. So Trump himself has talked.
Do Americans really care about the situation with the Golan Heights?
No.
I'm not sure that they do.
No, I mean, like, to be fair, like, it is a correct point. It is a good point to bring up, like, Adelson, and, like, yes, there are going to be, I guess, primarily Adelson, but I'm sure there's a couple other of people.
And Trump is susceptible to these personal relationships too. That's what makes it such a salient point. Yeah,
right. Who will come in and they'll just be Trump's friend, and they'll just say, "Here, Trump, here's like a shit ton of money," and yeah, that's not going to show up in like one of these like open secrets lobbying charts, because not like they're not directly, they're not registered as foreign lobbyists. Though there's an argument that maybe they should be, I guess, registered as foreign lobbyists to some extent.
And there is to some extent this bottom-up process where you have evangelical Christians who are Americans who support Israel, support relationship between nations with Israel. They want Israel to be one of our best allies, that sort of thing. If that's what Americans truly want, then we live in a democracy, so it's hard for me to say that's wrong for them to want that. But at the same time, you'll have, like, if that's the source of their power, I don't see how you can have complaints about that. Right?
Well, I mean, you could complain about any level of lobbying.
Sure, but at the same time, I just think,
but like, is it?
You can't make laws against it.
It's a disproportionate amount of complaints, and I mean, you get in this situation where it's like, I don't know, is Trump, like, Trump's already gotten Sheldon Adelson's money, right? Is he going to do something that he thinks going to be bad for himself politically just because he's like, well, they gave me, a bunch of money, so I got to do it now? Like,
well, that's why I brought up the Golan Heights, because like, what's the political downside? Trump is like, well, there's zero political downside for this. Exactly. Americans don't give a fuck. So
exactly. Right. It's free money, essentially.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. I'm kind of looking more at the open secret stuff. So I was looking for the last year, 2025. Who are the top lobbyists?
That website's great. There's all kinds of shit on there.
Yes. The top lobbyist in 2025 was the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Yep.
Which for $72 million, which is huge.
Obviously.
Yeah. It's so funny because most people think, including myself at one point, you see the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, you always think that's like some sort of government-related thing.
No, it's business.
No, it's just a bunch of business lobbyists.
Business lobby,
yeah. Which is, and then after that, this is really funny. This is like where, if you want to complain about lobbying, okay, the top lobbyist, you can see where there is problems. So the top lobbyist is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which is all businesses. Then the second one is the National Associations of Realtors,
Oh,
54 million. So they're trying to keep property values up, right? Then
yeah. Oh, there's
yeah,
so much shit that goes on in real estate.
yep. Then the third one is Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, 38 million. So they're trying to keep your drug prices very high. Then the fourth one is the Business Roundtable, which I've never heard of, but I assume is another business, pro-business lobbyist, 33 million. Then after that is the American Hospital Associations. So again, keeping medical expenses high.
That's
Then
how they
next is
keep those prices out of.
exactly. Then there's Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So thank you, keeping our medical insurance high. Then kind of interestingly is let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the list is Meta. Meta with
What?
$26 million. Yeah.
Oh my God. That's because of all the social media stuff.
Yep. Then eighth is American Medical Association. Ninth is AARP. 10th is General Motors. 11th is American Chemistry Council. 12th is Amazon.com.
Oh, nice.
There you go. 13th is
They want those drone package deliveries.
yes.
Clear the airways.
13th is I don't know how you pronounce it. CTIA City. CTI the I think they're like they do cell phone stuff or telecommunication stuff. Then what was it 14th or fourth? I think I'm on 14. 14th is America's Health Insurance Plan, so another health insurance. And then 15th, if you were to, and this what I've been reading is each individual thing, but then 15th, if you were to combine all of every pro-Israel organization's lobbying, it would be in the 15th slot with $17 million. So it's a lot. It's 15th if you combine it all. It's not nothing to scoff at, but not the all-consuming, all-encompassing power that I think people give it.
Mm-hmm. The people who are interested in this, though, they want Israel to have no power, like
Yes.
zero power.
Well, they just hate Israel. They want it to be destroyed or eliminated or replaced. So,
any discussion about it whatsoever.
right.
Leave us alone.
And then underneath that is Alphabet. Good old Google. $16 million.
They need to step up their game.
They do. And then underneath them is Lockheed Martin with 15 million. Come on,
Yeah.
Lockheed Martin. What are you doing?
What's going on with them?
Yeah.
I'm sensing a pattern here. These are all mega cap corporations
Yes.
with billions of dollars in stock market valuation.
Then General Dynamics. Then RTX Corp. So we have all the military people are there. Then another pharmaceutical company. So looks like it's all like pro-business, mostly pro-business, pharmaceuticals, and then a little bit of defense contracting.
I mean, if you're Meta and you're making $60 billion a quarter, I mean, you just want to pay some money to keep the channel open, right?
True.
I mean, that's nothing to you. You're like, hey, we just need to make sure they answer our calls when we really need it, right?
What is a worse rebranding? Facebook to Meta or Twitter to X?
I would say Facebook to Meta.
Meta is pretty stupid.
Yeah. Meta's horrible.
Yeah.
But Facebook had a lot of baggage, so they were kind of forced to rebrand.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, both of them. If they're trying to like be everything apps, like I understand why they would want to rebrand, but Meta's, I think both Meta and X are pretty terrible names.
ChatGPT is in a terrible spot right now because it's usually the last one to market that wins. And OpenAI is the first to market with ChatGPT. And they're just going to get their lunch completely eaten by all these other players.
Is it because the investment, the technological investment cost is so high in the beginning, and then someone kind of swoop in at the end and just basically take all their work?
Yeah, and also you kind of can perfect your product to what the market desires.
Right.
Without a lot of front R&D investment costs. Google actually had LLMs before ChatGPT and didn't make them public because they were worried it was going to interfere with their advertising business.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Google's ahead of the game. game on this.
I know there was a
Uh,
lot of stories about how so many companies now are basically just using LLMs to program. They're not
yeah,
actually doing, like, they still have to check the work, but they're just so much of like the, I guess, the grunt work or the brute work of coding is just all done by AI now, essentially.
yeah. No, I use Gemini all the time, but ChatGPT I don't use just because Sam Altman he seems like a fucking weirdo to me. I don't trust that guy. I really don't.
You don't like Sammy?
Yeah, he's the
Sammy
face of
Altman.
ChatGPT.
When I said Sammy, Sammy was like, what?
I think ChatGPT is going to crash and burn, but we'll see what happens.
It might. I mean, I
They're all
still,
over the place.
yeah, it's still good. I mean, I use it. It's very good, but I guess the question is like a
Is
lot
it
of, and this
better?
is it better? And I think the problem is it's kind of like a lot of the early tech bubble stuff, which is it's not really at the point, like it's going to be something that's going to revolutionize the world and technology, like 100%. But is it at that level of use case yet? It's not quite there. And I think this is why like a lot of things like Sora and all these other things are kind of going offline, is that they're just way too expensive. They're not quite at the place they need to be marketable or to be
Well,
cost effective, I should say.
that was like a marketing ploy just to
Yeah,
say, "Oh, look how great we are. You should invest in us." Because there's a bunch of private investors that have been investing in OpenAI. OpenAI is
right,
supposed to do a IPO, initial public offering this year. Which great timing, right? They
right,
should do it in the middle of April, but
right.
we're invading Iran.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah. There's a bunch of big IPOs this year. SpaceX. You can buy some SpaceX stock.
So there was, I don't know if you saw that story, was pretty cool. The guy who used uh ChatGPT, some Australian guy used ChatGPT to basically create a vaccine for his dog who had cancer. And he had to like jump through all these hoops because he kept, it's kind of crazy. He was using the LLMs to create some sort of drug to use on his dog, and it was like he had to jump through all these regulatory hoops because the government in Australia didn't want to let him like be able to produce this or to use it or whatever. And he finally, after like I think weeks and weeks of doing this, was able to get it created through like kind of loopholes,
Yeah,
and
you
it
can get
eventually
anything made.
and it
That's
worked.
fascinating.
It actually worked. So maybe that's going to be like a huge game changer.
He created a some sort of vaccine
Or it was
to
like
cure
cure, I guess.
doggy cancer.
I guess it wouldn't be a vaccine because a vaccine is supposed to be like preemptive, right? It
Yeah.
was, yeah, it was something that he could inject and it made the tumors go away, essentially.
Hmm. Wow, fascinating.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says, "Did you guys know that John Wilkes Booth was an Israeli operative?" I did know that actually.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Israel was totally behind the Civil War. I mean,
That's
don't look
it's
into it.
true. That's true. Israel was like, the Goyim are waking up. We have to get America to do a civil war.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so they actually sent John Wilkes Booth back in time. See, it is Israel, the future Israel knew that if Lincoln survived, that
Right.
somehow this would have created a policy of a stronger, unified America, which would not have been under the thrall of Israel. So they sent John Wilkes Booth back in time to take out
Mhm.
Lincoln. That's true. An alien for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says also here in Australia, gas is 6.48 per gallon.
Mhm.
That's crazy. We're literally
Well,
running out of fuel, all because our politicians are retarded and shut down most of our oil production. They won't even help Trump to open the straight up shit is fucked.
if it makes you feel any better, gas in Los Angeles is $6 a gallon now too. So
Yeah. But you guys have
we've
this
we've achieved the the
your
six
your
dollar mark.
your gas in California is always like $1 or $2 more expensive than the rest of the country.
Yeah.
Because you have like a high tax and then also you
We
have
have
this
like a
like
dollar
weird,
50 in taxes just alone.
yeah. But then you also have this weird regulation where like the
Yeah, it's got to be
gas
a
has to
special
be
blend.
refined to somehow be better for the environment or something in California. So that costs an
Right.
extra dollar. So
They want it to be more expensive to force adoption of EVs, which, I mean, Los Angeles has had a huge smog problem that is going away as more and more people adopt EVs. So I am kind of a little bit in favor of it.
It's just stupid because, like, if that's the case, why, like, these states need to be building in Australia and everywhere needs to be building these like newer nuclear power plants like crazy if they want to do this switch to EV to electric, which I'm in favor of. If you but you got to build the fucking energy infrastructure to do it.
I agree. Build that nuclear power plant right in front of my house.
There you go.
Get cheaper power. I'll run an extension cord out to it.
Exactly. Yeah. Grawl for 27 months says programmers hate the situation. A lot of AI code is really terrible, and developers are taking longer to debug it than if they wrote it themselves. Oh, really? Okay. Well, you know.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
About
fast and messy
the extreme power of not AIPAC, but pro-Israel, the pro-Israel lobby. And I should also add to this, like sometimes I think people try and depict this view about the pro-Israel lobby being extremely powerful as some kind of weird fringe conspiracy theory on the internet, similar to like 9/11 theories or JFK things where people just debate in this conspiracy world. I can show you statements from endless numbers of people who ran the government, like American presidents or people who got very close, who talked. I mean, there are all kinds of tapes with Richard Nixon talking about how the Jewish lobby in the United States is trying to dictate and often does dictate his foreign policy. He said the same once he left in interviews. Barry Goldwater, who was the conservative hero who was nominated in 1964, in an interview in 1988, basically went on and on and on. And he was Jewish, Barry Goldwater, about how Israel and its loyalists in the United States run American foreign policy. These are people at the highest levels of government who have had all kinds of experience in running foreign policy, and they understand very well that the influence of this lobby is unlike any others. Now, there are a lot of other very powerful lobbies. You named several of them, like the pharmaceutical lobby, obviously Wall Street. These are extremely powerful lobbies. They write bills. The difference, though, is that this is a lobby devoted to the interest of a foreign country. And there's nothing that remotely competes with the power of the pro-Israel lobby in terms of lobbies that come from other countries. And that's the reason why it gets so much attention. It's just such a bizarre phenomenon.
Hey, wait a second. Didn't you just list like 9 other people that are beating them? 9 other foreign countries that are competing with them and beating them?
Exactly, yeah.
I thought you did.
Mm-hmm.
Liberia. What the fuck is going on?
What is going on?
Of American political life, such a unique phenomenon that politicians in both parties so frequently travel there, talk about it, pledge loyalty to it, talk about how important it is that it remains a staple. We hear all the time that
it totally gets under his skin. Why are all these people talking to Jews? What's going on? What is happening here?
Mm-hmm.
Look at his face. His forehead veins are popping out.
Listen,
so angry.
Glenn just needs a nice Jewish boy's toes to suck. Okay, a nice Israeli toe to suck, and he'll change his tune.
I said, there are not a lot of black Jewish people though.
There's a few. There's some Ethiopian Jews. Yeah,
I know.
Gotta get one.
It's a tall order.
Republicans and Democrats can't agree on anything. Go look at pro-Israel resolutions and how they fare. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about this, Thomas Massey. Like every other week, they're voting on Israel. And when those votes come up, it's like 413 to 8. For decades, it's been like that. Like one of the only issues that doesn't produce polarization in Washington. And that's beyond getting to the question of why we...
Because nobody gives a fuck. That's why nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares.
I know.
Entered the war in Iran and what Joe Kent said. Well,
so I bet most of those are just America acknowledging some situation in the Middle East, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Americans spending money or anything like that. It's just like America is going to acknowledge that Israel is doing this or that.
Marco Rubio said what a lot of, even leaving that aside, I'm just telling you that this is a view that has been expressed by the most mainstream American politicians for a long, long time. And I think it's safe to presume that it's not based on nothing.
Yeah, so we'll get to Iran in a second, but I want to provide a counterpoint to this because Okay, so let's talk about Trump, and then let's talk about the Israel lobby in general. So Trump, my model of Trump is that this is a president who got famous firing people on television. He basically tells anyone who's pushing him in a direction he doesn't already want to go to fuck off. It's why he has the highest. He must have the highest turnover rate of any cabinet in recent memory, and so his reasons for being like by far the most aggressively pro-Israel president in history, I think he's quite often how lobbies work is they take someone who basically already agrees with the issue and then they give you a nudge, right? That which is why the NRA can't successfully lobby the Democratic Party with all their money, much more than the Israel lobby spends, to become like pro-gun, right? Because what they do is they nudge Republicans that are pretty much already agree with them to be on the margin more amenable to their policy preferences. So there's one place to stand to just understand what lobbying can do and what lobbying can't do. Even the mega lobbies, like the tobacco lobby, outspent the Israel lobby 10x during the first George Bush presidency, but they couldn't even prevent the smoke-free laws from going into effect. And so then let's step back. Like, think about the Golan Heights. You mentioned Trump recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. This is something that any U.S. president could have done at any point, for almost 40 years prior to Trump. Like 5 presidents in a row could have woken up one day and said, I'm going to recognize it, said the magic words with no input from Congress. They would have unilateral authority to do it. And they didn't. And the Israel lobby couldn't secure that victory, though it would have meant a lot to Israel and wouldn't have meant that much to a U.S. president, right? Why was Trump the one to do it? Is it because the lobby has more influence over him, or is it because Trump is a singular figure who he likes to do these really risky, bold things? I think he likes Israel for a lot of reasons that just have to do with his own beliefs, and he's certainly not there's no evidence that he is uniquely susceptible to this pressure from the Israel lobby that isn't circular, right? If you're going to say, okay, he does all this stuff that he views that the Israel lobby views as beneficial to Israel, well, Trump also views it as beneficial to America. You can disagree with that. You can say, I hate Trump's wars. I hate that he did that. But in Trump's mind, there's no evidence that he doesn't view these policies as a win-win. You look back.
How did the Golan Heights help the U.S.?
Well, I don't know, but there's a very important distinction between you and I might not think it helps the U.S., but Trump likes what it signals for whatever reason. He likes to back winners. He's a really weird guy in a lot of ways, right? But let me back up, and we have to include in the data set of this analysis all the times where the Israel lobby or pro-Israel interests have wanted something very strongly and not gotten it. The Golan Heights is only one example, and there was very low barrier to any president doing that, and they weren't able to secure it. Another example is in 2002, Condoleezza Rice writes in her memoir, Bush gave his famous Palestine speech, not that famous, but 2002, and they sent the Israelis a courtesy copy, and he was going to call for 2 states, which they didn't have a problem with, but he was going to call the new state Palestine, which they did have a problem with. So they call Condoleezza Rice, say, you can't do this. And Condoleezza's like, what do you mean we can't do this? Fuck off. And then they say, okay, just add one word to the speech, please. Just call it New Palestine instead of Palestine. And Condoleezza Rice is like, what are you talking about? We're not giving it to you for approval. I'm giving it to you as a courtesy. They couldn't even get the president to add one word to his speech, but we're supposed to believe they can get us into multiple wars. They wanted us to bomb Syria's nuclear reactor. Bush didn't want to, so he said no. And so JCPOA is obviously the biggest example. The lobby pulled out the full force of their alleged power to stop the JCPOA, but they couldn't do it. And so you have to include all of these in the data set of your assessment of the lobby's supposed power.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of the first.
I think in the way, the thing about too, like you can say Trump is the most pro-Israel president we've ever had, which is probably true. And it is interesting that he's so
Easily true,
pro-Israel.
yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if I wouldn't be surprised if he is getting a bunch of money through some way or what's going on, or just, I don't know, maybe it's just Jared Kushner, or maybe there are a lot of like super pro-Israel people that are, in his orbit and have been in his orbit. And so maybe they're just influencing him. So I think that's totally fair. But in terms of like the general grand conspiracy that this has been some sort of like deep state thing, I mean, what Coleman's saying, and I think you can even go further on this, which is, one of the complaints that the anti-Israel people always bring up is they're like, oh, Trump got suckered into this war with Iran, and Bibi has been pushing for this war with Iran for 20 years. And it's like, okay, well, if Israel controls America, why did it take 20 years and took Trump to finally do the thing that they always want us to do? Why didn't we do it 20 years ago? How come no one did it up until that point?
Because they didn't have a president that was as easy to manipulate as Trump is.
I guess, but then
I
that
mean,
kind of defeats the whole argument, doesn't it? That we just
I
do
don't.
whatever Israel wants.
All of this really seems kind of moot to that argument about the Iran war and whether or not how influential Israel was in pushing Trump, specifically Trump, into engaging in the Iran situation. I mean,
yeah,
there's a lot of information that we don't know yet.
yes.
I mean, as history unfolds, we're going to find out how instrumental, how influential Bibi Netanyahu was on Trump. And I think we may find out that Bibi Netanyahu was extremely influential in this situation. So, but how that affects the overall power of the Israeli lobby, does it really matter? I mean, if they have this massive shot and they take it, they're basically like taking power. Does the last 20 years of their power really matter?
No, but I just mean in terms of like the concept, because the people are trying to push this concept that like America has always been under the Israeli lobby's thrall, so much so that Israel kills Charlie Kirk, Israel kills JFK, it's another big conspiracy. Tucker Carlson, these fucking people are trying to push. And it's like, if they really had so much power, why did it take, as you said, it took Trump, a person who seems like he's being either manipulated or just doing it for, money or whatever reason. Like, it literally took Trump to do all these things, including like a perfect example is no US president wanted to even acknowledge publicly as official state policy or United States America policy that the capital of Israel was Jerusalem, right?
Yeah.
They all wanted to say like, oh, no, it's not, it's really Tel Aviv or whatever, right? It was like this sort of, big contentious thing, for Trump to acknowledge in his first term that Jerusalem was the capital of Israel. And it's mostly just like a symbolic thing that kind of like annoys some of the Arab countries. And it's like, okay, I'm supposed to believe that like America has been under the thrall of Israel forever, and the presidents wouldn't even acknowledge the fucking capital as the capital.
Each president is focused on their legacy, but I think they have completely different strategies for focusing on their legacy. I think Trump has the throw everything at the wall and see what sticks strategy. Or I think Obama may be thinking, well, if I do something like this, that's going to overshadow my legacy as, the Democrat that got universal health care started. Right. He's saying that's my legacy. Right.
Right.
Bill Clinton is like, I shoved a cigar into an intern's twat in the Oval Office. That's my legacy. I don't want to overshadow that with any of this Israeli stuff, right?
Well, and I think with the Jerusalem thing, I don't know if I think it was just that Trump looked at it from the perspective of, he's like, oh, it's like really easy for me to acknowledge something symbolically that everyone knows is kind of true already and get something for it. And that was just his thought process. He's like, he thought of it as like a free money situation.
I do think his legacy in Israel is like, he's definitely solidified his
in Israel,
legacy in Israel's history.
Who cares?
Totally.
right?
Well, we
in
don't care as
America.
Americans, but I
Nobody really
think
gives a
Trump
shit.
cares as
Yes, maybe.
and that's you've said a couple of times that he may be doing this for money, which I think it's hard for me to imagine Trump doing anything. I mean, I think he would literally pay money if it was going to be something that would be helpful for his legacy. I think he would lose money. He's so fixated on his legacy. What does money get him?
It like if well here, but here's the way to think about it. Like, yes, if he's presented with an option, it's like take $500 million, but take like, be known as the most reviled president of all time, then like, yeah, I don't think he would pass the money, right, to avoid that reputational damage. But a lot of this is like reputationally neutral or like slightly positive. Like Trump, if
Well,
he's
that's a good
taking
point.
money,
Yeah. He's like,
yeah,
this
like
will be
if Trump
good
is
for your
taking
legacy
money,
and you'll get $20 million or $20 billion.
yeah.
An extra
Whereas
$20 billion.
as the late Sky Adams would always say, he didn't say this about Trump, but he says this about general human nature. It's super easy if you're going to make a bunch of money doing something. It's super easy for you to rationalize that it's actually like the correct moral or good thing to do if you're going to make a bunch of money doing it. And so it's like, yeah, if Trump is getting lobbied or getting money somehow to acknowledge that Jerusalem is the capital, it's not really going to hurt his reputation in America. Like it'll help it a little bit with the pro-Israel people. Like, the anti-Israel people are going to fucking hate him anyway.
I don't think that necessarily works with the legacy though, because you're so fixated on what's the important thing.
No, what I'm saying is like I think it's easy to rationalize things as not hurting your legacy unless it's like super apparent that'll hurt your legacy. So like if Trump makes some sort of deal to sell chips to I don't remember if it was Qatar or the UAE.
Yeah, that's gonna be neutral for his legacy.
For like $500 million, right? So Trump or Trump businesses is going to make $500 million, from these Middle Eastern countries in a very like corrupt way, like a hyper corrupt way. Like the president is essentially doing a massive pay for play scheme, and yet he thinks he can get away with it reputationally, and it looks like so far he has gotten away with it reputationally. So I guess he was right. So,
well, and it's going to be neutral for his legacy.
Right. But it's weird because like for most presidents, for a non-Trump president, that would be their legacy, that they took essentially a $500 million bribe.
I guess the thing that's difficult is when we're talking about the Iran situation, because this is so obviously Trump making a play for restructuring the Middle East because it will make a big influence on his legacy. Right. So I can't imagine him doing this. Well, I guess he could be doing it because he's going to make a bunch of money and it's going to be good for his legacy.
Well, I don't think the Iran thing was money. I think he was probably tricked into doing it. Well, maybe I think it was legacy in terms of
by the Israel lobby.
I think he might have been tricked into doing it by Benjamin Netanyahu, by people around him who are super pro-Zionist, into thinking there's going to be like easy. Like it was going to be a Venezuela situation. There's a Rick and Morty meme, in and out 5 minutes adventure sort of situation. And also because then the legacy aspect probably was huge in it too, because it was like, hey, you could be the guy who was known for stopping Iran from getting nukes. Because I think a lot of the way that Trump thinks of himself is like, he wants to position himself like, look at how much Obama and Biden sucked and how good I was and am. And if he can accomplish things that they failed to accomplish, I think that kind of like is top priority in his mind.
Oh, and so, he loves that.
Right. And remember, I mean, he's the one that ripped up the Iran deal that Obama team kind of crafted. And so if he could get rid of that, but then make it so that, you could say definitively that Iran, doesn't have nukes, or that Iran gets regime changed and is now a U.S. ally, like that would be, I mean, I think that'd be a fantastic thing. And even if Americans don't care, I do think that would be something that he would think is like a massive legacy boon to him.
I totally agree.
Discussion that we had about censorship and in order to shield Israel, where you presented counter examples and, they were quite isolated examples. And I said, look, if I were arguing that, there was an absolute bar on criticizing Israel, those would be good counterexamples, but just it would be like someone says, hey, there's a lot of.
I would like someone, maybe someone's already done this. I would like someone to do a analysis where they compare all the times that Ben Shapiro has talked pro-Israel versus all the times that like Tucker Carlson or Glenn Greenwald or Dave Smith has talked anti-Israel to see. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the same, the exact same amount.
Hey, there's a lot of censorship of COVID dissidents going on, which there clearly was. And then I would say, no, there aren't. Here's a YouTube channel that I can find where people are saying that Fauci is a criminal and they're not being censored. And here's a newspaper that ran an editorial once that said that the World Health Organization seems to be politically motivated and abandoning the science, and they didn't get punished. So what censorship are you talking about? And these things are not either or, binary yes or no. So let's just take that trajectory that you pointed out. I do agree that the Iran deal that Obama signed is a counterexample where an American president did something that the bulk of the Israel lobby and certainly Israel opposed. So I'm certainly not arguing that AIPAC or the pro-Israel lobby is omnipotent. But look at President Obama as an excellent example, because you want to isolate Trump as kind of idiosyncratic or, just kind of his own thing. As I said, you can go back and see all sorts of figures, including Richard Nixon and Barry Goldwater, and even Harry Truman talking about the pressures of what had been the Jewish lobby is now a much bigger lobby for Israel, because it includes a ton of evangelicals as well, have been convinced that the Bible directs them to support the Netanyahu government or whatever the government of the modern state of Israel is. So you have this kind of joining now. But Obama is an excellent example, because even though he did sign the Iran deal, he also
even his framing of the evangelical Christians is like, they've been tricked by Israel.
I know.
Not that they just believe it; it's part of their ideology. No, they've been convinced. Who have they been convinced by, Glenn?
I'm glad you pointed that out, because again, it is very. You can tell a lot in terms of like when people are talking about groups of people and they remove personal responsibility from the groups of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling is like what their biases is. Like, yes, those sneaky Israeli Jews, they tricked like American Christians into supporting Israel.
They can't help themselves. If they would just wake up.
Right.
If the Goy would wake up.
Well, I mean, it's weird because that's part of like the weird undercurrent between like Candace Owens trying to push this narrative that, Charlie Kirk was going to become Catholic any day. It's like, well, the Catholics, they don't care that much about Israel as much as the Protestants do. So she has to like push this narrative. Charlie Kirk was waking up to the Protestant lie of Israel.
He was almost there, and Israel had to kill him.
They did.
Get him out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Is his signature on the 10-year memorandum of understanding that obligates the United States to send a minimum of $4 billion every year to Israel. And while a good chunk of that is required to be spent on American defense contractors, so it's basically like a gift certificate that the American taxpayer and American worker give to Israel.
If the country spent or sent Israel $1 a year, all these people would still complain about Israel nonstop. I don't believe for a second that the amount of money we send to Israel has any impact on Glenn Greenwald or any of these like Israel deranged people's thought process whatsoever. They would still complain about it nonstop.
Yeah, they would move to other policies.
And say, hey, go shopping on our dime at Boeing and General Dynamics and whatever. Not anywhere near all of it is. And then on top of those costs, you have every time that the United States deploys troops in the Middle East to protect Israel whenever it gets involved in one of its many wars, its endless wars with its neighbors. We also finance countries in the immediate vicinity of Israel to make sure that the governments and dictatorships that are there stay there, because they don't really pick fights with Israel, including Egypt and Jordan, which are billions of dollars more to be added to the list. By far the biggest recipient, by far the biggest recipient of foreign aid over the last 30 years is Israel. And the largesse that we constantly give to them, as I said, the obsession that American politicians have with Israel, the fact that in their recesses they don't even go back to their own constituencies, they go back to Israel and meet with Netanyahu and on a bipartisan basis constantly are doing this. there's no other country that's even remotely close. You can have countries that get a lot of American aid in spurts like Ukraine did because of the bipartisan support for their war effort against Russia. But over the last several decades, Israel stands alone on a completely different universe than any other country by far when it comes to the forced support of American taxpayers for this foreign country. Now, I agree with you entirely that even the most powerful lobbies, and again, I'm disputing this quantitative analysis you're bringing because it excludes a lot of different ways that Israel exerts influence besides just AIPAC or even what's called the pro-Israel lobby. But even the most powerful lobbies don't always get what they want. The tobacco company, as you just said, public opinion just got too hostile and too antagonistic to the tobacco lobby and the tobacco industry for American politicians to continue to protect it, but they had done so for decades. The ability, for example, of the gun control lobby of the NRA only to have influence in the Republican Party, that's because there are very, very well-funded gun control lobbies that shower the Democratic Party with benefits. And this is what I was getting to when I was talking about the imbalance in power. Even on American college campuses, of course, American college campuses, faculties tend to be more left-wing. And if you analyze it from that perspective, I agree with you entirely. Being a conservative on American college campuses in a lot of ways is often and significantly more difficult than being a left-wing student. But if you look at how American colleges and universities are governed, how they're funded, look at Harvard, like of the last 35 years, 25 of them have had Jewish presidents who have been very supportive of Israel. People like Larry Summers. On the donor level, you're talking about people like Bill Ackman and all kinds of Leon Black and all kinds of hardcore pro-Israel lobby. They're loyalists. And that's why, in the wake of October 7th, we saw 3 presidents of 3 different Ivy League schools, actually 4, fired over this issue of Israel, of being insufficiently pro-Israel or not protective of enough of Jewish and Israeli students, something that you barely ever see. I mean, being a president of an Ivy League school is like life tenure, and yet you saw one after the next just fall after October 7th. There's no similar pro-Palestinian lobbying group or anti-Israel lobbying group that even remotely competes on the same level as the pro-Israel lobby does. And yes, you can definitely point to examples where Israel didn't get everything that it wanted. There were times that they were just asking for things that were a bridge too far for American presidents. But on the whole, our bipartisan government, both parties equally, are steadfastly pro-Israel. They go to speak at AIPAC. They don't speak at Palestinian groups. The aid packages reflect this. The laws that get passed, like I don't want to be too dismissive of these anti-BDS laws, which you said were at the state level. Yeah, like 34 or 36 states have this like shocking law that has been enforced and has affected a lot of people. And so on the whole, I think it's impossible to deny. And again, not just me or Dave Smith or like some guy on the internet, but the top people in our government for decades have all said that the Jewish lobby in the United States, now the pro-Israel lobby in the United States, is incredibly powerful.
Okay, so a couple points to make in response to this. So if I were an America first, foreign policy, if I was taking a position that basically we spend too much around the world, we should be spending all that money at home, we're not getting enough in return for it, I would point out, yeah, we spend $3-4 billion a year default on Israel and more during wars. We spend $3-4 billion a year on our deployments in South Korea for a war that mostly hasn't been hot since 1952, halfway around the world. We spend $3-4 billion a year on our troop deployments in Europe as basically like a vestige of the Cold War for European countries that spend 1% on their own defense, and we're basically subsidizing their defense for them. All told, we spend $60 billion to $100 billion a year on our military bases all around the world, which, like if we wound them down, you could make an argument, would that money be better spent at home? Totally, you could make that argument. But I don't actually see people do that. What I see is people focusing only on the $4 billion that goes to Israel. I like 1,000 to 1, right? Which suggests to me it's not like a neutral concern about our financing adventurism and militarism abroad, there's some unique bias whereby people are way more obsessed with Israel than they are about the fact that we have 30,000 troops deployed at billion-dollar expense yearly in, say, South Korea and Europe, et cetera. And so you could critique the whole system, and I think that would be consistent. But the fact that it's 1,001 Israel makes me think something here bespeaks of a psychological bias. And so, beyond that, we can talk about the aid. Obviously, $4 billion a year. I think something like it.
Did you say true?
Well, it's a good point. There are critiques that we can make about government spending for military and foreign policy and all this other stuff. And if there's like this consistent policy about this everywhere, then okay, at least they're consistent. But there is a hyperfixation on Israel, which means that the money is second, or the money isn't even an issue, that the money is just basically an excuse for something ideological that's actually being argued for. And with Glenn,
Right.
I mean, yeah, the ideological thing is that he just thinks that Israel is an evil, racist country that should stop existing, and that they're just basically evil, bad white people.
But if there are people who are against foreign aid for any country, and in the discussion it comes up that they're against foreign aid for Israel, they're going to be categorized as one of these people who has this cognitive bias.
Well, they could be if the
Even
person
if
that
they are
they're
consistent.
yeah, if the person they're talking to is, stupid or a bad actor,
Right.
sure.
Right.
But there's a lot of that's the thing is like there's a lot of overlap because
Yeah.
right now, obviously, being isolationist in general is just very popular among the right. So there's going to be a lot of people that are like, I just don't
I
want
think
any
foreign aid is fucking horrible.
Right.
We shouldn't be doing foreign aid anyway. So,
But you get like I think like some of the testing about like the way to kind of see where people's at are kind of is like, for example, if like Glenn Greenwald, I found this tweet from Glenn Greenwald from last June where he's like, North Korea or Russia could nuke the US, but it doesn't mean they will. The fact that Iran could develop nukes doesn't mean they will. It's like you get to this point of delusion, right? Oh, well, Iran, they maybe they'll develop nukes, doesn't mean they actually will. And even if they did have it, like, would it be really so bad? Right? That's when you start to get like, okay, this person is just retarded. This isn't some sort of like, oh, I just don't want to spend money.
right. I don't know on the nukes thing. I don't know that they would use it. I know that's a super powerful argument that a lot of people use, right? Obviously, if Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would use it immediately. But I don't have enough information to be able to say that. And it does seem obvious that they want to get a nuclear weapon because they want to be in the same position as North Korea, right? They want to be able to fund terrorism and do all sorts of insane shit and not worry about being invaded.
So if if Iran was just like North Korea or some other place, like their current behavior and the behavior they've been doing for the last 40 years, it doesn't make any sense at all. Because like if they were just, oh, we just want to, whoever's in charge power-wise is just like, I just want to solidify my position. The Trump administration did that exact thing with Maduro. Okay, they got rid of Maduro and they said, okay, everyone else in charge can just keep their power. They just have to play ball with us, right? The fact that Iran refuses to do this completely and is now acting in a way where they're alienating everyone around them by attacking all their neighbors, alienating the entire world by making oil prices go up, and has spent, the last 40 years spending billions of dollars, not just trying to build up nukes for defense, but funding terrorist organizations all across the region that keeps getting them attacked, keeps getting them in trouble. Like they're obviously, this is ideologically motivated. This is not a person just playing some sort of like dictator's handbook power game at this point, because then their actions don't actually make any sense.
It can be ideologically motivated and then still not use nuclear weapons. I mean, obviously what's going on between Russia and Ukraine is ideologically motivated, but Putin hasn't pulled out the nukes yet.
No, but I mean, but Putin doesn't have an ideological I don't believe he has an ideological motivation or an ideological belief that, well, if he dies for some religious cause, that he will go to heaven and get 72 virgins, right?
No,
Or that
but
it's
he's
his
working on
duty
his. He has an
to,
ideological belief that Ukrainians are Russians and that Ukraine should be part of Russia.
yes, but that's not an ideological belief of suicide for himself or his family. That's not an ideological belief that, like, well, in the afterlife, Putin is going to be rewarded because he captured Ukraine. So no matter, it doesn't matter what he does in this life. It doesn't matter how many people of his own people die, if his own family dies, as long as they capture Ukraine, then he will be rewarded in heaven.
So you
I don't
think
think that's
because of
motivating.
the Islamic
Yeah,
narrative
of course.
that makes them gaining nuclear weapons that much more dangerous?
Yes. I
And
don't
that
think
you think it's likely that they will use a nuclear weapon as soon as they obtain it?
Iran, if they got a nuke, they wouldn't immediately put in a missile and fire it at Israel or some American base. What they would do is they would immediately try to figure out ways to miniaturize the nuclear material or the nuclear bomb and give it to Hezbollah, give it to Hamas, give it to some terrorist organization and to use somewhere else. That's 100% what they would do.
They could do that.
Yeah. That's 100% what they would do.
If they did detonate a nuclear bomb in an American city, do you think we would retaliate? You think we would nuke Tehran?
I don't know if we would nuke them, but we would definitely
nation?
retaliate. We would definitely retaliate. Yeah.
Yeah. But we
We
would
would get
probably
dragged
retaliate
into
with
some.
conventional weapons.
It would depend on who the president was, but like maybe Trump would nuke them. I don't know if some other president would nuke them, but we would definitely.
Trump might nuke them. Yeah.
Yeah. We would definitely like people talking about like forever wars. If some Iranian proxy group sent off a nuke in America, congratulations. We're now in a forever war with Iran because we're going to have to, like, it's going to be troops. It's going to be, 9/11 times 1,000. We're going to have troops on the ground. We're going to have to invade the country. We're going to have to root out IRGC, root and stem for the next fucking 20 years and just annihilate, this organization. That's why I think it is important that we prevent them from getting nukes because we don't want that to happen.
I just don't have enough information to put a probability on that. I mean, I do understand that the narrative kind of pushes them in the directions of using the nukes, but I don't know the likelihood. I don't know enough about the dynamics of the power dynamics that are taking place in Iran.
Well, I guess the question I ask is just why is Iran so hesitant to take the Venezuela route?
Is the Venezuela route? I mean, there's like a bunch of different power forces in Iran probably battling for power right now. Like the Ayatollahs are like, yeah, the sun has power, but they're one power faction. There's probably other power factions going on in the Revolutionary Guard that are trying to seize control. They're probably, split up power factions all over the place, right? Just by location. They're like, we're going to control this area. These other people are going to control this other area. Right? So I don't know that the Venezuela, if the Venezuela route is an option when all of the institutions are still functioning and cooperating and communicating with one another. What we've done in Iran, I don't know that that's the situation, right? They probably don't even know who's in control. So, I mean, obviously, that would be a danger if there's, and look, there is nuclear material floating around. I think they have enough to make 10 bombs, I've heard people say. So,
well, I mean, I don't know if that's true. Because I mean, the last was that it was 60% enriched uranium or 70%. You got to get up to 95 or 98 or something.
I've heard people say that they had nuclear inspectors that have verified they had enough nuclear material to make 10 bombs. It's at It's the Pope guy.
I've heard the claim. I don't know if it's true though.
I don't know if it's true either.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know if any of this shit's true.
No,
I've
but
been
like
saying that from the get-go.
if I agree with you that yes, in Iran, I'm sure that there are various factions that are competing for power at the moment.
Right.
But what I'm saying, like to me, is where I point to and say, okay, these are people that are ideologically motivated by an Islamic religious position, is that it would make sense that the strongest faction of power is the IRGC and is the faction of power that was the dominant faction of power behind the Ayatollah. The ideology that was basically saying, hey, let's talk about how much we want to kill America and destroy America. Let's talk about how, let's spend all this money, like literally just spend billions of fucking dollars, wasting the money, sending it to proxies all across the region, which they're not gaining a benefit from, like a non-ideological benefit. They're wasting money attacking their neighbors, which makes their neighbors then attack them, and then also makes the rest of the world throw a bunch of sanctions on them. Like, this is why I'm saying, to me, it's very clear that they would send one of these proxies a nuke if they could, almost immediately, because if it's just like we need to retain power, then what they're doing makes literally no sense. What they've been doing this whole time makes absolutely no sense. They could have just they
want to increase their power base in the region. So it does make sense if they're funding all of these people who are undermining other forces in other countries that could challenge their power base.
Well, that's
why they're doing it.
If they have
the same reason we do that with the various countries, right? We're constantly undermining.
But so America says we want to expand our influence in order to make it easier for us to trade, in order to make things more stable in the surrounding countries, all these other things that are kind of like more beneficial to sort of
but we also
peace and
undermine
prosperity sort of the world.
We also undermine people's economies, right? With sanctions and all kinds of other things.
Right, because they're fucking with our peace and stability, and they're fucking with our
I get
trade,
it. I get it.
Yes.
But you can make the same argument about Iran, right?
Well, no, because it's not like if there was some other government that existed that was like their trading partner in the region, and they're like, hey, we're gonna try to help, support each other because we trade. Like, okay, that makes sense. But then if it's like, well, we're just gonna send a bunch of money to, terrorist groups that are gonna help, cause conflict in Lebanon and in Israel and in Saudi Arabia and all these other countries and destabilize them. They're not gaining some sort of financial benefit back from that. They're not even really gaining like a regional influence from that. Like if those rebel groups took over those countries, and I guess, sure, but they've been in these conflicts for 20 fucking years. At what point do you say, okay, obviously these rebel factions are not really going to take over the countries. It's been 20 years. Should we just keep throwing money into this fucking pit of fire, essentially, if it's just to gain some sort of influence? That wouldn't make sense. But if it's for a religious, if it's for a religious reason, because they believe that they need to spread their religion to the rest of the region, then the cost doesn't matter. Then it makes sense that they're going to just keep throwing money into these pits, because eventually at some point, Allah is going to come down and smite their enemies for them.
But it can also make sense just from a geopolitical power sense as well. Look at Ukraine. Why does Russia want to destabilize Ukraine?
Well, Putin wants to take over Ukraine.
Well, also he doesn't want, and we both have agreed on this many times, he doesn't want a pro-Western Ukraine on the border of Russia, right?
Right.
You can make that same argument for Iran. Why do they want a pro-America Lebanon right on their border?
Yeah, but their actions are making the countries more pro-America, more pro-Israel, not less.
Right, but they are doing the same kind of things that Russia is doing by funding these pro-Islamic movements in the same way that Russia is funding pro-separatist movements, pro-Russian separatist movements.
You have Russia is first of all, they want to control Ukraine because they think it's important physically for their physical safety. because
Right.
they want to have that region to kind of protect for a ground invasion, number one. And
I'm,
number
o- I'm
two,
I'm only using it in the sense of having a pro-Western nation on their border
yeah,
is
but but it's not like there's Lebanon and Saudi Arabia and all these other countries, like, well, maybe Saudi Arabia now, but
yeah,
all these
Saudi
other
Arabia
countries,
definitely fits
right? But
this
that's
model.
recent. But that's recent. For the last 40 years, they're surrounding, Iraq, all they're surrounding countries. They were not like, oh, we're worried that these countries are going to become first world Western countries that are associated with Europe. So therefore, we have to destabilize them to protect our own power. That wasn't really a thing until maybe recently. And they still were doing they're still going after and causing all these destabilizing influences for
Right.
religious reasons. That's what I'm saying. They are religiously motivated. Is a country that supreme leader was a religious figure for the Shia religion.
I mean, I would want to be inside one of these Revolutionary Guard units for a while and see really what life was like there before I said, okay, yeah, these are all true believers. Like they all believe, they're diehard, they're going to get their 72 virgins. Like they're believers. They want to spread Islam because it's a religious thing.
Well,
Or if it's just a cover story so that they can maintain their power because they're really just, they enjoy dominating people like a lot of these organizations do.
the individual IRGC soldiers, I'm sure a lot of them are not true believers. Some of them might be. I'm sure a lot of them are not. They just want power and money or
Well,
whatever.
that would be interesting too.
Sure.
Like, what is
Right.
the divide? Are there
Right.
true believers? Are most of them true believers? Are most of them
Who
just
knows?
doing it for
But
the
I'm talking about the
paycheck?
leadership. The leadership seems to be true believers. And I'm
Yeah, I
not
mean,
even
I would
confident
even
they
want to
could
be.
even rise to their station if they weren't true believers.
I would want to be on the inside there to really say that. I know everybody wants to characterize them as true believers. That's part of the threat, right? And the fact that we don't know for sure, well, I don't know for sure. Other people are dead certain that they're true believers. I mean, if they are true believers, that it is a far bigger threat than if they're self-interested geopolitical actors. So I think that's why people play it
Well,
up. I don't
right.
have enough
I understand what
information
you're
to
saying.
know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not there in the room. You just have to use sort of like deductive reasoning to try to get to, how we would like think about this. I guess last
Yeah,
thing I'll say
totally.
about it is, if they're not true believers, if it's all just, kind of a way to scam their own people or whatever, it's it's definitely going to be like one of the biggest backfires in history because they've been publicly saying for years that they want to destroy America. And so if you
Mhm.
have a country that for years is saying that they want to destroy America and debt to America has been part of their creed for 40 years, then it makes sense that people say, hey, we probably shouldn't let the country that says debt to America get nukes because that seems really fucking stupid.
No, and look, that's a great argument as well. I don't want them to have nukes. I don't. I see the argument all the time, though. If they had nukes, they would use them immediately. And I just think, uh, like the argument people make is that they're religious fundamentalists. And that's why they would use them immediately. But I've never really seen enough evidence to really buy into that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that just the threat of it is enough for people
Right.
to be like, even if it's just we can't possibly know, but if there's like a 5% chance and that's too much, we should go in there and kick their asses and take their nukes away. I mean, I'm amicable to that argument.
There you go.
The other side, is saying, oh my God, there's no way in hell they would ever use a nuclear weapon, right? They don't even want to get nuclear weapons, which that's insane too, right? We don't have enough evidence to know. It seems obvious they would want nuclear weapons. If they could just press the easy button and it was between getting nuclear weapons or not having nuclear weapons, they'd press the fucking easy button. Who wouldn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your options open up stupendously if you do that. So I don't know.
80% of it comes back to American, and they have to spend it in U.S. defense companies. That's a industry that employs 1 million Americans. We do get certain benefits from the U.S.-Israel close military ties. They have, besides the CIA and MI6, Mossad is one of the best intelligence agencies in the world. If they detect an attack, a planned attack on the American homeland, they tell us that, right? And attacks have been thwarted as a result. They have the best missile defense in the world. We benefit from that. We benefit from that insanely good missile defense, rocket defense tech that China and Russia, therefore, doesn't get to benefit from. That's, again, like, you might not like projections of American military power, but that does enhance it. And so, all told, it seems to me that the narrative that, like, 0.05% of our budget every year is so galling, and only in this one particular case, right? No one ever talks about South Korea, Europe. That to me bespeaks that there's a huge bias underlying this argument, and it's not coming from a place of kind of neutral concern for militarism and spending abroad.
See, he does frame it like everyone criticizing the foreign aid going to Israel is in this group. That there's nobody who's consistent on this issue.
I don't know if he's saying no. He's just saying that there are people that do hyperfixate on it. There are a lot of people that hyperfixate on just Israel. They ignore all these other countries.
Yeah.
I don't think he's saying everybody.
All right. I have a lot to say about that, just a few points rather. But before I do, I just want to get clarity on what you're saying. When you use this term several times, the people who are focused on or expressing concerns about American largesse to Israel have a kind of bias, is one of the words you said, a psychological bias. Like, what do you mean by that? Is that like a euphemism for people who are bigoted and anti-Semitic who talk about Israel?
No.
Or
No.
what do you mean by that?
If I thought...
So you see right in there, that's a thing that gets under their skin. Totally.
Right.
The anti-Semitic claim.
The racism card.
Yeah.
They were bigoted.
He's like, I've been licking a black man's toes all afternoon, I'll have you know. I don't have one racist bone in my body.
I'll have you know, I only lick black men's toes, so that makes me not racist. Even though I exclusively pick black men to lick their toes, I'm choosing them on the basis of their skin.
Oh, I guess you're right. That does make him racist, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Damn.
Against Jews, I would just say that openly. I think obviously there are, I consider Nick Fuentes an anti-Semite, right? Because he'll literally say like anti-Semitic stuff, but you can be biased against a particular country without necessarily being bigoted against that. There's a lot of reasons you can have a cognitive bias in life.
So,
right?
like, what are the reasons? What are the reasons besides
reader.
anti-Semitism why people are biased against Israel?
I would argue, if you want my theory of it, my theory is that it has a lot to do with the sense that Israel is a country that is a part of the white Western world, and that therefore its activities in the Middle East should be judged through the prism of white people oppressing people of color, and that is a powerful biasing lens. It's an ideological bias. It's not, I'm not accusing people of racism, but that to me explains why there would be so much more focus on Israel. That it's really like about us exercising our past demons in the Western world, in the sense that like whiteness and Western dominance has been horrible, and Israel becomes representative of that. That's what I mean by
But one
bias.
of the counter examples that you gave is that.
So I believe this, and I've said this, so obviously that means it's 100% true, what Coleman just said.
Obviously, yeah.
So I would add a slight addendum. I do think it is racism in terms of that it is like a white versus non-white thing. They view the Jews in Israel as white, and they view the Palestinians as non-white. So therefore, it's like, oh, another country where white people are oppressing non-whites. So terrible.
Yeah. If they have that cognitive bias, it's super easy to superimpose it on this situation.
Yes.
That you gave is that we have
no
military
cognitive
bases.
bias, so you realize that, right?
That's true. About anything, really.
Unbiased.
You're just completely unbiased on all issues.
Yeah, that's right. I don't like
sense
when
that like
people claim to
whiteness
know
and
things
Western
they don't
dominance
know.
has been horrible, and Israel becomes representative of that. That's what I mean by
But one of the
bias.
counter examples that you gave is that we have military bases in Europe, especially in Germany, very large military bases, and that these people only care about the ones in Israel, but not in Europe. If it were an issue of people being anti-white, wouldn't they be at least as concerned and angry about, if not more so, since Europeans are clearly white in a way that Jews aren't necessarily?
No, because it has to do with Israel is viewed.
What the fuck is Glenn's point? What does that even mean?
This is the worst response.
If
he
they're
should at least say like bases in Africa or something.
Right. Like he doesn't understand the point, I guess.
As like an outpost of whiteness in a sea of what is like indigenous brown land that belongs to brown people, whereas Europe is where white people are from, so it doesn't trigger the same psychological effect in Westerners.
All right, so let me address that. I'm not sure that Jews are considered white. Certainly, there have been times in history, very recent history, when they haven't been, including the United States. So I think people who are focused on whiteness would focus on Europe. But in any event, let me, these are just theories about reading people's intentions. As far as your numbers are concerned, like you're really conflating two extremely different things by trying to compare the cost of our military bases in South Korea to the aid that we give to Israel. We're not talking about a military base in Israel. We don't have a military base in Israel. We have a military base in South Korea, and that costs money because we have to pay for the upkeep of the bases.
So is he just not going to really address this point that Coleman
We have
made?
military
He's like,
bases.
He asked Coleman this very specific question. He says, it's not he's asked him. He said, if it's not anti-Semitism, what is it? And then Coleman lays out a very clear, understandable, completely correct explanation of it. And he's like, well, I don't know about that, so I'm going to talk about something.
Right.
It's like,
we have
okay.
all sorts of military bases in Africa.
Right.
So, and all over South America, all over Central America.
But I mean, he's going to pretend like he's like, oh, well, I don't even know if people consider Jews white. He's going to pretend that he doesn't know that, like, yes, the far right doesn't consider Jews white, but then the far left does consider them white. He's going to pretend like he doesn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Performative ignorance.
Yeah.
For the payment to the troops, for whatever it is that they need. These are two completely different things. We're talking here about military aid to Israel. Automatically, every year, $4 billion goes into the coffers of the Israeli treasury. And yes, a lot of it, but not all of it, is spent on American defense contractors. I don't know why the American taxpayer is forced to empty their pockets to give a gift certificate to Israel to go shopping in Boeing. But also this...
It's so American politicians can say, we support our evangelical constituents, who are as much as 30% of the electorate. That makes perfect sense, right? All those people go to Sunday school every week and they read Israel, 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 bride of Jesus, Israel, Israel. Come on.
$4 billion is not in any sense the actual amount of money that we spend in defense of Israel. In 2024 alone, and obviously this was in large part because the Biden administration financed the Israeli destruction of Gaza, the United States Congress, on top of the $4 billion, allocated another $18 billion directly to Israel. So now you're talking about $22 billion. On top of that, the Biden administration and the Trump administration deployed massive amounts of military assets to the Middle East in order to protect Israel, including when we were shooting down ballistic missiles in the times when Iran and Israel were in conflict. We keep permanent military bases in the Middle East, a lot of which goes to protecting Israel. This is billions and billions of dollars more. We've lost American lives in that region, at least you could say, in conjunction with Israel. I would certainly say, and a lot of other people would as well, in order to defend Israel. So the amount of money that we spend on Israel for Israel is way above $4 billion. That's like the absolute minimum number that we give automatically every year, but it doesn't include countless other costs, including the costs, like I said, for propping up dictatorships in the region that used to be anti-Israel, but now are very neutral or even pro-Israel, like Egypt and like Jordan. We pay those dictatorships and keep them propped up because they keep the peace with Israel in that region. That's same with the entire Persian Gulf. We prop up those tyrannies and dictatorships as well, and are encouraging them and actually have already fostered more positive relations between those tyrannies that we support in Israel. So the amount of money we spend, not just in the Middle East, but on Israel, you cannot compare it to the amount of money for bases in Germany or South Korea. There are a lot of people who question why are we, including Trump, by the way, who question why are we have these bases in Germany? There's no real direct threat to Western Europe. Why do we need to spend all this money on Germany or on South Korea? But the Israel issue is a much different issue because the amount of the money, when you add it all up, is vastly different, because we're ending up in a lot of wars in the Middle East, but not on behalf of Europe and not on behalf of South Korea. And so people are obviously attentive to that extremely high cost as well. And then, there have been people who, like David Petraeus and a lot of other people throughout the years, including people in the Bush 41 administration, even in the Bush 43 administration, certainly the Obama administration, who have said that one of the main reasons why we pay such a high cost in the Middle East, where we could do a lot of business, where we could do a lot of entrepreneurial adventures, where we could do a lot of commercial partnerships, but have been impeded from doing so because there's so much intense anti-American sentiment in that region. A major reason for that is because of the perception, obviously the accurate perception, that we're the ones who finance and arm Israel's aggression against its neighbors and Israel's suppression of Palestinian statehood and Palestinian rights, which you also have to put into the cost to the United States from being tied at the hip to Israel in a way that, like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson warned, we should never do. We shouldn't have these enduring alliances with foreign countries. So when you add up all the costs, and then on top of that, there's no South Korean lobby to speak of that compares with the pro-Israel lobby. There's no pro-German lobby to speak of. They're not forcing the US government to keep those military bases there. The pro-Israel lobby is so visible. And just let me add one more point.
Why are they so visible? How come the Liberian lobby is not visible, right?
Well,
Don't say Liberia.
I mean, it's only visible because Glenn he's against their interests.
He's highlighting it. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Like if Glenn was some, North Korean or some massive North Korea simp and was like, it's very important to him that the US pulled all their troops out of South Korea, then the South Korean lobby would be very visible to him.
Yeah. He should make the Liberia lobby very visible, because I want to know what the fuck is going on there. What's
That is
happening?
true. That would be
Needs
a
to
good
be
point.
way more visible. Twice as big as the Israeli lobby.
Mm-hmm.
About like why the pro-Israel lobby is so terrifying to people in Congress. It's because they have demonstrated a unique ability to remove people from Congress in a way that almost no other lobby has been able to do or has tried to do. We have re-election rates in Congress, as I'm sure you know, that compared to like the old Soviet, style elections from like the early 70s under Brezhnev, like 97, 98% re-election rate. These people stay in office for 30 years. But AIPAC has repeatedly demonstrated their ability to remove people from Congress who are too pro-Israel.
Hold on, man. Fire everything for 44 months. Thank you so much. Says, I see people asking in chat for the top foreign lobbyists in the US. Can you show that source? I can't find anything solid personally. So I literally typed into Google, largest foreign lobbying group in the US in 2025. The second result is opensecrets.org/FLARA. And it brings it up. So I don't know why people we're having trouble finding this. opensecrets.org/FLARA.
Israel, they pour insane amounts of money, like incomparable amounts of money, to defeat Cory Bush or Jamal Bowman, and they like run these, cynically recruited candidates who supposedly never talk about Israel, even though that's what they're there for. And Israel has done that repeatedly. Is ruined the careers of all kinds of politicians for not being pro-Israel enough. So these things don't compare. There's so many factors to the U.S.-Israel relationship that certainly aren't present for Korea, South Korea, or Germany, or even Europe as a whole.
Okay, you made many points there. I want to see if I can get to all of them. So first of all, if you're talking about FARA, South Korea does spend a lot of money lobbying Congress, like, 200 or 300 million over the past 10 years. There was a scandal in the 70s where they were bribing Congress people precisely in their own interests. Like this happens. There are tons of lobbies. They all lobby for their own interests. It's a dirty world. You still have to prove that actually the lobbying is getting results and that there aren't simpler explanations for why people do things. When you draw this comparison between like the point you made about like military bases versus direct military aid, like from my point of view, from point of view of a U.S. taxpayer, it's all dollars going out of my pocket. I'm not sure there's a huge distinction to be made, and in fact, you can make it in the other direction. You could argue, not only does it cost us $4 billion out of U.S. taxpayer pockets to maintain 30,000 troops in South Korea, but it's also the troops themselves. Like we actually have personnel there that are in principle threatened and in peril by any kind of breakout of hostilities between North Korea, South Korea. We don't have any troops in Israel. Israel's never asked us to put our troops there. And if we did have a military base with 30,000 people deployed in Israel, I'm pretty sure that many people who share your viewpoint would cite that as like an escalation of our commitment. So it can't like be at the same time true that our commitment to Israel is bigger because we don't have a military base there, even though we spend the same amount of money. And again, it's worth reiterating that like something like 80% of that money comes back to U.S. soil, either profits to weapons companies, income to the million Americans that work for weapon companies, or tax on that income and that profit that goes back into the coffers. You made another point about like Jordan and Egypt, and how in facilitating those peace treaties, which I view those peace treaties as a good thing for the Middle East, for regional stability and so forth, that we ended up essentially paying both sides as a sweetener to help get them to sign on the dotted line there. To me, to reframe that as like all that money is going to Israel's benefit as opposed to all of the sides, like Egypt did not benefit from its wars with Israel. Like it really suffered a great deal in its wars with Israel, and to get both sides to sign on the dotted line and make peace, we're actually paying for regional stability, not paying just for Israel's interests. We're paying for Egypt's interests as well. We're paying for our interests insofar as we equate our interests to stability, right? And so I think there's a way in which that framing gets distorted as like yet more payments that are going to Israel's interests, which I would disagree with.
This is such a great point for how it serves American interests.
Mm-hmm.
Really does.
You may have made some other points there that I'm missing, but you can respond to anything you want to respond. I do, before you leave, want to get to Iran and whether and why you think that this Iran war is fought at Israel's influence. You can put it in your own words.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to say I totally empathize with what you said at the start, that when you have your own show and you invite a guest on and you kind of want to debate, it is difficult because you're playing kind of the both roles, and you have to give your guests more time than you might otherwise if you're debating. But I think you're doing an incredibly fair job, and take as much time as you want when you're responding. I'm happy about that. Just a couple points that I just wanted to make that I didn't make earlier. On this issue of Israel and the benefits that we get, I'm not saying we don't get any benefits from that relationship, but we also pay a lot of costs from behavior that is not typically the behavior of allies. When we were doing the Snowden reporting about NSA spying and NSA documents, there were documents, and we reported on these and published them, that talked about how we give more intelligence tech and surveillance data, including about Americans, to Israel than any other government in the world. And yet the documents that say who are the greatest spying threats to the United States, who spies us on us the most invasively, the most dangerously, number one on the list of surveillance threats and spying threats to the United States was Israel. We have the big case of Jonathan Pollard, who spied for Israel.
Is that the case?
That would be hard to believe.
Is that really the case?
Yeah.
Like we're more worried about Israel spying on us than China?
Yeah.
Or Russia? Really? It's Israel that we're worried about our allies spying on us?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a tall order, right?
And got extremely sensitive documents, and yet people who claim to be America First patriots like Mike Huckabee and others go and meet with Jonathan Pollard and treat him like
Trump is like, shit, you didn't have to steal that. I was going to give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's classified documents.
That's true.
Just
That's
call
true,
my
yeah.
office.
I was gonna hand it to you. That's true.
like he's some sort of respectable figure or even some kind of like heroic figure, the way he's seen to be in Israel, even though he stole American secrets, some of our most sensitive ones, and gave them to a government. We can debate Middle East policy and how it is in our interest to prop up dictatorships in Egypt and Jordan. I would actually argue that our tendency to prop up dictatorships is a major reason why there's so much animosity to us in that region, and not just in that region, but other regions, including in Iran. But at the end of the day, Egypt and Jordan, who we give billions of dollars to keep those tyrannies in place, are Israel's neighbors. They don't threaten the United States. Egypt and Jordan can't threaten the United States, but they can threaten Israel. And I'm not saying it's the only reason why we send billions to those regimes to keep peace with Israel, but it's certainly a major factor.
Yeah. So as far as the spying is concerned, yeah, I mean, the Pollard case was terrible. But this is another one of those scenarios where if I were like an intellectually honest person concerned about allies spying on allies, I would say, okay, you go looking for evidence, you will find super credible, confirmed reports and leaked documents proving that France spies on us, Israel spies on us. We spy quite a bit on Japan. We spy on South Korea. All of these things are, and yeah, I guess you could debate the extent of it, right? Which the better spy agencies are going to spy better. Like the Mossad is really good at what it does, and the CIA is really good, and so forth. And so, but the question once again occurs to me is, why is it that all of this evidence for allies spying on allies in this dirty world of espionage exists, and yet I have never heard a single person ever, literally ever, complain about an example of it, except for Israel spying on America.
Because of how much money we give them.
But what about South Korea? South Korea has spied on us. South Korea has absolutely done this, and we're losing $4 billion a year. And troops deployed in their country,
I showed you what the
right?
NSA document said, but that Israel spies on us way more aggressively. There's never been a case of some like French spy American spy in the Pentagon or the NSA handing secret documents to the French on the scale that Jonathan Pollard. It's just a much bigger and different scale, and I think the anger comes from the fact that we go to war for this country. We deploy our military to defend Israel almost every year, billions and billions out the door, and then they steal our secrets. It's just not the behavior of an ally. There's a big difference between spying on a country and stealing its secrets.
Okay, can we get to this claim that we go to war for Israel, because this is obviously at the core of our disagreement and a lot of anger on this issue.
But before we get, can I just clarify?
So I'm kind of just trying to like fact check this claim here. So the Jonathan Pollard thing was in like the 80s, so it's a little past kind of what we're talking about here. So he's referring to, I'm trying to find the source material, because what he's claiming is from the Snowden stuff, which obviously he was, the one that was releasing that information. He's claiming that there was a leak in the Snowden information that said in 2007, the NSA claimed that Israel was a major threat to America in terms of like spying and things of that nature, which I'm trying to find the source, because that would seem hard to believe if that was the case, that we would have friendly relations with Israel at that point. But if it theoretically was true that Israel's doing all this spying on America or all this other stuff, then yeah, that would be completely insane for us to not say, okay, listen, we're going to not be your allies anymore if you're doing all this crazy spy. Like, assuming that if we're just spying on them and they're spying on us, we just kind of shrug and say, okay, everyone's spying on each other. We just kind of accept it, which maybe that's the case. And we just kind of say, that's just the world that we live in. But if there is some sort of like one-sided spying where Israel's doing all the spying on us and we're just like sitting around twiddling our thumbs, then obviously, yeah, we should completely cut off friendly relations with Israel. But I'm very skeptical that that's the situation.
I'd like to know what the nature of the spying was.
Mm-hmm.
Very quickly,
Yes.
when I just said like we go to war for Israel, what I meant, and I do want to talk about whether we went to war for Israel in Iran and Iraq, but all I meant was when Israel has a war, we put our military in that region to defend Israel and put our service members in harm's way for Israel. That's not in dispute. That's what I was referring to there.
Okay, so let's talk about the Iran war, since it's what's happening now. I haven't actually seen you talk too much about it. I guess I think you had a recent Tucker, but can you make the case for me based on actual evidence that we're fighting the Iran war because of Israeli influence of some kind?
Yeah. So my view is not that the only reason Trump went and fought a war with Iran and attacked Iran is because of Israel, but that was a very significant factor. And I'll start with the fact that Iran has been Israel's primary adversary in that region for decades. It has been number one on the wish list of Benjamin Netanyahu, going all the way back to the war on terror and before, to lure the United States into a regime change war in Iran because of Israel's understanding that the main bulwark of resistance against its total and complete domination of that region is Iran, that is their only counterweight to power. It is, in a lot of the eyes of a lot of Israelis, an existential threat to Israel. I don't think it is, but a lot of Israelis believe it is. And if you believe it is, you're going to prioritize that as a war. I don't think anyone thinks Iran is an existential threat to the United States. You have the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu traveled to the United States last year 7 times, obviously to talk about the American war against Iran that he was trying to lure the president into fighting. Of course, we did attack Iran last year in conjunction with Israel. We supposedly, quote, totally and completely obliterated their nuclear program in a way that we were told would mean that we wouldn't have to attack them again because that problem had been solved for a long time, for the foreseeable future. And yet now, after 7 visits from Netanyahu, the United States is back in a war against not a country that it can existentially threaten the United States, not a country that has ever attacked our homeland. We have had terrorist attacks over the past 25 years, some very significant ones. None of them have come from Iranian terrorists or Shia terrorists. They've all come from our best friends in that region, the Sunnis and the Saudis and people who hail from that particular strain of geopolitics and religion. So Iran has not attacked the United States, can't attack the United States in a meaningful way. And then you have the fact, of course, that even on the question of timing, and this, I think, people are debating what Marco Rubio said, what Trump said, what Tom Cotton and Mike Johnson said. Everyone said, in the people I just named and others, that we had to go to war with Iran. When asked what the imminent threat was, the imminent threat we were told was, well, Israel was going to go to war with Iran, and they told us they're going to go to war with Iran. And we believe that once Israel did that, the Iranians would attack our military bases because of the support we give to Israel. And so we had to also attack preventively because of what Israel was going to do. So they, in their narrative, talk about the centrality of Israel and what it was intending to do as a major reason, at least in terms of the timing, if not the decision itself.
Yeah. Okay. So
none of that seemed bad to you, right? All that seems true, or are you fact checking away on that?
I was kind of
shit?
reading something else.
Oh. Well, this is like the
give
meat
me the
of the
spark
debate
notes.
here.
What did he say? What were the spark notes?
Well, he's saying that Israel. He laid out all the stuff we've talked about in previous shows with Marco Rubio talking about our response was in effect because Israel was going to attack Iran, and
Yes,
we were
yeah.
preventing attacks on our defensively preventing attacks on us by getting involved
Right.
proactively.
Which Rubio did say that. So I don't. Obviously, it's.
Is it fair to say that we dragged England into the Iraq war? Because
Yeah,
obviously,
probably.
yeah,
Sure. Yeah.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now,
And the Iraq war was a response to 9/11. I realize everyone is like, wait, but Iraq didn't have anything to do with 9/11. I know, but
right.
9/11 was what gave our politicians the conviction to look for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Mhm.
And we dragged the UK with us. And Even Australia. I mean, I think they were a coalition member. So
Yeah. No, we definitely
I think
did.
that's
And
kind of the same exact thing that's going on here with this war. I think this war is an extension of October 7th, and that we've kind of been drug into the war in the same way that England was drug into the Iraq war by us, because we're allies.
it is weird though, because we talked about this last week, which is like Marco Rubio definitely said that or he definitely implied strongly, even though he didn't mean to, that Israel dragged America into the war because they were going to attack, and we had to preemptively destroy their defenses or their offense to protect ourselves. So
Yeah.
he definitely said that, and I don't buy his. We listened to the whole clip. We listened to his clarification afterwards, both on the day and then the next day, and I don't buy any of it. He clearly said that. So that's, but the thing that's weird about it though is like from a political perspective, that like the logic of that doesn't make any sense. I said this last week because it would have actually been much better politically to have Israel attack. We know that they're going to attack, so we kind of have all of our like kind of defenses set up basically to intercept. As soon as Iran starts attacking us, then we like, release hell and say, well, they attacked us first. If that was the case, I mean, then the conversation about this war would be very different. Like all the, Glenn Greenwald, all these people, they'd be complaining about Israel and all this other stuff, right? But Trump would be like, listen, they attacked us. We have to defend ourselves.
Yeah,
Like
we'd
it
be in
would
a
be,
100 times better position. It's
yeah,
not
Trump would
all
be,
upside, because people would be saying, the same way that people talk about 9/11 could have been prevented, they'd be talking about how these attacks could have been prevented, but still
right.
the our going in would be completely justified at that point.
Yes, yes. And so I don't know. It's again, maybe everyone in the Trump administration, they don't want to play that calculation game, or maybe they're just thinking about it differently than I am. But it seems strange to me if that was the thought process that no one in the room brought up, like, well, shouldn't we let them attack us first? Because they'll like then Trump will have 100 times more political capital to go into Iran, as opposed to if he it's like if he does it preemptively, it's a lot riskier.
I think Trump believed, though, that the sneak attack would completely force him to surrender immediately. I think
Right.
he
Maybe
had
that's the
much more
case. Yes.
faith in
Right.
the sneak attack. It seems to be
Right.
part of his psyche. Like, you don't
That
know
could
what
be
I'm
it.
going to
But they were
do,
just
even though
so
he even though he so predictably does. Like, he moves assets into place and then he uses them.
right. Yeah, maybe it was just overconfidence and thinking like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go in and knock them out, and so we don't need to play any sort of political game. But I would think even just the way I would think about it, just politically, and I said this, even if Trump went in, they did a sneak attack, say Iran gave up, on day two, I don't think that would have really given Trump much political capital. As I said from the beginning, this was something, and the Iran thing was either at best neutral and at worst negative. I do think if Iran attacked us and then we attacked back in like one, I do think that would give sort of that rally around the flag effect. That would give a positive political calculation. But I don't know, maybe that's too cynical. Maybe they wouldn't want to do that, or maybe they just no one really they're just thinking about it very differently than I am. They just thought, oh yeah, we'll just go and knock them over, and then everyone will cheer and we'll be the heroes like we were in Venezuela.
Yeah. I mean, the trade-off is you lose the sneak attack, and
Right.
Trump is such a fan of the sneak attack.
The sneak
It's like,
attack.
yeah, doesn't it seem? I mean, wasn't the whole Maduro thing like a big sneak attack?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, we were building up forces there for
We were
weeks.
building up a lot of forces. I don't know. Or I guess the exact day that it happened was a sneak attack. Was we were building up so many
the,
forces. Who knows?
the thing that makes it a sneak attack, though, is that normally people come in with an ultimatum, right? Like George W. Bush was like, Saddam Hussein has to surrender to American forces by this time.
Right.
Then you completely lose a sneak attack, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You're making some ultimatum.
Well, it would be Israel comes in, they kill, the Ayatollah, um, with the way they did, exactly the same way that they did. Then Iran starts shooting at U.S. bases, and we go, oh, well, we
Mm.
gotta go blow them up now because they're shooting at us.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been semi-sneak attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Trump is like, nah, let's just hit him with everything.
Yep.
A few points, I think.
The war's over now, though, right? It's been
That's
5 weeks.
that's what I was told. Yeah, the war is over.
This has been 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
We totally annihilated. Don't listen to the fake news. They've totally been annihilated.
I believe in the principle of parsimony, which is to say, if there's a simple explanation for something, go for the simple explanation. Don't go for the complicated explanation with dubious evidence. Donald Trump, lifelong aggressive posture towards Iran for decades, long before he was even president. He believes, as he stated on Andrew Schultz's podcast. Now, I'm not saying I believe this because I haven't seen the evidence, but Trump believes that the Iranians were behind the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt that nearly killed him. And then recently we have the conviction of Oscar.
Yeah, why does he believe that, though?
Well, I guess actually there is a logic to it because they did intercept Iranian terrorists trying to kill Trump, remember?
Right.
So it's not completely unreasonable for Trump to put that into the calculation. I didn't even think about that, to include that in the calculation to go after Iran.
What is the
Which
source
we
of
should
that
probably
intel, though?
think about that.
What if the
No, they
source of that
captured
intel
people.
is led back to they captured Iranian terrorists?
I thought they did.
I don't know the provenance of any of these details, so. And he's making it sound like Trump believes this out of nowhere. Which if Trump believes this based on no evidence, then I'm like, well, Bibi probably told him.
Well, yeah, I guess if it's just, well, I don't think there's any connection to the Butler, Pennsylvania thing. Like that, who knows where that came from, right? But
yeah, I don't like this argument. I think this is where Coleman Hughes falls down the hardest, is because he's starting to come in here with these impossible standards of evidence thing, where I do think I like 7 visits from Bibi Netanyahu. They're like best buds now. Doesn't that seem like a lie? He's only been in office for 2 years and there's 7 visits.
that's a lot.
It seems like a lot, yeah. But it's impossible for me to imagine that Bibi Netanyahu isn't in Trump's ear like every minute selling this.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm sure.
And while it's easy to say, oh yeah, Trump has been focused on Iran. I mean, he wasn't really focused on Iran in the election, right? He wasn't saying, oh yeah, we really need to do something about Iran. Iran, we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Like he definitely downplayed that in the election. He was the no new wars guy in the election.
Mm-hmm.
So to say, I don't know that Trump would be involved in this situation if it wasn't. I think if you completely took Israel out of the equation, it's hard for me to imagine that Trump would be doing this. I mean, maybe he would. Maybe he would. But Israel had some fucking thumb on the scale.
Sure, obviously.
Yeah.
So, regarding the guy who went after Trump, so they captured this guy named Asif Merchant, who was convicted of terrorism, and he admitted in court that the IRGC sent him to the United States to arrange for political assassinations and steal documents, including Trump.
Okay.
So they did capture a guy who made this accusation, and he did go to jail.
And those are the same people that we're fighting right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're the speedboat guys.
So again, that is something that we should include in the calculation, that Trump would include in his calculation about whether to attack Iran or not. Because obviously he'd be like, oh, well, they tried to kill me, so fuck them.
Yeah, definitely. But Bibi was in there going, that guy tried to kill you. You let him get away with that motherfucker.
That's true. That probably is true.
Oh
of
my
course
God.
he did. Of course he did.
He's if he went to Washington 7 times, they're on Zoom every other day. Holy shit.
Sif Merchant, the Pakistani man,
Oh,
who
there he
was,
brings it up.
according to what came out in when the jury convicted, backed by Iran. Assassination attempt that was probably targeted at Trump, potentially Nikki Haley or Joe Biden. So Trump, for sure, what we know is Trump believes Iran tried to kill him and got very close, maybe multiple times. Trump being an incredibly and unusually vindictive personality, to me, that sufficiently explains his very aggressive posture towards Iran. You combine that with the fact that he built a whole identity in the 2010s around opposing, not only being a great deal maker, obviously he's had this identity as being a great deal maker his whole life, but around opposing the nuclear deal, right? So he wants to get some nuclear deal that's significantly stronger, like a zero nuclear deal with Iran, which
Do you think he opposed the nuclear deal because of his detailed understanding of Iranian politics, or because Obama did the nuclear deal?
Let me think about this.
Which reason do you think he opposed the nuclear
Really
deal?
hard.
Just out of curiosity.
I think it was because Obama did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So look, I love Coleman Hughes. I love him to death, but I mean, it seems pretty obvious what he was doing with the nuclear deal shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to go for. And that is sufficient to explain why Trump sees aggressive action towards Iran to hamper not only their nuclear capabilities, but their conventional missile arsenal, so that they can't become strong enough to have a deterrent from us hitting their nuclear programs in the future. All of that is a pretty simple explanation that makes a lot of sense. It conserves a lot of the facts we know about Donald Trump's psychology and U.S. foreign policy in the past several decades. And
do you know why they have all this enriched uranium? I've heard people say that once Trump tore up the Obama nuclear deal, the Atomic Energy Agency that monitors Iran was basically thrown out, and they were allowed to put the pedal to the metal on enrichment. So Trump tearing up Obama's nuclear deal was what got them to the finish line on enriching all this uranium, enough for 10 bombs.
Yeah, that is a claim.
Yeah, I don't know how true it
yeah.
is. That's why I'm asking you
That
what your thinking is on the claim.
So
I haven't really dug into it or anything, but I just hear people throwing it around.
my feeling on it is I haven't done a super deep dive on the nuclear deal, but from what I have looked into it, the problem with it was that while it did give access to known sites and facilities, it didn't give access to obviously unknown sites and facilities, and it didn't give access to a lot of yeah, exactly. And a lot of military facilities were not given access to. And so you get into this situation where it's okay, well, why can't they just start building up, centrifuges somewhere else or in some sort of other military base and just enrich their heart's content? And you keep sending the weapons inspectors to whatever pre-existing facility exists, and they go, oh, look, they're not enriching. Look, they're living, they're keeping the deal, right? It's kind of how would you ever know? How would you ever know that they're not keeping the deal at that point? So now what could have happened was maybe that was their plan. They're okay, well, we'll have, these sites that the inspectors are looking at, we'll keep them on the low grade, and then we'll make these other sites in secret and they'll never know. And then once Trump throws out, rips up the deal, then they're hey, we don't even need to build up secret sites. We can just use the sites that already exist because fuck them, right? So I don't know, maybe it did speed up the process by some amount, but
yeah,
that's always going to be the problem with these sorts of these deals. And you had the situation, that happened, was it last week, where Iran was claiming that they didn't have any medium range intercontinental ballistic missiles, and then we find out because they shot two of them, they actually do have those. They actually do have two medium range intercontinental ballistic missiles. So, I don't know. Maybe they're not the most trustworthy people around.
It's like they were lying.
Exactly.
Cheaters.
And to sort of drive right past that stop on the highway and say this is about Israel because, even Marco Rubio's statement had nothing to do with the influence of the Israel lobby, right? Like, let's say Marco Rubio was telling the truth there. He obviously walked it back right after, but who knows? Who knows which one was a lie, right? Let's say the second one was a lie and he was telling the truth. He was not providing evidence of Israel's leverage or ability to, like, strong arm in any way Donald Trump's decision making, who was the commander in chief. He was saying, basically, we felt Israel was about to attack. We have bases in the Middle East. At that moment, it became in our interest to attack as well. That's not a point about how much Israel controls us. And again, like, I guess the framing, I would also question the framing of that all of our bases in Gulf states in the Middle East are for Israel's benefit. There's one thing you could say is that they benefit Israel. Okay, well, that's one fact. A lot of things, there's many win-wins in the world. There's many.
I don't know. Why didn't he just come out and say, yes, we were completely in favor of the decapitation strike? So we didn't want to stop them. Because it all hinges on the leverage that we have is to stop them from doing the decapitation strike.
Mm-hmm.
The first strike that Israel is going to do and take out all their leadership. But if we're in favor of that, if we're like, oh, hell yeah, go for it. We want that. We would do it if we could, right?
Right.
Then all of a sudden it's a completely different. Then you're not in the defensive posture.
Well, the decapitation strike is what's going to start all the conflict afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. That we're going to be forced to respond to, right?
Right, exactly.
The way that people think Israel has leverage over us is that if we told them don't do the decapitation strike, they would give us the middle finger and do it anyway. And then we'd be forced into a situation where we're defending ourselves by Israel.
Right. Now, that's definitely, I think, very possible that if we told Israel, don't kill, you have this intel and you can kill the Ayatollah and all these other people, I can believe Israel saying, we're going to do it regardless. Like, I could definitely see that.
Then the whole situation hinges on whether America supported that. Whether America was like, yeah, we're fully prepared to take whatever blowback because that's in our interest. That's firmly in our interest.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Like, would Trump himself do the decapitation strike? If Israel came to Trump and said, hey, we have all of these leaders there, and they're going to put you on Mount Rushmore if you do this, and will you do it? And Trump is like, yeah, sure. That'd be great.
I could believe that Trump would want to do it. Like it's hard for me to imagine, maybe for other presidents, but it's hard for me to imagine if Israel came to Trump and said, hey, we can do this decapitation strike on the Ayatollah, that he's going to be like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is hard.
Yeah, Trump is probably like, let me do it. Yeah.
Right.
Trump is like,
yeah.
you guys don't. Why are you guys doing this? I want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. But then I just don't know why Marco Rubio didn't come out and frame it that way.
Right.
Say we were fully in favor of the decapitation strike. We knew it was going to happen and we fully supported it. We wanted to do it ourselves. So then you're just clearly saying, oh yeah, Israel didn't drag us into this. We were like arm wrestling them to do it.
Right.
Scenarios of mutual benefit. But the Gulf states that we have military bases there, this is a win-win for, at least in the perception of whoever in the Gulf state made those choices, it's a win-win for them too, right? So you could argue we're there for their benefit as well, right? And again, you can disagree with all of those decisions. You can say, in fact, it's not in our benefit to have all these military bases around the world. That's a totally valid claim, and you can argue for that. But what I don't think you can say is because I don't think it's in the U.S. benefit for us to have a military base in such and such a Gulf state. Therefore, it must be the case that Israel is the reason why their influence in our government is the reason why we're there.
I mean, I presume Benjamin Netanyahu got on a plane 7 times last year to fly to Washington, even though he has all sorts of extremely pressing matters at home, including a major corruption scandal where he's criminally indicted, as well as numerous wars still ongoing. I presume he went to Washington 7 times for a reason. And that reason was that he knew that he's going there would be able to persuade President Trump to do what Benjamin Netanyahu has been urging the United States to do for many decades in Israel's interest, which is go and commit regime change war in Iran, even though the last time we changed the regime of Iran in 1953 resulted in an absolute horror show. That was the reason why Iran became so anti-American in the first place, why they held our diplomats hostage when the revolution happened, because we had imposed on them a savage tyranny in the form of the Shah of Iran. And so this idea that we're going to go and repeat our same mistakes that we've been making for the last 60 years all around the world, that has produced so much anti-American sentiment and so much anger and so much animosity toward us, and that is just a coincidence that Netanyahu came 7 times and that Miriam Adelson was Trump's second largest donor, and all these other pro-Israel billionaires who jumped on the train at the last minute with Trump weren't pressuring him. Like, I think, you can never prove for certain what was in Trump's mind, but looking at all the evidence, we're now in a war that Netanyahu has wanted for decades in Israel's interest, against a country that cannot threaten American citizens in the United States, but can certainly threaten Israel and has threatened Israel. Even the issue of ballistic missiles. Trump last year in that 12-day war said that Israel was getting absolutely pummeled by Iranian ballistic missiles. So I understand from an Israeli perspective why you would want to destroy.
They don't want to admit the threat that Iran, if they had nuclear bombs, would, or at least is potentially, if I want to say would 100% do it, would potentially try to send bombs and send sleeper cells and send people to attack America. They don't even want to acknowledge the potential of that. When they literally just captured some guy who was claiming that he was sent by Iran to kill the president. And yet we're supposed to be like, well, it's literally impossible. They would never, ever send some sort of bomb or some sort of terrorist attack in America. They would never do such a thing.
Yeah, and other times that would have been enough to go to war right there. Attempted assassination of our president. Oh my God.
Right. Which, I mean, and even if they didn't do that, if Iran shot a nuclear bomb at Israel, okay, and then Israel nukes Iran back, so we're just going to be like, well, this doesn't involve us. It's not going to be some massive global conflict that comes about because of that action. That now, there's going to be some fallout that we have to deal with.
Yeah. I just, even if you don't believe that it's in America's interest, it's so easy to see that it's in Trump's interest, because it would be legacy making to remake the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't blame Israel for that, right?
You can.
Well, yeah, obviously, I guess you
Bibi
can.
Netanyahu went into, this is what happened now. Okay. Netanyahu went into Trump's office, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he pulled out his cell phone and he had a video, a GIF of some Jewish babe with big tits. And he just waved them in front of Trump's eyes, and the Jewish babe tits hypnotized Trump. Okay, they put him into a goyim trance. He couldn't turn away from the Jewish titties. And he's like, "You will attack Iran. You will get into a war and kill the Ayatollah." And Trump was like, "Yes, Bibi, I need those Jew titties."
Look, that example is farcical. Okay, obviously,
You don't think that happened?
That didn't happen.
Oh,
but I could see Bibi coming into the office with some PowerPoint presentation that had a picture of them adding Trump's face to Mount Rushmore and showing about how he brought peace in the Middle East, a little AI video of Trump getting the Nobel Peace Prize, everyone applauding.
A
I
picture of
mean
like a
that
Trump Tower being built in Gaza. They're gonna
I
name it
could
MAGA land
I know
or Magaza,
I could see that happening. Like that
of
could
course.
have happened.
Of course.
And Trump would be totally susceptible to that. You know he would.
Right.
You know, Bibi would be like, "Oh, this is just, a fun video I made.
Hmm.
This isn't really serious, but look, this could really be you."
Hmm.
Trump is thinking that now. Trump is totally thinking that. Trump is like, "Yeah, we're going to lose the midterms, but hell, I'm going to bring peace in our time." We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If those convoys start going through the Straits of Hormuz, we're going to be steps in that direction. When do the convoys happen, Sitch? When's that going to happen?
Tomorrow.
When is the military going to make landfall on one of these islands? You watch Ryan Macbeth, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Is it Lazarus, the island that has all the fortresses already? What do you think?
I think it's
How long
Porg
before
Island. Gotta go to Porg Island.
Poor guy? No, it's Lazarus. Lazarus is the one we want to go for. When do you think that happens? When do the Marines make landfall on that little island?
I'm gonna
Monday?
say
Tuesday?
I'm gonna
How
say
about Friday?
this week. This week.
Oh my God. You know the market is closed on Friday because it's Good Friday.
So there you go. Friday.
What's it a Good Friday for?
It's a good Friday to invade. That's a
To
great
liberate
point.
the Iranian people.
See, you always got to catch it. Like, how do we do this in a way that's going to least affect the market? Friday. There it is.
That is what Trump is thinking. You
That's
know
true.
it is.
Yeah.
What is his tweet going to be before the market opens? I think the market's going to be down.
We're totally getting the oil. The oil is going to be free to roam the straits. Okay. We're going to get all the oil to the people that need it. And in fact, there was all this talk that Iran was going to have a toll. But since we opened the strait, we should actually have a toll. Yes. Since all these pussy countries in Europe didn't want to help, okay, we're going to totally just start tolling for everyone's going to pay us for security, right? If we're the police, then we need to be paid.
Oh, that's so bad. Just what you don't want, a shakedown police force.
Want to destroy all Iranian ballistic missiles and their conventional arsenal, but they've never shot ballistic missiles at the United States. There's questions about whether or not they even could. And, nuclear deterrence works around the world. And this, I think, is one of the main issues that we have to really consider, which is, war is supposed to be a last resort. So this idea like, oh, Iran tried to kill Trump. I heard that in the Iraq War. President Bush said, Saddam Hussein tried to kill my dad. This is, it was obvious when these claims were being circulated in 2024 that they would have the effect of trying to convince Trump, hey, look, they tried to kill you. You should go in and attack Iran. And apparently, I'm sure that did play a factor. But even there, why does Iran have so much animosity toward the United States? Why does Iran want to attack our military bases in the United States? Is it just because they're irrational and an apocalyptic cult and hate anybody who doesn't share their religious views? Or is it because...
So how do you feel about this part?
This is all true. Yes, that is exactly. That's why. Oh, well, he's going to give a butt. He's going to say, no, it's because you guys you overthrew the country like 60 years ago and they never got over it. We fucking nuked Japan, the only country in the history of the world that's ever been nuked. And now we're like best friends on X talking about like our shared love of barbecue. Okay, so fuck you, Glenn. This is so stupid.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And we're like besties now.
Like,
they're way over it.
It's so crazy to me that you literally had fucking college kids with the okay of the government storms the U.S. Embassy twice. First of all, in the terms of like talking about like scales of like diplomatic no-nos, okay, storming an embassy is a pretty big no-no, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to do that. That's supposed to be like one of the few things you don't really do because it's hard to maintain relations. You know, they always complain about Trump. Oh, Trump is trying to negotiate all these things with Iran, then he sneak attacks them. Right? How dare he? Okay. The Iranians attacked a U.S. embassy twice. And the first time the government actually came in and said, okay, stop it. And then the second time, the Iranian government said, you know what? That's fair. You do that. And you hold those Americans hostage for hundreds and hundreds of days just to make the current US president look weak and ineffective. And we're just like, oh, I get, that happened a lot. That happened a lot sooner temporally in time. And oh my God, we overthrew their government a billion fucking years ago. Who cares? And it made it better, by the way. It made it better. Okay. That somehow justifies them having this horrible fucking religious dictatorship that totally sucks ass, that is like fucking the worst government ever, that treats its fucking citizens like shit. But no, suddenly they're all justified. Even though all the Iranian people, like if America came in and toppled this government, okay, and installed a government that would actually function as some sort of like Western democracy, do you think the average Iranian person would be fucking overjoyed? They wouldn't be like, oh, how dare America come in and topple our government?
Well, I thought the deal with the Shah was the Shah pitched that he was going to make it a lot better, and he got American support, but then he kind of reneged. He was like, nah, get back in the burqa.
I don't think so.
I thought that's how it played out.
Well, no, because the revolution against him was, hey, we gotta be more Islamic.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
He was literally overthrown by the Islamic Revolution. So what they were like, hey, well, he's not religious enough.
Right. I know one of them, maybe it was the Ayatollahs that were like, oh yeah, we're totally modern, progressive Ayatollahs. We're not religious radicals at all. Maybe they were the ones that were saying, oh yeah, we'll be good. We'll be cool. Somebody tricked the population.
Right.
By saying that, oh yeah, you guys are going to get a lot of freedoms. And then they totally reneged. I know that's the case. I don't know which one it was.
Well, no, yeah, Khamenei did try to trick people.
Ayatollah Khomeini.
To build a bigger coalition that like, oh, maybe it won't be so bad.
Women
maybe I
will
won't
get
be
more
such
rights.
a religious person, right? But then obviously,
it'll be great. All the women will be voting in no time at all.
Yeah.
Just put me in power. That's how they got rid of the Shah, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Why are we even talking about this?
Because
Iranian history. I hate that we've invaded Iran just because we have to actually study up on the history of it. It's like such bullshit. Where's that tab?
Is the people in that leadership have anti-American sentiment for the same reason that people have anti-American sentiment all over the world, in every continent, in every region, because we've meddled for so long in their country, we've overthrown their governments, we've imposed.
Why does this not apply to Iran? How come this only applies to America? Iran has been meddling in all the fucking countries for the last fucking, what is it? Like 40 years? Okay, they've been meddling with all these countries for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
And they don't get any criticism for any of this. Why this is why it's just so fucking hypocritical. It's so one-sided. You just don't
How
care.
is shooting missiles at Israel not meddling in Israel foreign policy?
Yeah, they're shooting missiles at Israel. They're funding Hamas. They're funding Hezbollah. They're funding the Houthis. They're doing all this crazy proxy shit.
They funded October 7th. How is that not meddling in?
No, that's nuts. None of this is Iran
Israeli
meddling
politics.
in. So fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's comical.
Dictatorships on them, or maybe because Trump assassinated one of their most important military generals, one of the most beloved and well-regarded military generals in his first.
Oh no, so sad. Trump assassinated some horrible fucking military general who was part of a military dictatorship. Oh my God. But it's like, oh, he was such a beloved figure. The general that kept the population under his thumb. Oh, he was such a loved figure.
There's got to be a lot
So
of
stupid.
there has to be a lot of people in Iran and in these various nations that are chapped because America claimed to be the cavalry and then pulled out, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's got to be a thing too. So
yes.
First term, and his first term, and they saw that as a fair retaliation. So we have to constantly ask, why is all this happening? And then you look at the fact, I'm sure you recall this, where I'm just a few years older than you, like 2 or 3, but, going back to like the first Obama administration, we were hearing from the US security establishment, from the Western security establishment, that the most important thing is that we have to extricate ourselves from the Middle East and pivot to China, pivot to Asia, because China is our number one competitor or adversary or enemy, depending on how you look at that. And yet, not only haven't we pivoted to Asia, we can't extricate ourselves from the Middle East. We're actually removing, anti-missile batteries that were incredibly controversial when we put in South Korea in order to bring them over now in order to protect Israel and to protect American bases in this new Middle East war. Why can't we extricate ourselves from the Middle East, Coleman? Like, what is it that's there that is so crucial? We're a net exporter of oil.
Glory. That's what's there. Glory.
Don't need oil from the Middle East. As Trump said, we don't use the Strait of Hormuz. All those countries would happily sell us whatever oil we wanted to buy from them, including Iran. They would love to be able to sell us oil. So it's not oil. There is no vital interest in the Middle East left for the United States.
This is like baby brain retarded version of global politics. Okay.
Totally.
He's acting like, listen, why can't America just be friends with everyone in the entire world, regardless? It's like, well, okay, have you never been to like a high school? Did you never go to high school? Do you not know how like interpersonal relationships work? If we are friendly with certain countries and we become their allies, and those countries are like diehard opposed to other countries, it's kind of hard to make allies when you're like, listen, I'm going to be friends with every single person. Because then everyone's like, no, you got to choose. You got to pick a side.
I know, it's so basic.
It's not really how any of this fucking works. Okay.
Especially when things like October 7th come into play, right? Like if
Yes.
your friend is brutally assaulted by somebody and you're like,
Right.
oh, that sucks. But look, I'm friends with everyone.
Like, exactly. It's so stupid.
Well, that guy, I mean, he stabbed me.
Right.
He stabbed me pretty bad.
You're like, yeah, but I don't want to piss that guy off because, he might, close a strait or two. So I got to just be cucked and be friends with everyone until they attack me very directly. Yeah. Which wasn't, I mean, this was sort of like the whole point, and this is what's so kind of silly. Like, when he goes on and on, like this whole baby, like isolationist approach to like, you just close your eyes and you let everyone do everything and you just sit back and you hide in your little cave and you let the power vacuum exist in the world and you don't fill it. You just let someone else fill it. Which,
no.
There, like this was like, what if this was, I guess this was like the first war? Wasn't this the first war that America fought after, if you don't count the Revolutionary War? After Revolutionary War, the first war was we had to go kill the fucking Barbary pirates because we were like, hey, listen, the Middle East, that's not our problem. You let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. We don't want to be involved with any of that shit. And then it's like, oh, well, since you didn't get involved with any of that shit, they're going to start fucking looting and raiding all of your ships. And any trade that you want to do with Europe, they're going to fucking come in and they're going to take
steal all our shit.
Steal all your shit. So then we have to go, send our army, Thomas Jefferson. Oh, and they say, oh, and then they say, oh, if you don't want us, okay, to fuck with you, you need to pay us tribute, right? They have to do the poll tax, right? Then like the oldest thing in the fucking book, not the poll tax, the little like the tax. What you mean. Yeah, the tax to just like enter into a land safe.
The tariff.
Or just the little like, oh, if you want to actually trade, not with us, if you want to trade with other countries, you need to pay us tribute so that we don't fuck up your shit.
Okay, the tribute.
Yeah, even though it's international waters. And Tom Jefferson is like, fuck you, this is America. We're not cucked. And we have to go send the Marines, right? Isn't that where the whole song came from? Or we have to go send the military out there to fuck their shit up and say, no, fuck you. This is America, damn it.
It's like
free
Marine
trade,
life.
baby. But no, we just stick our heads in the sand and we say, listen, we're going to be friends with everyone. We're going to let China run amok in the world. We're going to let Iran do whatever the fuck it wants. We're just going to close our eyes and bury our head in the sand, and that will never, ever come back to bite us, ever.
Seizing Carg Island seems completely stupid to me. I don't know why so many people are talking about it. Like, why
does
would
it
you
seem stupid?
season up? Because it just, I mean, it makes sense as far as is putting economic restraints on Iran, but it's not going to put enough economic restraints on them to open up the Straits of Hormuz. So,
Yeah.
and that is the preeminent problem right now.
Well,
They need to get those straits opened.
it would depend on a couple of factors. One would be, so the thought process is, if you can prevent the Iranian government from making money, then they can't pay the IRGC, so they're more likely to not follow orders or rebel. Now, I have seen some reports that already said that there's already is a lot of problem with them not paying IRGC people, but I don't know if that's true. So a lot of the information comes out of this is very like, who knows?
Yeah.
Let's kind of wait and see.
When you stop paying
what's
your
true,
army
what's not
that is already like armed to the teeth and pissed off,
Right.
I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to be like, oh, let's blow some shit up. We're all unemployed now. Let's blow some shit up.
Right. But that might be
That's not going to
good.
open the straits up.
No, but, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe it would. It depends if they turn against the whoever's in charge. If those people aren't religiously motivated, it will
These
either
ships that are going through, they're paying like some sort of $2 million ship bribe. So those people who are not getting paid by their bosses are like, oh, well, we're making money with these ships here.
Well, yeah,
they're
if
literally
that's the
making
case.
money off of the straits being shut down.
The people, yeah,
I
but you could have
assume
a
they're paying
situation.
them in cash. Can you Venmo $2 million? I don't think so.
Yeah, but you have to think about it this way. It's like in Venezuela where, there are different factions of the government kind of make money from bribery in different sectors of the economy. So you could have a situation where some sector of the IRGC or the Iranian government is able to make money by these bribes to ships, while maybe half of it isn't getting any of that money and any of that resources. And so then that half goes to war with the other half, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those situations where
earlier.
You could have it like at worst situation, it destabilizes the military, which is good. And at best, they overthrow the ruling class and decide to, make peace with America. Now that's obviously, who knows, right? If that will ever happen. But they could all be ideologically motivated, not care, and say, we're totally fine with not making money. I don't know. But there's a thought process to it. I don't know if it'll actually play out, but I don't think it's like a ridiculous thought process.
10:33 p.m. Eastern Time. Trump claims Iran agrees to most of the U.S. demands. They put their little 15-point plan together. He's like, oh, yeah, they already agreed to all that shit.
I'll believe it when I see it. when whoever's in charge of Iran comes out and says, yes, we agree to this, then I will.
I mean,
I'm gonna,
at this point, I'm going to believe it when I see some ships moving through the straits.
Right.
That's when I'm going to believe it.
We'll see.
I think a lot of people are on that page too. They're like, okay, fool me once.
Right. Well, it could be again. It could be that there's some faction of the government that's agreed to this, and is that the faction that's shooting missiles at ships? If that's not
Probably
that faction,
not.
it doesn't matter.
Probably
right?
not. Yeah,
Who gives
it's
a
a completely
shit?
different faction.
It doesn't matter at that point.
All right, I think we're almost done here. We'll just do this last section.
States other than Israel. And I would submit that's one of the main reasons we haven't been able to extricate ourselves from the Middle East, and why, despite a president who spent decades, and certainly the last 10 years running for president, vowing never to involve the United States in more regime change wars or more Middle East wars, we're now involved in what arguably is the most dangerous one of them all. Trump could just end it quickly. It could end up spiraling into an escalation that he can't control. It's an extremely dangerous situation. And so obviously, Netanyahu thinks that his visits to Washington play a major role. The pro-Israel lobby that gave Trump so much money thinks that they're playing an influential role on behalf of Israel. And I think if you look at the kind of overall geopolitics of why we consider the Middle East so important, clearly Israel is a major factor.
Okay, so a couple points to make. I mean, it seems to me a lot of the evidence you're marshaling is like it's not evidence that Netanyahu's visits actually caused a change in thinking. It's like obviously when foreign leaders visit America, they're always hoping to influence, and they're gonna, if they have a 10% chance of influence, they're gonna visit. You know, we're the global superpower. You're still all your work is ahead of you in proving that those visits actually did cause the influence that you're alleging they did. A mere coincidence. I mean, this is like I think the core of a lot of my disagreement.
See, that's where the level of evidence he's requiring is just, I mean, you basically have to be in the room with Trump and Netanyahu, which, I mean, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you have to deduce some things, but I think the problem is that no one wants to deal with, everyone wants like a definitive answer. When in reality, you just kind of have to be like, you have to give like probabilities or likelihoods of these scenarios.
Of
because
course.
we're not in the room. So you just say, how likely is it? Now, okay, I did finally get to the bottom of this claim here. This Israel is the what did he say? The largest intelligence threat against America?
Oh,
Okay.
really? Wow, you're still digging into that claim.
I finally got, well, I was curious. I finally got the bottom of this because that's like a crazy claim to make. Okay. So the original claim of this comes from a Guardian article from 2013 written by Glenn Greenwald and some other people.
No way. No way. Holy shit. He's citing himself.
But here's why this is interesting, though. So you would think that if you had good information that this was true, that America was listing Israel as like the biggest spy threat or this major spy threat against them, that it would like this, shouldn't this be like the headline of the article? Shouldn't this be like shouldn't there be just like an entire article dedicated to just that? Right? That's like a huge deal. And yet the articles that talk about this, it's like buried in the article. It's one paragraph. The actual article is just talking about and complaining about that the NSA shares raw intelligence with Israel. That's like 95% of the article.
How does that equate to Israel spying on Americans?
Well, no, it does say something to that effect, but it's weird to me that that's like buried in the article instead of the headline. Because usually you would lead with the most salacious thing unless you don't really have good evidence of it or there's some sort of context you're leaving out, right?
So he throws it away as some ancillary point in the article.
Yeah. The over like 90, as I said, 95% of this article is just all about that the NSA is sharing raw intelligence, which, I don't really like that. And that's fine not to like that. I don't like that either with Israel. But it's just this one part of it's kind of buried in one paragraph. It says, and it's weird too, because they show you some excerpts from the document they're reading, but they don't show you this key excerpt here, which you think would be important. It says, in another top secret document seen by The Guardian, dated to 2008, a senior NSA official points out that Israel aggressively spies on the US. Quote, on the one hand, the Israelis are extremely good signet partners for us, meaning that they're very good at helping us spy. But on the other hand, they target us to learn our positions on Middle East problems. So first of all, that quote just makes it sound like they're literally just trying to understand what our position is. Not that they're, blackmailing anyone or doing some crazy spying. The official says quote, a national intelligence estimate ranked them as the third most aggressive intelligence service against the US. So that's a very salacious claim, right? That they're third. Now you would think that A, that should be the headline, and B, that should be, why don't they show that document that says that? Unless there's something in between the sentences that changes the context here, right? Why would they not show us the document that says that line?
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't say that.
Yes.
Maybe they can only clip one line out of context to make it say that.
And this is from one official. This is from one person. And then one official said that, and then one official, the same guy, said that we don't know who this person is, said that they think that the NSA's biggest threat is actually from friendly intelligence services like Israel. There are parameters on what NSA shares with them, but the exchange is so robust that sometimes we share more than we intended. And then all the other articles that talk about this, they'll just quote back to this original Guardian article. None of them actually show the evidence or show the document or show anything. They just kind of quote back to this. And Glenn
They're
did
spies.
Yeah, so
It's a sneaky part of the stereotype, right?
Very now Glenn
sneaky.
did leave out that even this person, this anonymous person that he's quoting, who supposedly said this in some sort of document, he even said that the U.S. or I'm sorry, said that Israel was the third most aggressive against the U.S. underneath China and Russia, which Glenn left that part out.
That's what I said.
Yeah, so
He grouped some adversaries in there.
right.
Although, aren't we supposed to be? We're friends with China and Russia, right? We're
Yeah.
frenemies.
Multipolar world, right? Isn't that what
Yeah.
Professor Zhang was saying?
Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
Agreements with what you're saying conceptually. The mere coincidence of two heads of state, doing something, or the coincidence of, if Saudi Arabia came out,
The coincidence of them hanging out 3 days a week for like 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is just a stretch for me.
No, I mean, I
Right now.
agree. Like, obviously, if he's meeting Trump all the time, it's not coincidence.
He's lobbying.
He's meeting him
hugely
to do
lobbying.
something. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. He's hugely lobbying him.
and said, "Oh, we are so happy that Trump is finally doing this regime change in Iran. We've been visiting this X many times a year. We spend, whatever it is, $50 million a year on FARA lobbying Congress to be harsher on Iran." Well, all of that would be equally evidence, just as much evidence of Saudi influence behind this decision as the various data points you're pointing to about Israelis, right? So you're still, all your work is ahead of you when you point out a coincidence of motives and goals. And it's like the notion of a common enemy, right? Iran has had this revolutionary government. They hate America. I'll grant you the reason they hate America is the 1953 coup. But okay, we agree they hate America. They also hate Israel. One is the great Satan, one is the little Satan. This is their ideology. They chant it, they teach it to school children, etc. Well, we're in a situation now where they have admitted openly. It's not like sketchy CIA intelligence and, some, uranium African mine or an Italian journalist. It's not like Iraq war stuff. It's like Iran has come out and said, we've enriched kilograms of uranium to 60%. The IAEA, which is the neutral UN body that looks into nuclear proliferation, not an interested party like the CIA or MI6 that can be overzealous or whatever, has said, yep, the Iranians are telling the truth. They have enriched kilograms of uranium to 60%. They come out and say it on state TV in Iran. Pretty much everyone agrees, including the Iranians, that they've done this. They brag about it. There are zero examples in the history of nuclear proliferation of a state that has enriched kilograms of uranium to 60% and then not gone on to get a bomb. There are literally zero. So if this were like India or Pakistan claiming we're at 60 and we've got kilograms, I wouldn't even believe that they didn't want a bomb. Obviously they're angling for a bomb, right? And so then the question becomes, is it in the U.S. interest for Iran to go nuclear? I would argue, since they're self-identified as our adversaries, it's clearly not in the U.S. interest for us to allow them to get a bomb. And if that's true, then it becomes a matter of, when do you time the intervention, right? It's like, if they're at the 90-yard line, do we wait till we detect them sprinting towards the finish to weaponize a bomb? I don't think that makes sense. I mean, obviously Americans are traumatized by the Iraq war experience, where we were told there was going to be WMD Iraq. We sent our boys to die, and we spent all this money, and bam, there's no WMD. It's like, this is This was actually, I consider, a kind of psychological trauma to the American psyche. But if you actually look at the whole history of the CIA's efforts to keep tabs on nuclear proliferation around the world, they far more often have made the opposite mistake. They thought, CIA thought the Soviet Union would get a bomb in the mid 1950s. They were 5 years ahead of schedule. They got it in 49. The CIA was surprised in 1964 when China got a nuclear weapon. The CIA, Israel was ahead of the CIA schedule when they got a bomb in 1967. India's nuclear test in the mid 70s surprised the CIA. South Africa hid their entire nuclear arsenal from the CIA for 14 years successfully. That's South Africa. And obviously the most important example was after the Gulf War, 1991, where we discover that Saddam Hussein, his nuclear program is way further advanced than any intelligence estimate had it before the Gulf War. And then in 1998, once again, the Indians test a nuclear bomb, totally surprised the CIA, right? So there are just far more examples of the CIA underestimating and not being aware that countries have made the final sprint towards a nuclear bomb. We can't wait for that.
Okay. So first of all, you mentioned Iraq. And of course, that does shape people's perceptions, as it should, because we relied into a war in the Middle East based on exactly the same arguments that are being made now about Iran, by exactly the same people, by exactly the same ideologies. And so obviously, it's like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And so people are saying, rightly so, and most Americans oppose the war, I think in large part for this reason, we don't see Iran as a real threat. And it's because not just the experience in Iraq, we've been lied to into wars by our governments continuing, including in Vietnam, when we were told the Gulf of Tonkin was an incident where the North Vietnamese had attacked American ships. None of that turned out to be true. We were told that in Libya, that it wasn't a regime change war. It was just to protect people in Benghazi, and it turned into a regime change war that destroyed that country. There's a lot of reasons why Americans are extremely skeptical about what the US government is telling them, and there's a lot of good reasons to be. As far as like evidence for Israel's role in the decision to go to war, again, I mean, other than a confession in secret by Trump where he doesn't realize he's being taped, but actually is, and I can show you a recording where Trump admits to Melania, you know what, I'm going to war even though I don't want to, but I'm doing it for Israel. I can't show you smoking gun proof it. It doesn't exist. But there's some pretty strong evidence, and beyond everything I just said, like the Joe Kent, who was appointed by President Trump to one of the most sensitive positions in the entire US government. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center with the highest top secret clearance, resigned just last week and said Iran was never an imminent threat to us. We went to war because of Israeli influence. You can talk to people in the Pentagon up and down the US government who will tell you the same thing. I'm not saying it means they're telling the truth, but it's certainly strong evidence when people at the highest levels of our government who have the most sensitive access to the most sensitive data are coming and saying that this is a war for Israel and that Iran posed no imminent threat. You have to at least count that as evidence. As far as Netanyahu's visits, yes, Trump and the American president will meet with leaders. You don't meet with a leader 7 times. It's so off the charts. It's kind of like US aid to Israel. Trump didn't meet with any other leader more than twice. And the reason is because Netanyahu was coming. And his mission, and it's not just last year, it's been for decades. You can go back to 2003 and 2004 when we were in Iraq, and there were a lot of neocons saying, once we're done with Baghdad, we're moving on to Tehran. This has been at the top of the pro-Israel agenda, the Israeli agenda, for many decades. And let me just finally address the nuclear issue, because everything you said about the nuclear issue in Iran, I think is very contestable. For example, Iran has the absolute right under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to enrich uranium up to all sorts of amounts that they've never exceeded. Israel doesn't even belong to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. You want to talk about a country that has a secret nuclear weapon stash that has never been inspected. Start with Israel. Iran is a party to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation.
Do you think Israel's going to use their nuke? Think they're unprovoked, use their nuke? Should we be worried about that?
No, I think that'd be retarded.
Mm.
Not unless they were. I think the only way they would do this if they thought they had some sort of very credible evidence to some sort of imminent attack, nuclear attack or something to that effect on them.
What's the point of bringing that up? Everyone always brings that up. Israel has a nuclear weapon. That's
Why
not
haven't you
fair.
stopped Israel from getting a nuke? I mean, because we're
They
not really
do.
worried Israel's going to
People
nuke
bring
us.
that up.
Yeah.
People bring that up a lot.
Well, I mean, the whole thing, like the Joe Kent thing's retarded too. I mean, Joe Kent, he's kind of like, he's not being very honest here. Because I listened to what Joe Kent said on Tucker Carlson. Joe Kent didn't say, well, I saw information that showed that Iran was an incredible threat. He said that he was like locked out of the conversation, the meeting, and he didn't see any information that it was. So I was like, okay, well, if you just because
That's
you didn't see it,
hugely different.
yeah,
That's
which is very different,
hugely,
right?
hugely different.
Which now I will say there is a criticism of the Trump administration because number one, it is well, you would think if you were going to war with Iran, you should definitely include the person who's the head of counterterrorism in that conversation because you would expect there's going to potentially
There might be some counterterrorism.
some terrorism going on. Yeah, exactly. So that is stupid that they didn't include him in the conversation. But and then number two, I mean, this is a person who thinks, or he keeps playing this kind of like goofy implication game, but he very clearly thinks that Israel had something to do with killing Charlie Kirk, which is fucking stupid and completely farcical and makes absolutely no sense. So if anything, this is really just criticism for Trump's ability to who the fuck he's staffing in positions of power, not that Joe Kent is some sort of reliable source of information about all this.
Joe Kent thinks that?
Yes, that was part of
okay.
why he quit. As he
Actually,
was
I
like,
think Coleman Hughes mentions that.
okay, yeah, because he was part of why he quit was that he was all like, oh, Kash Patel was stifling my investigation or stifling any investigation to see if Israel was involved and going after
Okay.
it was involved with Charlie Kirk or something stupid like that.
Sounds like it was good that he resigned.
Yeah, no, this guy sounds like a fucking retard. And then I'm trying to find it. There was some post that was actually like he had some weird connection with like God, I want to find it. There's something like Joe Kent's wife was like somehow connected to Tucker or to Candace Owens or something. Something weird about like how he was kind of getting involved in all this stuff. But
Let's read some super chats.
okay. All right,
What do
give
you
me like
think?
1 second.
What are you leaving?
Proliferation Treaty and all of the inspection that entails. They agreed to massive, more intrusive inspection as part of that Iran deal, where the IAEA was all over the place in Iran, certifying that they weren't crossing the nuclear threshold. Unfortunately, that all went away once President Trump withdrew from the nuclear deal. But as far as the nuclear program is concerned, 2 months before Trump bombed with huge bunker busters all three of their nuclear facilities last year, Tulsi Gabbard went to the Senate under oath and said the consensus of the intelligence community that she leads is that Iran has not tried to pursue a nuclear weapon. They're not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon. There's been no decision by the government to pursue a nuclear weapon. 2 months later, when Trump went and bombed those facilities and he was asked, but your own director of national intelligence said they're not even trying to get a nuclear weapon. He said, I don't care what she says. Okay, maybe Iran was, even though Tulsi Gabbard didn't know about it, even though she leads all the intelligences. Trump himself said, and you can go on the White House site right now, that operation completely and totally obliterated Iran's entire nuclear program. So even if they were headed toward this danger zone before that, the US government itself, Trump himself said exactly that. It's still up on the website. And when journalists...
I don't see how you can make this argument that that's definitive that everything was destroyed because Trump said it. The most salesman, like over optimistic person in the world said it. So therefore it has to be true. I don't think it's really good evidence.
Well, you see, when Trump said that they had the nukes, he was wrong. But then when he said he destroyed the nukes, he was right.
He was correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Seems like a little cherry picking going on here to me,
Right.
but
now, I mean, you
Super
could bring this up to
chats.
say Trump is a very unreliable protagonist, which I think
which
all
we
agree
say
with that.
like every
Yes.
week,
Right.
especially in this situation. So
Uh, Jason Mulgreen for $20. Thank you so much. Says, is there any chance that Trump is actually doing this because it's the right thing to do and will be the best things for America in the long run? Could it be brave for Trump to risk the political loss for the USA win? I'm going to
I think that's
say
happening. Yeah.
no, but do you think that that's what Trump's thought process is?
I think there is definitely, I think that's part of it.
Okay.
I do think he fashions his identity around I'm doing the tough things that other people can't do. Other people are too afraid to do. This is part of making America great again. Sometimes that comes with a cost. Gonna have to pay some high gasoline prices for a while. Might lose some American lives. A lot of people do think in the long run that this is going to be good. So
yeah. Well, as I said, I think it might end up being good in the long run. I think that Trump does style himself as like the guy who does the hard things. I do the hard things, right?
But it's bullshit.
But I don't think that Trump is doing this because he thinks like if Trump had like a crystal ball and it's like, listen, Trump, if you do this action, everyone will hate you for it for the next like 50 years. Okay, but it will be good for America in the long run. And you really won't get recognition for
well,
it.
if you frame it by like that, that's
I don't think Trump would ever do. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Trump will do.
You need to work on this.
I don't
that
think
needs
Trump
to be
is going
workshopped.
I don't think Trump is a guy who would ever be like, I'm going to do the right thing, even if people hate me for it. Like, I don't perceive that as Trump's behavior whatsoever.
No, but he does. He thinks that this is going to take 3 months and that he's going to be loved for it. And it's totally going to transform the Middle East. And he can handle 3 months of hate. He's like, oh yeah, everyone's going to hate me for 3 months. But then they're going to love me 10 times more because it's going to be amazing.
I don't agree because I think if that was his thought process, like, because when you said that Trump is flailing about all this Iran stuff, I think a lot of that is the way he's talking about it is kind of making it feel like he's panicking because he's trying to do all these things and frame things in a specific way to try to salvage the market. And
well, the flailing position didn't come in though until after he began this. All of the selling of it happened before he began this.
Right, but what I'm saying is like if he went into this thinking I will be hated for 3 months, then I think he would have been more mentally resilient to just being like, okay, well, I will take the hit for the next 3 months, as opposed to this kind of like panic. Oh no, everything's fine. I got to try to prop up the market, blah, 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 blah. Like to me, this all feels more like he just didn't think that this was going to go this way. Like when he says, even though I don't think it's true that people in the American government thinks this, but when he says like no one thought they were going to shoot the other countries, no one thought they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz and all this other stuff. Like I'm sure people told Trump that was a possibility, and he just didn't process it or forgot or didn't think it was realistic or something.
He told himself, that'll never happen.
Right. So
he doesn't believe his advisors when they tell him bad shit. Only the good shit.
To me, if you're a person, if he went into this thinking like I will do the right thing, even if it's the hard thing, then he would go into thinking like, yes, they will, they could potentially close the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, they could attack their allies. Yes, oil prices might go up, but God damn it, this is the better thing for America and for the world. Like, I just feel like he would try to sell this whole situation completely differently if that was his thought process. And it doesn't seem to me that Trump ever frames anything in that context. So it's hard for me to imagine this is what's going on.
Well, I threw the 3-month number out as kind of where he is now, in my estimation. Before it began, it was sold to him that we might take a short-term hit for 4 to 5 weeks, but it's not going to be that big a deal, and you're going to be loved for the rest of time once we're past that. Now that he's realizing, there's all these other things that I thought wouldn't happen are happening, he might be telling himself, okay, well, 3 months. 3 months is a more realistic understanding of the situation. But I still think 3 months is not really realistic.
Right.
But Trump right now is telling himself, I'm going to be hated for a little while, but in the end, I'm going to be loved, and it's going to be immense love that's everlasting.
Hmm.
You don't think that's what he's telling himself?
No, I think
Really?
he told himself that this was going to be Maduro 2.0. I think that's what he told himself. I think that's what Bibi whispered into his ear. I think that's what they all went into it, or he went into it thinking this was just going to be in and out, very quick, very easy situation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he thought he was going to be in for 3 months of gas prices
And
increasing
you don't think he
stuff.
thinks this is going to be like a long-term love situation?
No, I mean, look, like if you,
I
like,
mean, he
here's
is
why
running
here's why I'm
away. He is
resistant to
running
this
away from
idea.
regime change,
Okay.
which would be the closest to the love situation.
If a person thinks, okay, this is going to be some sort of long conflict or even a medium length conflict, right? That implies that then you're going to go into it thinking like, okay, we need to have like a plan in place of what to do once they close the Strait of Hormuz. You need to have a plan what to do once they start attacking out. Like you'd have all these like plans
Contingency
in place.
plans,
And
yeah.
contingencies, right? Which that does not seem to be the way that Trump thinks about anything, really, let alone this situation. Like you wouldn't have the situation where he goes out on social media, he's like, all the European countries, they should fucking help us open the Strait of Hormuz and stop being bitches. And then when they say no, you go, well, we didn't need them anyway. Just none of these things just really go together in my mind. If you had some sort of like thought process about all this taking time.
This isn't a detailed 10-point plan.
No.
Look, I described it as flailing. I'm sticking to the flailing.
I think you're correct. I think you're correct. Yeah.
I do think Trump is flailing here. I'm talking about the how you convince Trump to do this. To convince Trump that this is going to be a good idea. And part of that convincing is saying, oh my God, you're going to create peace in the Middle East. You're going to get a Nobel Peace Prize. You're going to be remembered forever. Trump is susceptible to flattery.
I understand that. But if someone asks you, do you think Trump is doing this because it's actually the right thing? The implication in the question is like, is that the primary motivation? He's just like, I'm doing the right thing because it's the right thing. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever.
Not the right thing because this is going to be excellent for my legacy.
No, yeah. Like the morally right thing. Yeah.
Right.
I see no indication of that. No evidence of that. Grawl for $20 says, in reality, Israel successfully hacked into Anthropic's training data, and Trump asked Claude if bombing a fund was a good idea. That's true. Jokes aside, Adam, you rage bait me too easily with your AI takes. Military use of LLMs is worrying.
Did I? I don't really. I'm not sure I have a position on the military using LLMs.
Mm-hmm.
When did I say anything about
Nothing.
military?
I think there are two different ideas.
Okay.
Whenever you bring up AI, Groth doesn't like it, but then also this idea about the LLM.
Right. Well, good. I like to rage bait you guys.
Okay. Well, I know.
Don't take it too harshly, though.
I mean, I know. I think it was Grawl. Grawl said that they work in.
The AI guy,
stuff.
right?
Right. Yeah. So, which I do want to talk to Grawl at some point about. Obviously, not when I'm in Japan, but I'll have him on the stream at some point. Okay, here. Keep it going.
Going back to the top.
Oh no! Play a little bit more. I want to hear a little bit more of this. Okay.
I said to him, okay, so we've completely and totally obliterated their nuclear program. So that means like 6 months from now or a year from now, you're not going to come back and say, oh, we have to go attack Iran again because maybe we didn't totally and completely obliterate it. He said the whole, he accused the people of raising that question of like disrespecting our pilots and their bravery. He called it fake news. On the White House website, it still says it's fake news. Anyone who questions whether Iran has any residual nuclear capability. So suddenly out of the blue, we're going to now go again and have a war with Iran over this nuclear program that we were told 8 months ago the United States completely and totally obliterated. I mean, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people think Israel has such a significant role here, because none of the government's claims beyond Israel as to why we had to go start a major war with Iran make any sense. And then the last issue I will say, like, proliferation is a big concern. All these countries have got nuclear weapons, including North Korea. And to me, Coleman, this is like the hub of the issue. This is really the key of the issue. is when the United States got nuclear weapons, and then the Soviet Union got nuclear weapons, and then France and the UK got nuclear weapons, and looked like Brazil and Argentina wanted nuclear weapons because of the tensions between them, and it became a huge issue. We decided as a world that we wanted to make non-proliferation a major goal of humanity. And that's why the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty was created. Unfortunately, Israel didn't sign on to it. But I agree with you completely. It is dangerous. But this is the problem, is that we, the United States, along with Israel, but mostly the United States, has sent a signal to the world that if you are a rational leader that wants to protect your country, the only rational choice you have is to try and get nuclear weapons. Because we've created a world where if you don't have nuclear weapons, we can attack you at any time. We can invade your country and nab your president and say we have the right to arrest him like we did in Venezuela. We can attack you in Iraq or Libya or Syria or all over the world. But if you do have nuclear weapons, no matter how crazy you are, like North Korea, we will never mess with you. We will never, ever mess with you. And I think Iran made a mistake in not getting nuclear weapons and not actually making the decision, as the intelligence community said, to get nuclear weapons. So if we're worried about this threat that Iran poses, we should be asking, why is it that they supposedly pose a threat to us? And especially since war is the last resort, we should be asking that question. And there's no need for Iran to be a threat to the United States. I don't even think they are. And so, yes, this is not definitive proof that we did it for Israel, but it's not a coincidence that we're at war with Israel's greatest enemy and the enemy that Israel has wanted the United States to go and take out for many decades.
Our actions are definitely creating nuclear proliferation. I mean, that seems pretty easy to conclude.
But it's one of those
think?
situations where it's like the inaction also creates nuclear proliferation as well, though, too.
Because without any sort of threat, people are just going to try to develop nuclear weapons.
Well, it's like, I mean, this was a problem like with
sort of
Russia invading
deterrent.
Ukraine. We say like, oh, if we do nothing, doesn't that signal to everyone that they just have to build nukes? Like if we do nothing and Iran is able to build nukes unopposed, and then they get to put themselves in a North Korea position, doesn't that just signal to everyone that they should just get nukes?
Yeah. Well, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, right? Fucking sucks. Everyone just wants nukes. It's like,
yeah, they want to try. That's the thing. You have to make getting nukes such a costly thing to do that it's like, okay, if you really want to go down that road, it's much cheaper to just be our friend.
yeah, but how do you do that? If the way that you do that is you invade everyone who tries to get nukes, you are kind of incentivizing nuclear proliferation if you don't invade the countries that actually get the nukes, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
So
I
we
mean,
should
I think
invade North Korea right now.
no,
That
well,
would stop
a little
nuclear
late.
proliferation.
It's too late with North Korea
Why?
because they already have
Fuck
them.
them. How about this? If you get how about we nuke North Korea?
Oh, okay.
We're like,
well, then they'll destroy
here's
South Korea.
Here's the price for getting nukes. Boom. We nuked you. Then people would not want to get nukes, right?
I don't know. I think it's a
That
little
would
late
stop.
for that.
That would stop nuclear proliferation. You just don't want to say it because it's so true.
Okay, I want to address.
Super chats?
I want to hear the response.
Oh,
You want to end?
Point by point.
you're like fascinated with this. It is fascinating.
You started by citing Joe Kent as basically the extent of the actual evidence that exists on Trump's motives in these actions. Joe Kent resigned. He made these allegations that Trump was influenced by the Israel lobby and so forth. Joe Kent went on Tucker Carlson in the aftermath of that and speculated that Israel was the one that tried to kill Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, to understand...
Yeah. Okay.
To understand how absolutely stupid and insane that conspiracy theory is, you just have to consider what we talked about earlier, of how aggressively pro-Israel Trump has been. Like he is singular in that respect. He is, there's a town in Israel named after Trump. They like Trump much more than they like Netanyahu in Israel. They like Trump. They might damn near like Trump more than they like Ben Gurion at this point. So the idea that Israel would have tried to kill Trump on the campaign trail, to me, tells me that something is going seriously wrong in Joe Kent's mind. I don't know if it's mental illness or something like that.
How fucked? I completely forgot. I don't know how I blurred that out of my mind. I completely forgot that he said. How fucked in the head do you have to be? Like, how does it even make sense? Like, if you're Israel, you're like, okay, who am I going to have a better chance getting my policy in charge? Pushed. Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, the most pro-Israel president that's ever fucking existed. This is the stupidest fucking thing ever. How does fucking? I mean, if anything, this really speaks to Trump's complete and utter failing at putting people in positions of power.
Yeah, because they're all conspiracy nuts.
Or they're just fucking retards. I mean, I don't know if you saw, Iran hacked Kash Patel's like old emails. They didn't get any like state secrets or anything, but just like they just hacked his old emails and put a bunch of like goofy ass pictures of him out on the internet.
Yeah, didn't that kind of exonerate him? It made me think that whatever they hacked was some like secondary account that he barely uses.
Well, I think it was like his personal account. I mean, he was, before he was in the position of power he's in. So I guess it exonerates him from like the Hillary Clinton charges using your private email, right? For any security things.
Yeah, good for
some
him.
kind of paranoid tendency. But I for that reason, I do not view him as a credible source of information alone. You add on top of that, I know damn well if I was resigning from counterterrorism, I was that high up in power, and I was saying, I know for a fact the United States president was influenced by lobbyists. That statement would be followed by a whole bunch of receipts. I was in this meeting, and this is the name of the lobbyist who said this. 0 receipts we've gotten from Joe Kent. It's impossible for me to think that he has all this evidence and he's withholding it. And that in combination with his weird conspiracy theories makes me just totally discredit him as a source. So as far as I'm concerned, there is 0 credible evidence at this point that Trump made this decision because of Israel. And as an evidence-based person, I have to be like, show me the evidence. So secondly, you said the Tulsi. You referenced the Tulsi Gabbard testimony last year about Iran, where she said that Iran has not made the decision to get a nuclear bomb. I noticed though that you left out the sentence she said literally right after that, which is she said 2 things right after that. One, she said that Iran has the highest level of uranium enrichment in its history, and that its level of enriched uranium is, quote, direct quote, unprecedented for a country without nuclear weapons. In other words, there's no purpose to have this amount of uranium enriched at this level unless you have a medium or long-term goal to get a nuke, right? And then the other thing she said, again, like within 30 seconds of the part you quoted of her testimony, is that in recent years, the taboo in Iranian politics on openly discussing pursuing nukes has weakened, which makes the pursuit of a nuke more likely. And so when you put all of her comments in context, it seems like what she's saying is Iran is on the 10-yard line. They have not yet made the decision to sprint to the end zone, which is very different than saying Iran is in general not angling for a nuke, right? So,
oh my God,
I know,
annihilated, completely just nuked Glenn from orbit. Said, "Fuck you! You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're being biased as fuck. You're hiding the ball here. Okay, let me just lay it all out."
Look at all the missing context you left out.
Yes.
Another thing I would say that's, I think, really important to keep in mind about Iran is I guess 2 things. One is I very much question the rationality of the Iranian regime. There are many data points I can bring up. If I have no reason to disbelieve the Asif Merchant jury conviction, which found that Iran supported an attempt to assassinate Trump or Joe Biden or Nikki Haley in around 2024 or whenever it was. That's an extremely stupid decision to make, purely from a rational self-preservation point of view, because successfully killing Trump potentially could have led to a regime change war that could have led to the deaths of everyone at the top of, there's like a definitely non-zero chance America would have responded eventually with overwhelming force. You look at some of the other decisions the Iranian regime has made over the years. 2018, Iran has one of its own diplomats in Vienna like smuggle bombs into Paris at this rally that has like 100,000 people at it and British members of parliament, and try to detonate a bomb, right? That could have killed 100 people. It could have killed a British diplomat. I mean, that's the sort of thing that rather backfired on ISIS when they did it in France, which led the world to form a coalition and take all of, much of ISIS's territory in Iraq and Syria. You add to that the example from 2011 when the Iranians hatched a plan to, murder for hire plot in Washington, D.C. to kill this Saudi diplomat by blowing up a restaurant in Washington, D.C. Now, again, I put myself up in the IRGC. I'm an Iranian loyalist. I love Iran, whatever, but I'm being rational. What do I say when I'm in that room? Hold on, guys. Are you really telling me we're going to blow up a restaurant in the capital of the United States in order to kill one Saudi diplomat and kill who knows how many American civilians? Don't you think this could backfire on? Don't you think this could lead to all of us dying? This is not a regime. I mean, and then finally, the sum total of the Iranians' actions have led to like half of the regime leaders being killed recently, right? So if you're talking about deterrence and the psychology of whether like heads of state or regimes are rationally interested in their own self-preservation, I really don't see that as being true of the Iranian regime.
All right, a few things about this. I actually have to start with the last point.
Look at that. Coleman Hughes makes my point, and he's smart. So
I know.
therefore,
I
I
knew
must
you'd
be
love that.
correct. Okay, we both must be correct here, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Is that persuasive to you at all, or no?
Yeah, no, he's making great points.
Okay. You're saying that because he's black, and I'm a person of shadow, so you discriminate against me.
No, I mean, I would tell you.
Okay.
I would tell you if you're making shitty points.
Hmm.
But I'll just go in order so I don't forget things. You said, look, Trump is singularly pro-Israel, so it makes sense that he kind of like stands out, that there's streets named after him in Israel. And to that point, I would say you're absolutely right. The Israelis absolutely worship Trump. There are signs all over Israel venerating him, saying that he's the greatest friend Israel has ever had. They want to give him awards that aren't even supposed to go to non-Israelis, but they're so enamored of how dedicated he has been to Israel. And I don't blame them. If I were Israeli, I would also love Trump. Now, he's not nearly as loved in the country that he's supposed to be representing among the population whose interests he's supposed to be serving, because he has been very devoted to the interest of Israel and to Israelis. And I don't blame him. Now, I would say I don't blame them for loving Trump. Now, I will say that it is kind of odd because back in 2016, when this whole Never Trump movement emerged among lifelong Republicans, if you go and look at what the catalyst for it was, Trump had made several statements about Israel and Palestine that really disturbed the hardcore pro-Israel neocons who became the Never Trumpers, like Bill Kristol and David Frum and that whole crowd. And he was saying things like, we've been way too pro-Israel. We have to be more even-handed in the relationship between Israel and Palestine, because otherwise we can't arbitrate a two-state solution, which is in our interest. That's what really alarmed these neocons. And Trump learned, especially when he was running for president in 2024, when he wasn't just running for president, he was basically running to stay out of prison for life. If Trump had lost that election, the Democrats had won, Trump was going to prison for life. He needed to do whatever he could to curry favor with the pro-Israel crowd. And he did. And that's why so many of them were so devoted to him, even though they began by backing Ron DeSantis, who they viewed as a much more natural ally. And so Trump sold himself to the Israel lobby. He was desperate to win that election, not just because he wanted to be president, but because he wanted to stay out of jail. And from the start, you look at...
Do you buy that? Trump was going to be in jail, in prison for the rest of his life if he hadn't become president? Seems kind of out there.
Well, oh my God, put him. It's even not only that, I mean, I don't buy that. I do think it's possible that some of the charges got some would have gone through. I don't think they would have. I don't think he would have gone to jail for the rest of his life. I doubt he was
incarcerated for like 20 years. What the fuck?
I think he wouldn't have gone to jail at all, honestly. Even if he was found guilty.
Me neither.
But what Glenn's saying is fucking stupid, because he's trying to make this argument that, well, Trump actually was anti-Israel, and the only reason that he's pro-Israel now is because he had to align with them in order to gain a coalition in the last election.
So that he could stay out of jail, which Israel was behind. Secretly. They were funding Fannie Willis.
But that doesn't even make sense. Trump was like hyper pro-Israel in his first term. That's why this is a retarded point. Trump, I mean, I even brought some example. Trump acknowledged Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Trump was vehemently pro-Israel in his first term already. You probably go back to us talking about Trump in his first term. I'm like, wow, Trump is like the most pro-Israel president ever. Like, the idea that this was some sort of weird heel turn for Trump in his second term is just completely divorced from reality.
Big time. Bigly, as they say.
No, it is interesting. This kind of shows, this shows a lot to, I think, Glenn's position kind of defending a lot of Trump stuff early on, was that, and I didn't really put this together, that a lot of the reason that Glenn was kind of defending Trump in the beginning was because he viewed Trump as like the anti-neocon, and that's such an important issue for him. So it's kind of fascinating. That's kind of why he was sort of soft on Trump in the beginning.
And now he feels burned. So burned. His daddy turned on him.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy Trump.
This agenda, we go back to what we were talking about. Instituting speech codes on American universities to protect Israel. Task force to combat anti-Semitism. This and this and this for Israel. Meeting with Netanyahu more times than anybody else. Bombing Iran twice in conjunction with Israel. It is...
Whoa. He's probably met with Melania far more times than Netanyahu, so it's a little crazy. He meets with her like every night.
It's been an extremely pro-Israel agenda, which is precisely why there are signs in...
Actually, I think she sleeps in Florida and he stays in D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Netanyahu might beat Melania by a hair.
Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv that say, thank you, Trump, for making Israel great again, because they understand how devoted to their interests he's been. Let me just say something about Joe Kent, because... like I said, I don't think Joe Kent's statement should be taken as gospel. They're not dispositive. The idea that he's supposed to present evidence, I think, is a bit unreasonable, because whatever evidence he could present by definition would be top secret. And they're already looking to imprison him the way they do with every whistleblower, from Daniel Ellsberg to Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning, and anyone who has ever been in government who reveals government wrongdoing or government secrets that they don't want the public to know. They try and destroy and imprison them. Excuse me. So I don't blame Joe Kent, who's already under FBI investigation, for not showing us all the top secret documents that he pilfered from the government when he left. But as I said, this is somebody who devoted his entire life to defending America. He went and fought in all of these wars that the people who are now attacking him and demonizing him wanted to happen, but wouldn't put themselves or their own kids or their own family in harm's way. He went and fought in these wars. He lost his wife in these wars. He then went to work because Trump appointed him at the highest levels of the federal government. And the minute he says something about Israel, now we're supposed to say he's mentally ill, he's a sick person, he has some kind of Dark Heart and all these other attacks. You go back and look at what has been said about every American whistleblower. They immediately, when Daniel Ellsberg revealed that the US government was lying about the war in Vietnam, said he's a Kremlin agent. They broke into his psychoanalyst office because they wanted to present him as some, degenerate who is psychosexually twisted. This is the playbook on every single whistleblower. And I'm giving it a lot more before I conclude that Joe Kent is mentally ill, before I completely discount what he says. And like I said, Coleman, he is not the only one who has been saying that America goes to war for Israel, that American foreign policy is dominated by Israel. American politicians at the highest level, including presidents, have been saying that for decades. Scholars have written books on this. This is not something that Joe Kent woke up and invented one day. And I think these kind of character attacks on him as a way of disproving what he has.
Fuck you. He's like, this is so fucking sleazy. He brings up Joe Kent as like a piece of evidence for his case. He's like, oh, well, Joe Kent said this. So, that's a good piece of evidence. And then Coleman Hughes says, well, what Joe Kent said is retarded and makes absolutely no sense and is completely insane. And he's like, well, other people said it too. How dare you attack his character, Coleman? What the fuck? It's so stupid.
Joe Kent is an American hero.
Like that, if you're using someone as a source of information and you bring up the fact that they believe something crazy, then that's a valid critique about whether this person is a valid source of information. Like, fuck you. That's so dishonest. That's so absurd.
This is a stretch. He's saying that they're trying to paint him as crazy. But I mean, he literally said these things, right?
Yeah, this is what
what is the painting?
He went on Tucker Carlson on a friendly platform, and he said it like this is what he said.
And he said absurd things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he said normal things and they're trying to paint them as absurd things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they hypnotized him and said, say these things. They used the Jewish lady's titties, like you said, and hypnotized him. Say these crazy things.
Said are a bit ugly. Let me just address the final point, which is about the irrationality of Iran, because this is something that we've been told forever. Iran is like this religiously fanatical, doomsday, apocalyptic cult. They don't really care about their own lives. They're willing to sacrifice their own lives because they believe in the afterlife.
I hope I don't sound like this, Sitch. I mean, I was making this argument earlier.
A little bit now.
But the way he makes it sounds just so
retarded.
Look, I'm saying we can't know. We really can't know what's going on in the Iranian regime.
Right.
He's trying to make the argument that we can 100% know that they're rational actors, and that you making the argument that they're fanatics is the crazy position. I don't think you can really know until you're like there. Boots on the ground.
Is much better, and that they become martyrs and they're willing to engage in mass suicide. I personally haven't seen any evidence of that. In fact, if you go and talk to foreign policy experts throughout the West, or even military strategists now, they will tell you how smart and strategic and cunning and pragmatic Iran has been, not irrational and suicidal. When the Israelis assassinated people on their own soil that they invited.
I mean, shooting a bunch of missiles at all of its neighbors to piss everyone in the world off, and also shooting them at some British base. These do not seem like intelligent military decisions whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I don't believe this. I'm sorry, I don't believe this.
Well, even in the defensive position where they've been attacked first, I mean, can't they really do that? Like if another country hit our major leadership and killed them all, and just started indiscriminately bombing us, we'd be able to do whatever we wanted, right?
Right.
So, I mean, that's the argument that they're making.
Mm-hmm.
To Iran for their inauguration, and then when Israel bombed their consulate in Syria and blew the whole thing up, their response was incredibly restrained. They used their slowest missiles, their oldest missiles. They didn't punish Israel in the way they did during the 12-day war, and that they're doing now. They purposely held back because they didn't want to spiral up the escalation ladder. You look at who's been fighting wars and bombing people throughout the Middle East. It's not Iran starting wars. It's been Israel starting wars. It's been the United States starting wars. We invaded a country right on the Iranian border. And all this stuff about, oh, Iran wanted to use violence here. I mean, are you kidding? You know the history of the CIA. I don't need to go through all that. And not just the distant history of the CIA or of the Mossad. We've blown things up all the time. Israel began as a country through classic acts of terrorism. They blew up the King David Hotel, led by Menachem Begin, who became prime minister of that country, and killed dozens of British people and all sorts of innocent Palestinians as well, because they were engaged in classic acts of terrorism. We've funded groups all over the world that engage in exactly these kind of tactics of blowing things up, of killing people. The Contras in Nicaragua. We were even on Al-Qaeda and ISIS' side in the dirty war that we waged against Syria. This is not evidence of irrationality. This is evidence of a country willing to use violence. But there's no way you can be an American citizen and point to some other country and be like, look at how much violence they use. Look at how irrational they are, when everything that you've said about Iran is something the United States and Israel has done.
No, okay. This has to be performed like stupidity, because it's not using violence makes you irrational. It's using violence in a way that hurts your own self-interest towards accomplishing a goal in the future is what makes you irrational or stupid or ideologically motivated past the point of which you could be like, oh, this is a rational actor.
Right.
Has done 1,000 times over, and even far worse. I don't think Iran is an irrational country. I don't think they want to be nuked off the face of the earth. I think even if they got nuclear weapons, which again, if they were rational, they would have gotten nuclear weapons. I think the one irrational thing they've done is they didn't get nuclear weapons and are.
So Iran is so rational that if they get nukes, they won't use them offensively, but they're irrational because they didn't get nukes.
I know he's completely contradicting himself here, because he was making the argument earlier that they're not even trying to get nukes, and now he's saying, well, it's irrational not to try to get nukes, but at the same time making the argument that they're rational.
Okay.
It's kind of a big contradiction.
Right.
As a result, are left defenseless. But if they had nuclear weapons, the idea that they would commit mass suicide instantaneously by using it against Israel or the United States, knowing it would ensure their complete obliteration, there's nothing in the Iranian behavior that suggests that they're eager to die in mass like that. This is what we were told about Iraq. They would pass nuclear weapons to Al-Qaeda because they don't care about their lives. And then even if the United States retaliated and destroyed all of Iraq, they wouldn't care. This is the kind of fear-mongering and warmongering rhetoric that we've been subjected to for a long time, and it merits extreme amounts of skepticism.
Okay, so first off, my point about Joe Kent, not really a character attack, but like I don't know what he's like personally, but if I hear anyone say that they think Israel tried to kill Donald Trump, immediately my opinion of their intellect and sanity and in the degree to which they're in touch with reality would go down. And I'm not saying that because I don't have sympathy for whistleblowers. I actually do have a lot of sympathy for whistleblowers. If they blow the whistle responsibly on government overreach, I'm totally for that, and I'm against characterist assassinations. I'm against what they try to do to Ellsberg. So don't let me in with that motive. What I'm saying is anyone who says something as insanely illogical as Israel tried to get Trump killed, clearly there is something going on making that person irrational. Right. So that was my point about Joe Kent. It's not like a character assassination per se. When my point about, Iran is irrational, well, yeah, they are. I'm not making a moral point. I'm not saying that. So like, for instance, if Mike Tyson goes up to a guy in a bar and picks a fight, that's not necessarily irrational because he's Mike Tyson, right? If I, all 5'7" of me, no training in martial arts, go and pick a fight with a guy in a bar, that's incredibly irrational of me vis-a-vis my own self-preservation. So my point in pointing out all of the terror attacks that Iran backs all over the world is not to say that like we haven't done bad things, right? My point is irrationality from the point of view of the person, right? The head of MI5 recently said Iran has tried to consummate like 20 terror attacks on UK soil in the past 3 years. I mean, this is extremely optional behavior, to put it mildly. Most countries around the world that are in Iran's position in the global dominance hierarchy would not dream of doing such things, because it would be so irrational of them to pursue, given the backlash it would yield. And again, I would submit to you the very fact that the sum total of the Iranian regime's actions has led to so many of them being killed, basically for doing all of this extremely optional behavior, backing terror attacks all around the world, funding and arming proxies all over the Middle East, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, when they're like not the richest country to be able to do this thing, to do all this to begin with. It all speaks of a certain level of irrationality that actually most regimes around the world don't exhibit. North Korea doesn't exhibit that level of irrationality. I don't think we can let that have a bomb. And the final point I'll make, and I've taken a lot of your time, so we can wind down to a conclusion. And I have one question to ask you before I let you go, and I'll give you the last word. But
it is rational if they're undermining Western power in those nations
at the benefit of giving themselves more power. That would make it rational.
Yeah, totally.
If they're simply undermining Western influence, but also undermining their own influence, then when we say rational, the word is kind of confused, because if you believe that your religion is true, and therefore you should be doing things you describe that as rational. Right, to bring heaven onto earth, even if it means you die, like that's rational to that person.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
But usually, like when in this conversation, when Coleman says rational, he means not a person who believes some sort of like wacky religious thing.
Yeah.
Like, forget the point about are they a jihadist death cult for a moment, and just focus on the point of command and control and nuclear proliferation, right? You and I both know, and I've heard you talk about, during the Cold War, there were extremely close calls between America and the Soviet Union, where we almost went to nuclear war by accident, right? And those were the modern, most advanced countries in the world, with redundant systems of warning, really tightly knit command and control operations. Look, that's happened. There was the event in Hawaii a couple years ago where a systems operator in Hawaii thought that he was seeing a missile launch from North Korea to Hawaii. And, that ended up working out because we have so many redundant systems of warning. I absolutely do not trust the Iranian regime, even from the point of view of accidental firings, accidental signals to not accidentally start a nuclear war. If the US and the Soviet Union could come that close, obviously Iran can. And from the US point of view, like, I agree with you, it's in the Iranian regime's self-interest. It's in any of our adversaries' self-interest for regime preservation, for them to snap their fingers and have a nuclear weapon and insulate their regime. It's not in the US interest as an American, it is not in our interest for nuclear weapons to proliferate to our adversaries or even to our allies. It would be better if Israel didn't have a nuclear weapon, and we persuade South Korea and Japan not to go nuclear because they're under our umbrella. From my point of view, the fewer potential points of contact between nuclear states, basically the better. And so it absolutely is in the American interest to prevent this from happening. And I just don't think that we can trust. There's no ideal time to do it. And I don't even know if it has a high odds of success. So from that point of view, I'm not a cheerleader for it. But I do think that overall, that's my view of it. And so respond to that, and then I'll ask you one more question and give you another chance to respond, and then let you go.
Okay, great. So I'll try and be brief, but since it's the last point, I do want to make just one point in general, but just quickly on a couple things that we've been talking about. As far as Joe,
do we care to hear? Should we hear his last point? Or should we cut him off here?
Look, I've been trying to go to Superchats for like 2 hours now. So
okay.
I'm ready to cut him off.
Okay, we'll cut him off.
It is interesting.
Last point. Okay. Is he going to say more commie gobbledygook? Okay.
You got to admire the civility in this debate, though.
I do. That's good. Well, Coleman Hughes is a very civil guy. It's hard to imagine him being uncivil unless someone's being
Right.
like hyper bad faith or condescending towards them. So actually, before we start the super chats, I talk about the most important news story that I don't know if
Mhm.
we haven't talked about at all. Okay.
Let's do it.
Did you know that clavicular? Okay, you know clavicular, the quote Chad Maxer, the looks Maxer guy,
I've heard.
the guy who injects a bunch of weird chemicals in his body to make himself look like the most like perfect man possible.
Yeah,
He did a big no-no. All right. He went to Florida of
I
all
know.
places.
I saw this.
Of
Yeah.
all the places, he went to my state. He went to
Hmm.
Florida and he was on a boat in the Everglades and he pulled out a gun and he shot multiple times a poor defenseless alligator that was minding its own business in the
Well,
Everglades.
I thought the alligator was already dead.
It was just a dead alligator.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm,
He shot
I
a
don't
dead
know.
alligator. I don't think you can fire your firearms from. I don't know. Maybe you're not. Maybe they were going to give the alligator CPR or something. The
Was it
alligator could
dead
have been
already?
saved. In the
Okay,
story
I
I
didn't know
read,
that
it
part of the
was
story. I
dead.
just saw the video. They're saying it's dead. Okay. Where he allegedly shot a dead alligator. There you go.
He
Which is a
pumped it full of
crime.
lead.
Okay, that makes it less bad in my mind. I thought he shot a live alligator. Why would you shoot a dead alligator? What's the point of even doing that?
Have you ever shot guns before? It's fun.
Yes. Okay.
And
But
as
it's
soon
kind
as
of
you start, as soon as you start shooting a gun, you're like, "What could I shoot at?"
that seems
Oh,
kind of
look,
cringe though. Like if I just like stumble across a dead animal, I'm like, let me just shoot into a dead animal.
we got to put it out of his misery.
But
You're
it's not
doing a
dead,
good
is it?
deed.
Then it's not dead if you're putting it out of its misery, are you?
I guess, yeah, a dying alligator.
Hmm. I'm gonna say that they're saying it's a dead alligator, which would still be a crime, but I would say lesser, just because
Yeah,
they're trying
the
to get out
the
of it.
dead thing confused me because I was like, well, how's that a crime if he shoots a dead alligator? If it's alligator assassination, I'm like, okay, well,
Right.
obviously
Well, it's
20
probably
years.
because a bunch of people shoot and kill alligators, and they're like, but it was already dead, so it's okay. So they said, fuck you, stop lying. It doesn't matter if it's dead. It's just like a workaround in the law. They
They
don't care if
changed
it's
it,
dead.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so he shot into an alligator of questionable mortality. Um, that bastard comes to Florida. It shoots our symbol of state pride, an alligator. And now he's been arrested for assaulting an alligator with a deadly weapon, as he should be. Okay.
Wow.
Hmm.
So, is he going to go to jail?
I hope so.
All right.
You know
Nice.
what they should do? They shouldn't send him to jail. They should throw him into the Everglades and he has to make his way back. They're like, here, we're gonna just
Mhm.
drop you off in the deepest parts of the Everglade on an airboat, and he just has to. They just go, and they just drive away. So like, get back, baby.
You get one gun and one
One
bandolier of
bullet.
bullets.
Yeah, exactly. No, no, you get one bullet. It's like Pirates of
You
the
get
Caribbean.
one
You get
semi-automatic rifle and
no,
a
no, no, no,
one and two bandoliers of bullets.
no, 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 no.
All right, I'll be looking for that in my
Uh,
local
s-
news.
did he get released? I'm sure he paid bail. Yeah, I'm 100% sure he paid bail. Steven for $5 says, Sitch, you should check out Disney Sea at Tokyo Disneyland. Many say it's the best theme park in the world. S Class is the best class. A team
Now
is okay.
would you do that?
I'm no, I don't really I didn't know if it was the best in the world. I don't really have a desire, I guess, to go to Disney. I know Disney Sea is different. It's like kind of its own, it's like under the Disney umbrella, but I think it's also kind of managed differently.
Gotta check it out.
But I don't know, maybe, but I wasn't super interested. But now you say it's the best in the world, maybe I will. Fruge is for 500 yen. Look at that. Thank you so much. Says Sitch, welcome to my home turf. Are you guys coming to Kanazawa? Um,
Kanazawa.
Kanazawa. Where is that? I don't know where that even is. Let's see. Let me look at the map. No,
Who
I
wants
don't.
to
We're
go?
not planning on going to Kanazawa. Maybe look, listen.
Well, pitch them. Pitch
Sam's
them.
gonna.
What
Sam's
What are
gonna
the
buy.
blossoms like there?
Yeah, what are the blossoms like right there? Sam's gonna buy a summer home in Japan, okay, or a spring home now because she likes cherry blossoms so much. So we will eventually make it out to Kanazawa at some point, but not
How's
this
that
time.
work? Do you sell? Do you not own the home like 9 months out of the year? You just own it in the
No, you
springtime.
own it the whole time, and then you hire a Japanese person to live in it for like
Hmm.
and take care of it for the amount of time that you're not there.
So then it is like a year-round home.
I guess.
Okay, that's good.
I don't know how it works. I'm not some I've never owned a summer home, Adam. I have no I don't own a home at all. These are future plans. Okay. I don't know how any of this works.
We need to find some rich people and ask them,
Yes,
what does this
right.
mean, summer home? Are you allowed to go there in the wintertime?
You can't, well, why would it depends. You don't want to go if it's too cold.
Yeah.
But because I mean, I know in certain places, I mean, obviously you like buy in Tokyo, you're fucked. But I know in certain places you can actually buy property super cheap in Japan, especially the exchange rate.
Yeah, they're like bribing young people to move there, right? Because they got the
Hmm.
demographic bullshit going on.
Right.
They're desperate. They need
But I will
human
say,
beings.
I have seen a lot of Japanese couples with a lot of children. So every time I see it, I go, they're doing their part.
Yeah, they give them some sort of government subsidy.
Right, right, right.
They give them like 250,000 a head.
Hmm.
Have some kids up.
Lives inside walls temporarily for $5. Says, have fun in Japan, Sitch. Visit the Kodokan for me. Strengthen the U.S. Japan bromance through training. Hi. Uh,
Do it up.
Contrastlevania for 40 months. Thanks so much. Says, all Japan needs is more nuisance streamers. Sitch about to go Johnny Somali any day now. That's true. I already have been on the sub. Whenever I go on the subway in Japan, there's like special priority seating for like pregnant mothers and old people, and I always make sure to intentionally sit in those spots.
Hmm.
And then whenever a pregnant woman walks up to me, I just spit in her face and I say, "This is from America."
You should put a Make America Great Again hat on and do that.
Yes, you're right. I gotta find a MAGA. I don't
Film
know
it.
if they sell MAGA hats in Japan. I'll find one. You know, it's funny. Our cooking teacher actually asked us. She's like, "Why?" She's like, she's so funny. She said, "Can I ask you a hard question?" And
Hmm.
I was like, okay. And
How
I'm like, what is
hard?
she gonna like? What is she gonna ask? He's like, why do Trump invade Iran? It's like, oh no,
Did she really ask you that?
she
Holy fucking
did,
shit.
she did. And I was like, how do I explain this to someone who like knows 50% English?
Why did Trump invade Iran?
That's
Huh.
I was trying to go through it. I don't know how much she understood what I was saying, but
Oh, oh my God.
the
If
real,
anyone asks you that again, can I
Mhm.
ask you a hard question? The answer is
Yeah.
no.
I think
Okay.
it's funny, no. I like talking politics with other Japanese people. It was funny. We met this like Japanese guy. Sam did this like cosplay thing where she dressed up as cosplay. Well, actually, we'll show the pictures at some point. But and the guy there, he like spoke really good English, and I was like, oh, like, you speak really good English. Like, how did you learn? He's like, oh, I just literally really like American movies and was just watching a bunch of American movies. And he just
Hmm.
learned like to do that. And you know what his favorite movie was?
What?
Fight Club.
Really?
And I said, high five, bam.
No
Okay.
way. No
Yeah, that's
way.
why. Yep, 100%. He said that was his favorite movie. And I'm like, oof, baby. That's good. Actually, here, I should send you. Sammy made some pictures that you should bring up of us. Some adorable pictures, okay, of us in Japan here.
Sweet.
So,
I was checking my DMs, waiting for them.
yes.
All these adorable pictures.
Hmm.
I knew they were coming sooner or later.
Eventually. Guess we'll get to see the gaijin in Japan.
I got to hang out with Sitch and Sammy G.
That's true.
It was great.
You had to experience discrimination.
We went to a segregated restaurant in I think Whittier. Where the fuck were we?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know where we were.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
There are parts of Southern California where they do not allow whites and blacks to eat together.
And I thought California was like supposed to be a place of racial harmony and wokeness.
Yeah.
For
They
sure.
sensed though that we were out of towners.
Mm,
So they didn't let us eat in the white room.
of course,
They,
of course.
they made us sit in the bar. They were like, we don't know if your level of racism is correct for this fine establishment. You're going to have to eat in the bar.
How long have you had this beard on?
Oh, you like my beard?
I like your beard, yeah.
Doing the Keemstar thing.
Sax moves from China for 2 Aussie bucks says, your thoughts on Dragon Ball Daima? I've actually never seen it, so I have 0 thoughts on it.
Sounds great, though. I like the name.
There you go. Harrison Jodit for $5 says, can I get a shout out for my AI band, Feed Rate Command? It's on YouTube, and on Friday we're dropping a song about the Stuxnet cyber attack. Well, there you go.
Hell
Everybody
yeah.
check out Feed Rate Command, baby.
Sounds awesome.
I gotta check it out too.
I'm checking it out.
It's a good name for a band. Yeah.
I'll check it out. Shout out.
Harrison Joe for $2 says, also good luck to the Artemis astronauts. Yes, good luck. Sade Ray for 10 SGD says, is there a point oil reaches a high enough price that will lead to a depression and Trump is forced to make a deal with Iran that would allow it to maintain a dominant position in the Gulf? What do you think about that potential outcome?
I was too busy looking up Feed Rate Command. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What was it?
Look at this. Look at these awesome pictures. So that's that river I was talking about in the beginning. That was like in this nice little suburb that just had like these crazy cherry blossoms along the river, like as far as you could see. Look at that.
I don't think the price of oil is going to lead to a depression.
No.
I don't, and I really don't think we're going to quit with Iran in a dominant position in the Gulf. It does seem like a lot of the different talking heads can't make up their minds if we can control the straits militarily without too many casualties or not. I hear conflicting reports on that all the time. How about you, Sitch? Right. Are you paying attention to that? I know I am.
No.
Okay.
Not paying attention to it at all. First, I can't believe you have Coleman Hughes smoking a blunt. That's very racially insensitive, Adam.
Why? He's a rational actor. Of course he's going to smoke a blunt.
Okay, okay. I don't think there is a point where oil could reach. I don't know. Let me think about this. Is there a point that will reach high enough that lead to? I don't think oil would reach a high enough price point. It could lead to a recession. I don't think it would lead to a depression. Now, I don't know if you were like, keeping those terms vocally different in your super chat here. I do think it will have some sort of downturn in the economy. I don't think it will lead to some sort of massive depression or something. On one hand, I want to say it's hard for me to imagine Trump is going to be forced to make a deal with Iran. On the other hand, I could see him making some kind of deal with Iran that he spins as like them capitulating, that isn't them really capitulating, just to kind of salvage the economy. So I'm going to give a big maybe. Jonathan Rosler for 42 months, being free will secret. Thank you so much. Says, hey guys, have you seen the newest shoe and head video? It seems crazy, but I'd be interested in your opinions on it. No, I haven't really had the opportunity to watch a lot of YouTube content. I've been in Japan. But I'll check it out.
So lazy. What are you doing?
I know. So lazy.
All this good content to watch. I have not watched Hugh's new video. I saw it, but I haven't watched it yet.
You saw it, but you haven't watched.
Well, I saw it in my feed.
Oh.
I was like, oh, I should watch that. I wonder how Hugh's doing.
Oh, you remember that Louis Theroux talking to Myron Gaines clip we watched last week?
Yeah, I had to clip out of the video because we got
Oh, did we?
copyright
Oh,
claimed for it.
wow. Fuck you, Louis Theroux with BBC or Netflix.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the update was apparently that girl with Myron broke up with him.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's funny. Apparently she didn't really like that answer. Trolling Duckies for 31 months says, sorry, do we really need pro-terrorist views to be protected in college? There's a reason there isn't scamming clubs or arson 101. The First Amendment isn't an excuse. True. Cocoa Beans for 31 months. Thank you so much. As I always hear how much better Japan is than America, but what's worse about Japan or something that is worse than America that you experienced there? So far, what has been worse? Okay, what's worse is things open late and close early by American standards. Like in America, I'm used to things that are just open like 24/7. And it doesn't seem like there's a lot of things like that in Japan. Things will close. A lot of things close at 5, a lot of things like it's like rare for something to close at like 6, 7, or 8. You're like, oh, they close late. They actually go up to 8 o'clock.
5 o'clock?
Yeah, most things just
so
close
you
at
can't
5.
do jack shit after 5 o'clock.
It's crazy. Yeah, a lot of stores.
What do
will
you
just
do? Go home and
close at
spend
5.
time with your family? What a fucking horrible place.
I don't know. So that's kind of weird by my standards. Let me think. Something else.
What time do places open? Like I like to get up and go to places
like
at
9.
6 a.m.
No, like 9 o'clock. Maybe 8 o'clock if you're lucky.
See,
I mean,
Target opens at 7.
Like some of the trains are like super fucking crowded. But even then, it is crazy how like nice and clean the trains are by any fucking American standard, and you do not feel any security threat at all.
That's because all the hobos clean up after themselves. Is that what's going on?
They're just not there. I haven't even. I think
I
saw one person.
Very clean.
I saw one person in a park that I was like, maybe that guy's homeless. I don't know. I've seen the entire city of Tokyo. I think I've seen maybe one potential homeless person. None of them nowhere near the train stations either.
You should go up to him and say, "Can I ask you a hard question?"
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Why did you sneak attack us on Pearl Harbor? There was.
I was going to say,
else.
why did Trump invade Iran? But
right. There's a lot of like in Japan. There's a lot of like wait times because for things, which I guess is annoying. There's a lot of like sometimes you can't just like walk into places. You always need to like pre-book things in advance.
Wait times.
Yeah, a lot of wait times.
Oh my God, Japan is like falling apart here. Long wait times. You can't make you have to make a reservation.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Listen, it's only been a week so far. I'm kind of hard pressed to find something worse yet.
How's the
I mean, they don't speak
sushi?
English, which is annoying. So.
Oh yeah, they don't. That's number one.
That's
they
the
don't
number
speak
one
English.
Thing. Yeah, I mean, some people do, but it's if everyone spoke English, I think it'd be like the second best country. I can't say it's the best, right? I have to say America's the best. But.
What are the robots like?
I haven't seen any robots yet, actually.
No street robots?
No. Oh, I know. Okay, here's a good complaint. Now, when you're in Tokyo and like the touristy areas, everything will take like most places take credit cards, but there's still a lot of places that only take cash, and that's annoying. What's up with that? You think that a country like Japan, that's like you think would be in the future, they'd all be on board with cards, but there's still a lot of cash only places.
You got to get some yens out.
You got to get some yen out, yeah.
Obviously, they're doing it so they can cheat on their taxes, right?
Obviously. Okay. And Alien for 20 months, thanks so much. Says, good morning, everyone. How does it feel to live in the literal future now? Like us in Australia, Sitch, Monday streams for the win. There you go. I'm in the future. Feels good. Feels good, actually. Yeah.
Wow. So this has always been the Monday show for an
I
alien.
know. It's crazy.
Well,
It is
thank you
weird
for
for
sticking with
me
us.
to psychologically do a stream at like in the morning as opposed to the night. One, thanks so much for $2 says, I yield to my anime overlord. Thank you.
We all do.
Arigato gozaimasu. Uh, let's see. An alien for another
Fat
5 Aussie bucks.
brown. Oh,
What?
fat
Oh, I read
brown
that one.
buffalo. Oh, you
I read
did?
that one. An alien for 5 Aussie bucks says, yay, Australia has like the most uranium in the world and refuses to go nuclear. I hate my government, man. I didn't know that. Wow, that's stupid. Ray Magor for 37 months. Thanks so much. Says, if that poor fellow living in Stug's walls gets evicted and needs a place for the summer, I'm finishing my basement and wouldn't notice the intrusion. Well, there you go. Lives in Stug walls. Maybe you can live
Magor.
in Magor's basement walls. Yes.
What an upgrade.
Metalworks for 48 months says, I was going to ask if we can use foreign aid as a bargaining chip, but I'm assuming we already do that. Is there no way to make its use more ethical?
They talk about it in Dictator's Handbook, how to make it more ethical by basing it on certain accomplishments instead of incentivizing people to not do what we want or do things that are bad for the population.
Mhm.
A lot of times the money is spent to subjugate the population or spent in ways that are they're it's spent on things that compete with them developing their own economic resources. So sure, there's smart ways to do it.
One for $5 says Shia Islam, major religion in Iran, believes the Mahdi will return and rule the world. That's the Dune plotline. Exactly.
That's going to
Exactly.
happen.
Exactly.
No, it's Jesus that's going to do that. So they're wrong.
Oh, okay. Michael Dermott for 45 months says Lucifer is a great name for your daughter.
Lucy. Yeah.
We're not naming our son or daughter Lucifer. Okay, stop it. Goral Sarah for 47 months says, thanks for working even on vacation, Sitch. Rest assured we have an office pizza party waiting for you when you get back. Thank you. Arigato. Aussie
Pizza.
for 44. Yeah, I hope it's Jerry free pizza. Aussie for 44 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Is good news. It's down 6.5% now. Got a feel for newbie investors just to see their investments going down.
Yeah.
Yep.
So look, I guess you're new. 6.5 is not too bad.
There's this weird thing where the Japanese convenience stores are like 100 times better than any convenience store in America. Like you can walk in to a 7-Eleven or like a Family Mart or there's like first of all, there's like convenience stores on every fucking corner in Japan. It's crazy. They're everywhere. It's like the Starbucks of Japan. And you can go in and you can buy like awesome pre-made food that looks like it's not shit quality. Like when you think of convenience store food in America, you think of some like disgusting hot dog, right? Like on one of those little
Mhm.
roly things. Like you can go to these like little convenience stores in Japan and you can see like awesome looking sandwiches and little rice balls with like meat inside and like little sushi and little like bento boxes that look and taste pretty good for what it is. You're literally walking in and spending, like a couple bucks at a convenience store. I was like, this is amazing. But there is one weird downside to it, which I don't understand, which is in Japan, they're totally fine microwaving plastic. And so if you
Oh,
go into that convenience store and you buy something that has to be microwaved, they will just like microwave the plastic container with the food in it. And it's like, what are you doing? You
you
can't
don't
do
do
that.
that?
Don't microwave the plastic container. It's crazy.
I mean, a lot of like TV dinners and stuff like that come in plastic containers that you're supposed to microwave.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, that is gross, number one. Number two, those are supposedly some sort of like magical food grade plastic, right? The plastic that I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's that magical food grade plastic. So
It's like just cheap plastic.
It
I
just
don't
seemed,
know.
I don't know, it seems kind of sus. I was just like, I don't know about all this.
I don't
Like, no
like to microwave
microplastic.
in the plastic either, but
Yeah.
some things I do because it's like made that way.
Well, you can't like it. Some of the frozen dinners, you like literally, you have to like thaw it out because it's like frozen to the thing. You can't actually even get it out. So,
Yeah.
oh, okay. This is what I forgot. The number one complaint about Japan. Okay. It is so difficult to find a fucking trash can.
How's it so clean then?
I, People
That
just
doesn't
don't
make
litter.
sense.
You literally like you have to walk around with a backpack to store your trash. It is crazy. I don't know why. Sam said it's like started because someone like 30 or 40 years ago was like some terrorist attack where some guy was putting bombs in trash cans or something, which seems crazy because it was so long ago. There's like it's so fucking difficult to find a fucking garbage can in Japan. It's so weird. It's so stupid. And I think part of it is because they also have like weird trash sorting. Like you can't just put something in the trash. You have to like separate like paper trash, plastic trash, burnable trash, non-burn. Like there is very obnoxious. Like you can't just throw something in the fucking trash can.
Isn't that normal? That's like
No, what
every
do you mean?
place now.
What are you talking about?
Every place in LA has that. Or it's
Okay, I
like
don't know what goes on in LA.
recyclable.
No, with recycle, like if it was just like usually in America, the most you'll ever see is there'll be the three slots. There'll be the trash, then there'll be like the plastic recyclable, and then there'll be like the metal recycle the metal or glass recyclable. Or sometimes it'll be like plastic, metal, glass in one or paper in the other, right? But this is
Mhm.
like a bunch of new weird things that like I'm trying to like I remember sitting there staring at the trash can trying to figure out I have my McDonald's lunch tray and there's like a trash for paper and a trash for plastic. And I'm looking at my McDonald's and I'm like, is this cup made of plastic or paper? Like, I don't know. You know, those little McDonald's cups? I'm like, is this a paper or plastic cup? I guess it's a paper. Like, I'm sitting there like trying, like, is the wrapper plastic? I'm like trying to like figure out each little individual thing. Some McDonald's worker comes up to me and they're like, oh, it's a gaijin doesn't know the trash. He just like takes the trash from me and does it for me. I'm like,
Good.
thank you. I don't know what's happening here.
Did you look
Okay.
which one you put them in so you'd know next time?
No, I just said I don't care.
What is this thing
So,
that, what is this omelet that you're eating? Is that an omelet?
yes, that was so when we went to the lady who was teaching us how to cook, that's the little omelet I made.
Oh, that's what she taught you how to make?
Yes, she both of those things.
Weren't you worried that she was going to like hostile you?
No, she was very nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they make omelets a special way, and it has like chicken and rice inside of it. And then the other one is the hamburger steak. That was also very good, tasty.
You don't have any time gaps and strange scars, do you?
I don't have any. I didn't lose any organs or anything like that. No,
Oh, good.
not at all. So
Gots to be careful.
living in Sucks all temporarily for $2 says Strait of America. So they're gonna
Yep,
rename
that's
the
what it's
Strait of
called now.
Hormuz
Yeah.
to the Strait of America, baby. It's true. Oh, my tab
Hormuz.
crashed.
Oh, good.
That's not good. That's bad. That's horrible.
It happens occasionally. It's okay. Just hit reload,
I
refresh.
did.
You'll be fine.
Did you bring up? I don't see the Amu Rice picture even on stream.
Which one do you want to see?
Oh, the one. Oh, you did bring it up. Okay.
I brought it up for a while.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
I
And
like
then
the
there's that
blossoms
picture.
better.
They had this thing where they like you went to this bar in Japan and they dress up as cosplay, and Sammy's like sitting in the bar window, like waving to people, trying to get them to come in, I guess.
So
Which
you
is a little
have to
fun.
cosplay to get into the bar?
No. Just you cosplay and they take your picture around this area in Tokyo, and then they strap you in this window, and you like wave to passerbys. People love
Okay.
that. It was funny because at first I
How
was
long
worried
are
because it
you
was
forced to stay in the window?
30 minutes. They was
Really?
having a lot of fun. even though it was like raining, like people were still like looking up and stopping and taking pictures and stuff.
Huh.
So
They're like $25 picture. Sam made him like $1,000 in that 30 minutes.
no, it was no, it's free. Chris and Brandon for $2 says, can you guys cover Stoic Stick's video on the Iran war? Maybe. I've not seen any of their videos. I'll check it out. WTF for $5 says, will you guys be covering the No Kings event? Heard some wild things at my local one. Maybe. What's going
There's a
on with the No
bunch of them
Kings
in
event?
Los Angeles too.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the No Kings events for Trump. That's how they protest Trump all the time.
Right.
He's the king. Although Trump probably likes to be called the king.
Probably. Night Manager for 48 months, being a free will seeker. Thanks so much. Says, on unrelated note, I enjoyed Ferrin season 2 and Sense to Be Hero this season. Looking forward to Pat Labor, Gitz, and Witch Hair Atlier. So I haven't watched all of it, but I have seen a lot of season 2 of Ferrin, and I do like it so far. I did see we watched the first like 3 or 4 episodes of Sense to Be Hero. Also seemed pretty good. Don't know what Pat Labor is. I've never seen Gitz. Sam is really excited for Witch Hat Antlier because she really likes white-haired anime protagonists. So she's excited to see how that goes.
It's all about the white hairs.
It is, yeah.
She like Game
Nick,
of Thrones?
yeah, she liked Game of Thrones, but she didn't really like Daenerys for the white hair, if that's what you meant.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Tomato for 5 CHF says, literally 10,000 jobs lost, $107 billion lost 2023 over Vocusma. Look it up yourself. Gaming lost 107 billion. Don't believe me? Look it up. Okay, what is Vocusma? What does that mean?
I don't know. I didn't look it up.
I'm assuming that's a mistype for something else, but I don't know what it's supposed to be.
Wokie's me? I don't
Um,
know. There's a second. Is this super chat here twice?
Nick Tomato for another 5 CHF says literally 107 illion gone over less than 10 Wokies. Can prove it. It's public. 107 billion plus gone. 10,000 people lost their jobs. You can look it up yourself. Do not believe me. I'm full of crap. Okay, look it up yourselves. Sweet Baby Inc. and some same people cost everyone over 107 billion and 10,000 jobs. Oh, did you mean over wokeism? Oh, I see. Not Vocusma. Okay, I understand. Really? $107 billion lost over wokeism. I don't know if that's true, but it's politically advantageous for me to believe it's true, so I'm going to believe it. So I agree, Nick. Fucking wokies cost our economy $107 billion. PC
One
for
of those
$5 says
billions was just in the Star Wars franchises.
probably. I mean, if you include that, yeah, then I would believe all those numbers. I would believe that number in a heartbeat. PC for $5 says, I'm looking forward to the accusation that Israel rigged the 2020 election. Then the far left and the far right can merge and be ignored en masse. That will be
2028 election, the future election.
Yeah. What did I say?
I thought you said 2020.
Oh, 2020 election. Yes. There you go. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5. Thank you so much. Says AOC and Anna are sniping each other on X over Israel. Israel just may be the ultimate political issue of our day. LOL. I did see that. I don't know if you saw that.
Were they?
Yes.
Anna's going after AOC. Did AOC respond?
She did.
Wow.
Yes. It seemed kind of weird. Let's see if I can find it here. Basically, Anna was like attacking AOC for not being anti-Israel enough, which seems weird. Like weird thing to attack AOC for, right? So,
She's mad about all the death in Gaza.
right.
All the death and destruction in Gaza.
I don't know.
She thinks Israel's gone too far.
I also saw that there was like this fake AI video of some female IDF soldier like stepping on some supposed Palestinian, and it looked really like obviously it was not real. Like it looked up. I don't know. I saw that video and I immediately knew it was like a AI, but Anna thought it was real, and she was like criticizing.
Really?
Yeah. Uh, QB Qubit Madara for 125p says, "Have you seen Mehdi's interview on trigonometry? He implies that Iran got to 60% uranium enrichment only after Trump pulled out of the JCPO. Thoughts?"
Well, that's what I heard.
I haven't. I don't. Yeah, I
But if
haven't
it's from
seen it.
Mehdi Hassan, obviously it's fucking bullshit.
I don't know if we know exact. I mean, we know at that point after that. I think that it was up to 60%, but we don't know. Like, were they doing it in secret and it was only revealed after Trump or not? I'm not sure we know the exact timeline, but
We did talk
Mehdi,
about that.
I mean, Mehdi's a huge retard and a huge simp for anything anti-West, so it's not
And he
really.
has huge TDS, right?
And he has huge CDS, yeah. So it's not really surprising. Nick Tomato, oh, okay. Nick Tomato for 5 CHF says, "Okay, I'm full of crap. Don't ever believe me. Look it up yourselves. I'm full of crap. Look it up yourselves. Don't ever believe me." Nick, who are you
I
talking
love
to?
I love these. I love
Are you
these
talking to
super chats.
us? I mean, we didn't even read the super. We didn't even say, I said I believed you. What's going on here? What's
World War
happening?
III, you Americans just don't understand. I do love
Oh,
you people. Understand that. But your actions messing up the world.
Nick Tomato
Sounds like
now,
he's
yeah,
upset about
is now
us
saying World
invading
War III is
Iran.
happening. I do not think us invading Iran will cause war. It's hard. I have seen some like fear mongers go panic crazy about the whole situation. It is hard to envision a rational way in which our actions with Iran are now led to World War III, especially even now with, it's not like China, Russia, China's going to be like, oh, we're going to get into a war now with America. Like,
America and Israel are at war with Iran. Russia is at war with Ukraine. All we need
mhm,
is China. As soon as China is at war with someone, I think it's safe to call it a world war, right?
right.
Or do we all have to be equally involved in
How many people have to be involved
each
in a
other's war?
war for it to be a world war?
Well,
Yeah,
Russia is giving intel to the Iranians because we're giving intel to the Ukrainians.
right.
So, I mean, there is overlap there.
So the definition is a world war is an international conflict involving most or all of the world's major powers, characterized by global scale fighting, massive alliances, and widespread impact across multiple continents. So that
So if
is
China gets
not,
involved, it is World War III.
yeah, so we're not
If
anywhere near
China
that
if China
situation.
takes Taiwan, this is World
That
War
could lead
III.
to China taking Taiwan could lead to World War III. That's definitely possible. But
Could lead
this,
to. What do you mean? That's the beginning of World War III.
we'll have to see
Actually, people will
how
say
we
us.
respond.
Now, people will say Russia invading Ukraine is how World War III began.
Okay, but it didn't.
What do you mean?
It didn't.
If this becomes World War III, they're going to say that's when it started.
You can't just say like if like 10 years from now World War III happens, it's like, well, it actually started 15 years ago when Russia
Don't they?
invaded Ukraine.
They say when World War II began. They said World War II began when Germany invaded Poland, right? But
Yeah,
when
but that makes sense.
Germany invaded Poland, we weren't calling it World War II. We were
I
like,
understand
oh,
that.
it's just a little thing they did. Everything
Yeah,
will
but
be fine.
Germany invades Poland in September 1st, 1939. Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, that's much closer to the timeline of like all the other conflicts that was going on.
When did the war end? 6 years
Let's
later.
see. When did trying to look at the timeline here.
1949.
When did they start invading all the other countries? When did that happen?
Just ask how
I mean-
long World War II was.
Germany. So Germany invades Poland in 1939, right? They invade the Soviet Union in 1941. Okay, so it's only 2 years later. The attack of Pearl Harbor takes place 3 years later, 1942.
World War II lasted for 6 years.
Right.
Where are we at in that timeline? We're
Well,
like
Russia's been
four-
involved with Ukraine for 4 years and it hasn't broadened. So why would it now?
Well, I'm in over the next 2 years, shit could hit the fan.
Germany took France in 1940. So they take Poland in 1939, then they take France a year later. So that's what I'm saying. Like saying that Ukraine is the beginning of World War III doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Says you.
Okay. Nick Tomato for another 10. CHF just now says, okay, look it up yourself. Okay, don't ever believe me. Over 107 billion gone. Over 10,000 people lost jobs because of a handful of woke. Hassan, Sweet Baby Inc. Okay, look up yourselves. Don't believe me. I said I believe you. What's happening?
I don't believe him.
Okay, Adam doesn't believe you. I believe you.
I just want you to
Adam doesn't
know.
believe you.
As long as
Right.
you keep super chatting, I don't believe anything.
Okay. I believe you, Nick. But I also don't believe you. Keep sending us money telling me to look it up myself. I don't believe you on the World War III thing. That I don't believe you on. Righteous Indifference, thanks so much for 35 months being free. Seeker says, update. Didn't finish the bathroom renovations, but did get this shiny Charmander. It impressed the wife enough to come back. Well, look at that. Congratulations. Okay, congratulations. That's all you need, man. Everyone knows this. Women love shiny things, even shiny Pokemon. The Jackson Trade, thanks so much for 36 months. Firo Secret says, Kanban wa Tomodachi. Behold my milestone. I'll be headed to Japan in June with my son, and I'm hoping to make some Twitter friends to meet. Wish me luck. Well, good luck. That's awesome. Hopefully the oil prices will figure themselves out by June. So,
Do you know what a CHF is?
I don't think so.
From Nick Tomato?
Oh, I think it's a Swiss krona.
It's a Swiss franc.
Oh, Swiss franc. Okay.
Look, and this is completely the opposite of the normal situation here. Normally when someone sends us a red one in some other currency, it's like, the equivalent of like $2. The Swiss franc is actually more. So these $10 super chats are really $12.50.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Base
now
Nick.
I really believe you. I mean, I really don't believe you. No, in all seriousness, thank you for the super chats.
Mike Mills for $2 says, did you see Anna versus AOC? I did. Adam didn't see it.
I did not see it, no.
You should
But
check
I
it
haven't
out.
been on Twitter, and I haven't been spending much time on Twitter.
Now the Japanese have taken over Twitter. Adam doesn't want to be part of it now. He's a bigot.
I'm more interested in what's going on in Iran, but is a lot of that going on Twitter?
Yeah, actually. Though half of it's probably fake, so you have to be careful. PC, thanks so much for being this one equals freedom for 42 months. Look at that. Says Sitch, you should check out Afuri, which is ramen, or Gyoza no Osho, Chuka Chinese. They're chains and always try to go when we visit. Also, if you have kids, Japanese immigration will let you jump the line. Oh, that's hilarious. Really? Okay.
Wow.
I don't want to be a citizen of Japan. Okay. I'm fine being an American citizen, but it'd be nice.
How are you going to get your summer home, your spring home?
Why can't
your
you get a
cherry
home,
blossom
not be
home?
a citizen? You can't just get get a visa or something?
I guess so. Yeah.
But yeah, check them out. Afuri and Gyoza no Osho. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool,
We
cool.
don't want to let any foreigners buy American homes. Why are they letting Americans buy Japanese homes?
Because we're
No.
based.
Just say no.
We did find a Kura revolving sushi in Japan when we went there though, but it was like it was a 1 hour wait to sit at the counter and it was a 2 hour wait to sit at a table. I was like, oh God, maybe we'll come back
Hmm.
here later.
Was it segregated?
I didn't see inside to see if it's segregated or not. It was weird because it didn't show up on any Google map search, so I'm wondering if they're hiding it from the foreigners or something. We only knew it was there because we drove past it and saw in a taxi and saw a billboard. Rich Jammer, 48 months, thank you so much, says, okay, look it up, look it up yourselves. Okay. Don't ever believe me. But A-Team is best team. Okay, look it up yourselves. Don't believe me. There you go. Thank you, Rich.
So mean.
Thank you. Oh, look, Nick Tomato for another 5, say Jeff. Okay, now he must just be doing this as like a troll. Says, okay, don't believe me. I'm just full of crap. Okay, look it up yourselves. Over 107 billion gone, over 10,000 people lost their jobs. Don't believe me. Well, thank you. Thank you, Nick.
Oh my God, this is getting insane.
Nick's having fun. Vanessa says, apparently Japan's one of the most open real estate markets in the world. Don't even need residency to buy a home. Wow, look at that.
I could just buy one over the internet.
They're actually, Sam was telling me that like if you buy, they actually kind of want foreigners to buy like the old tea house style homes as long as they will maintain the visual aesthetic of the tea house. They want like the cultural look to be retained.
Nah. We got to tear it down.
No, okay.
Put up a
WTF
stucco job.
1A for $5 says, if you show them off, you should put out the cult-like calls they make, calling Trump a king, how it's all reps' fault and they're attacking US. It's crazy. Yes. I'm sorry, what are we showing off?
I know. Who's them?
Okay, let me look at the Streamlabs. Sells temp for $6 says, remember H.W. Bush was president when the Soviet Union fell. America's mortal rival of the 20th century scored a total victory in the first Gulf War. He still lost his reelection when the economy soured. True. It's a very good point.
Was he? I thought Reagan was president.
When did USSR fall? 1991 was the official. So I know Reagan's usually credited with it, but
yeah.
So there you go. No, it's all about the economy, baby. It's the economy, stupid. So it's true. Let's see. Cerebral Friction for $2 says the idea that effectiveness of a lobby can be reduced to the amount of dollars spent is absurd. If you have a network of powerful people, you can apply pressure in ways that don't cost any money. I mean, it's like kind of true. A lot of lobbying is, having people well, I kind of agree and I don't agree. A lot of persuasion is, if you like the people, they can exert influence on all this other stuff. But when it comes to politics, at the end of the day, like, yes, being friends with someone can get you connections with someone, you can get you in the door with someone. At the end of the day, in politics, the thing that's really pushing them is this going to help me win my next election? And sometimes a lot of that is, raising money for the elections. But a lot of it is just supporting issues. And there's very few politicians that are going to support an issue that they think is going to cost them votes just because they're like friends with the lobbyists or something. So like it has an effect, but it's not. At the end of the day, voting is the most important factor. Dr. Div for $3 says, this is just bad writing. First, we hear how the military-industrial complex holds all the cards. Then it's the CIA who topples socialist regimes on a whim. Now it's Israel. Pick a puppet master already. That's a good point. That's a good point. Is it the CIA? Is it Israel? Is it the industrial military complex? Is it the pharmaceutical companies? Who is it, Glenn Greenwald? Tell us. Dr. Dealer for $3 says, Glenn is right. It is suspicious that Israel has had so much support through the years in Congress, just like it's suspicious that children's cancer charities get so much money. Who's really in control here? That's true. That is very suspicious. We should look into that. The children cancer conspiracy. Why does everyone support fighting cancer, huh? Who's the big anti-cancer lobby? Explain yourselves.
Yeah, explain yourselves.
Civil Friction for JR says, quote, how did the Golan Heights help the U.S.? Boom, got him. Coleman Hughes destroyed. Mic drop. Okay.
It didn't.
Dr. Live for 2 hours says, did you think that BJ Netanyahu has to fight with Zelensky, Putin, and Xi for who gets to control Trump for the week? I don't think Zelensky's ever really in that slot, but maybe Putin. Dr. Live for 2 hours says, as part of the ongoing cultural exchange on X, we have sent Sitch and his imp wife. I eagerly await seeing what they send back. Perhaps a big tittied cat girlfriend. Cat girl GF. There you go. That's it. Well, we have to import big titty cat girl GFs for the Sitch and Adam audience who are single. That is true.
If you can find them at a decent price. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
see why we wouldn't do that.
Zoke for 2 hours says, I do agree with Sitch seeing the Japan USA Twitter friendship post, but I've seen interactions with Mexican and Japan friendship posts as well. Seeing Dr. Simi being in Japan is really cool. I bet Sitch is quite about buying hentai. First of all, who buys hentai? Okay, it's free on the internet.com. Why would you buy hentai? Secondly, I mean, there's so much. It's funny. Sam was telling me like years ago, she went to some like they had this convention that was the yaoi. It was like the yaoi convention in Japan, and she went there with her host sister, and it's like crazy. They have all this just hardcore yaoi is like gay porn, like man on man porn, and all this like hardcore pictures of like man on man porn and all this stuff in the convention center, just like displayed out in the open. Like there's no like it wasn't you didn't have to walk up. Just like there's just posters of like guys like fucking each other like out in the open. And she said it was just filled with women. There's not a man to be seen. There's just all the women buying all the yaoi shit.
These are Asian guys?
They're like anime.
Oh, it's anime.
porn.
It's like
Yeah.
drawings of
It's
guys
drawn, yes.
having
It's not-
sex.
Yeah, it's not real.
It's not like hardcore pornography.
Which is weird because they're used to like growing up, there's always this joke about like, oh, why do guys like to watch lesbians, but girls don't like to watch gay men? Well,
But they
apparently they
do.
do, as long as they're cartoon characters and not real.
Right.
Solid for $2 says JJ McCullough made a video after October 7th about why people are obsessed with Israel Palestine on both sides. His argument is that it's the perfect microcosm of your beliefs about power dynamic and oppression. That's probably 100% true. That makes perfect sense.
That's why it's
yeah.
gone viral.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people can't get enough.
Yep. Also, there was like a big socialist infiltration move. I think it was like the 70s or 80s to really push anti-Israel shit once Israel kind of turned away from the Soviet Union to be pro-America. So it's not a surprise.
As they should.
Silla for $2 says a leftist I know who is a Kyle Klinsky fan is now into Vosh and Hamas Piker. He says Voosh is not as crazy as other leftist commentators. I told him about the Aqua clip in his copy, and his cope was he was being sarcastic because he often is.
Oh wow. Super cope.
Okay. You talking about the horse cock porn? the short stack goblin? Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he'll just cope about that too. WTF for 2 hours says, no kings. How can your memory be shorter than a goldfish? Oh, that's fair. I think I just read, well, I don't know about Adam. I just read different super chats and then I get dragged to different topics. So the no kings people are like a cult. Was the calling Trump a king? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Nick Tomato, look at this for another 7 CHF. Look at this. Says 107 billion gone. Google it. Okay, listen, I'm gonna Google it right now. 107 billion gone. Let's see what.
Make sure you put the periods in there. It's 2 sentences.
No, okay, gone. What happens? The first result says Reuters. The West lost 107 billion dollars on the conflict with Russia. 2024. Second
The
choice.
conflict over wokeness?
No,
That was World War Woke?
no. It has something to do with Russia invading Ukraine.
Don't believe him.
The second thing is California cities lose $107 billion from tax loopholes. Adam, how could you do such a thing?
It was an accident.
Okay, let me type in gone from wokeness. Okay, let's see.
I tried searching the 107 billion. I didn't get really any good results. I think we're going to need a better keyword than just 107 billion.
Okay, so this isn't bringing anything up. Though the AI does bring up, it says, in 2020, 2021, America's 50 biggest companies collectively committed $50 billion to address racial inequality. So there you go. That's nothing
Well,
to
that's
sneeze
part
at.
of it.
Yeah,
That's the wet baby ink.
right.
The wheat baby ink.
Sweet baby ink. $107 billion gone, sweet baby ink. Let's see. I mean, I remember the sweet baby ink stuff. I don't remember this exact $107 billion
Don't
number.
forget, and 10,000 people lost their jobs
Right.
because of people like Sweet Baby Ink.
Okay, this one's
Which, by the way, in a normal world, would be arrested for this.
that's true. That's true, yeah. I mean, I'm Googling it. I'm not seeing what you want me to see when I Google it, okay? But if I search on X, 107 billion gone wokeness. Let's see. Maybe X will bring this up here.
The video game industry did experience over 10,000 layoffs in 2023, with similarly high numbers continuing in 2024 and 2025. However, industry analysts and reporting attribute these mass job losses primarily to COVID era over expenditures. Oh no, they're not blaming Sweet Baby Inc. While Sweet Baby Inc. has been a target of intense criticism from some gamers and creators who argue that focusing on diversity and narrative consulting can regularly affect game performance, the broader economic trends are considered to be the main drivers of the industry's downturn. Look at this. The Google AI is lying to you.
There you go.
Nick, don't let this Google AI lie to you. Stop saying Google it, because they're just going to fucking lie.
Exactly. Exactly.
You got to say, bang it. Bang it.
Okay, what if I type in how many people lost their jobs due to wokeness? There's no precise analysis. Oh my God. How terrible. Okay.
Ask Grok. Grok will tell you the truth.
Grok will tell me the truth. Yeah, it's true.
Grok won't lie to you. Grok is like, all jobs losses are related to wokeness.
Anyways.
All right. This was a fun show.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to enjoy your week in Japan?
Of course.
More adventures? Who's doing most of the adventure planning? Is it you or Sammy?
I do none of the planning.
What?
Sammy is a master planner. Okay.
Okay.
She's an amazing planner.
Women are good planners.
Yes.
Just don't ask them to plan something like building a house or a bridge or a road. anything like that, you got to let the men get involved.
You know what? You know what Sammy's been doing while I've been streaming for like the last couple hours?
Planning.
No, she went to a stationery store.
They're still. Oh, I guess it's the daytime there, so
It's
of
the
course they're
daytime, yeah.
open. Yeah.
No, like apparently I didn't know this. Apparently, like stationery stores are like this huge thing in Japan. Like people will literally fly from America to Japan just to go to the stationery store, just because they really want Japanese stationery.
That
So
sounds insane.
she's like, listen, Sitch, I won't subject you to standing there while I go through stationery stuff for 2 hours. Well, I'll
God,
do it while you're streaming.
that is like any guy's nightmare.
I know it is.
Like,
So
what
I was
the
like, I think
fuck?
I appreciate it.
Sammy, don't you know how email works? Can you text? You gotta
She
like.
wants stationery, Adam, and art supplies.
Is it really
It's art. It's also
stationary
art. I
when
think it's
you?
also art supplies. So you'd probably like it too. It's like brushes and shit.
Is
Little
it really
paints.
stationary when it's designed to be mailed across the world?
Ha ha
I
ha
mean,
ha
why
ha.
do they call it
Oh, oh,
stationary?
oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, also, there's nothing I should tell you about Japan too. It's weird, but it's cool. Before we end here, they have these weird shopping buildings that are like 7 or 8 floors tall,
Shopping
and you're like,
buildings like a store? Is that what
no, no,
you?
no, no, no. Listen. It's like a weird mall. Like instead of a mall, like in America, the malls are like spread out, right? Like
Mhm.
it's in Japan, it's like they're like squished together, but then they just go up. So you'll just go up these escalators and there'll be like 8 floors, but they're all different stores and all like jam-packed right next to each other. And if you're like a woman, like we went to the one that was like 8 floors of like clothing shopping. So Sam was like, it's like a dream. Like if you're a woman, you're like 8 floors of different clothing shops, like all just jam-packed right next to each other.
It's like any mall. All the malls are just clothing. It's all clothing stores.
It's true. It's different though, because it's in
Mhm.
Japan.
They have no male stores at the mall anymore.
Mm,
They
that
used
is
to have
true.
like
Because
the
guys don't,
sharper image where you get all your gadgets.
because women are the ones that buy all this
Guys don't
shit.
go to the mall anymore.
Women are the ones that buy all this shit.
Yeah. It's taken over. It's all clothes.
It's interesting. Japan is more, I think, more capitalist than America. Like the amount of stores they have just selling knickknacks. There's an entire like 7 floor, one of these 7 floor mall kind of things. It was all like one kind of store, and 3 of the 7 floors were just knickknacks that you
Oh
could buy.
God. Oh, I
Yeah,
fucking hate knickknack stores.
it was just knickknacks. Japan fucking loves their capitalism, which is funny because I know like when Hassan and all these other people come here, I was like, they should get really triggered by all the capitalism that's going on in Japan. It's off the charts.
Are you wearing a fucking dress in this picture?
What?
This is like the dress picture. You're wearing a dress in this picture.
No, I'm not wearing a dress. It's the male kimono thing. I forget what it's called. Yukata, I guess. I don't know what it's called.
Well, I mean, you got like a cool
Kaori?
breeze blowing up between your legs there, right?
Hakama. So actually, you're talking about the picture
Yeah,
with, yeah.
the one where
So
you're both wearing dresses.
no, so there's actually they're what they do is it's kind of funny. They're actually like these like weird pants that they just strap on over the pants I was wearing. I'm just wearing jeans underneath that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you put on your jeans and then you put your dress over your jeans?
Look at Adam over here. Okay. Doesn't understand the difference between some sort of based male kimono with a hakama and a dress. Okay.
I mean, well, you guys can judge yourselves. I don't see any pant legs on this on this dress,
Okay.
on this skirt.
Mm.
that Sitch is wearing.
It's look at this guy. Adam doesn't understand the Hakama drip. Okay. The traditional Japanese drip. He doesn't understand.
The drip drip.
Yeah, the base drip. All right. That's
Mhm.
right. I studied the blade. It was actually funny. They said, they're like, do you want a sword for the pictures? And I was like, no.
You should
I
have
thought that
pulled
was a
the
little
sword
much.
out.
That was a little much.
You're like,
Just-
it'll counterbalance the dress. Come on,
I
give me
did see
something masculine like a sword.
they
Bad
did
enough you got me in
they
this
had no
dress.
they did have yeah, see, look in the chat. There you go. It's samurai gear, you Philistine. True. They did have pictures of like white people in the outfit with a little sword. And I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I don't think the look is right there. It's a little too much for me, but
You turned down the sword.
I turned down the sword, yeah. You're just
Scared.
jealous. I look good. I look good in my Hakama pants and my kimono. Okay.
A comma skirt.
I got this beautiful girl in this kimono. We're in front of a cherry blossom with a temple shrine in the background. Okay. You're just jealous.
Sammy finally got. How much did she pay to get you in the dress?
That doesn't count as the dress.
She
That
did
doesn't
it.
count as the
She
dress.
did it.
No, no, no.
She
Doesn't
fully did it. She did it. Sammy. Excellent work. And she even sent pictures and had them pulled up on the live stream. So
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
mark this day.
Exactly.
And we got it. We got it for free, guys. You
There
didn't
you
even have to
go.
pay.
There you go. PC says, Sitch, sword is a torch trap. Yeah, see, that's what I thought.
What? How is this sort of tourist trap?
Bob Higgins says, this is why Adam has negative chakra. Oh, you know what's funny? So at the shrines, you can put like a little 100 yen coin in a slot, which is like, it's like less than $1 with the exchange rate. And you shake this big wooden jar and like a stick with a number comes out. And then you find a drawer that has that number and you pull it, and then there's like little fortunes inside. And it's like a little piece of paper that has your fortune on it. And so me and Sammy shook one together and we got, it says best fortune. We got the number one best fortune that you could possibly get. Okay.
Mhm.
Together. So
Okay.
we've been blessed. We've been blessed by the universe,
Nobody
by
knows
the
what
luck
it
of the
is, though.
universe.
It just says number one fortune.
No. It has a bunch of stuff on it. That's like,
Mhm.
all your awesome things you want
Like
will come
lottery
true. And
numbers.
it does not have unlike the fortune cookie, it does not have lottery numbers in it. No. No.
What's the lottery like over there? You should play.
I don't even know if they have a lottery.
Hmm.
I did see that they had like the little pachinko gambling slot machine places sometimes.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there any gambling?
They did have that.
What's the
but
gambling like?
I didn't go in there, but because I'm not a
You guys should
gambling
go
addict.
gamble.
I did see, it was weird. I saw it looked like they had a pot shop, which I don't even know if I thought it was illegal in Japan, so I was kind of confused. Anyways,
You going to buy some weed over there?
I'm not, because I'm pretty sure that will get you in jail.
Is it legal there or
I
illegal?
didn't think it. I thought it was illegal, but I don't know.
You should go up to someone and ask, say, can I ask you a hard question? Where do I get some heroin?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredible donations. You made it into the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true anime isekai hero protagonist. You are the true American Japan bromance bros. And we'll see you all next Sunday, where I'll still be in Japan. Ohayo gozaimasu, konbanwa, konnichiwa, sayonara.
Bye-bye.